This is the ultimate stage of the hunter qualification trial, a place where only the top contenders assemble to demonstrate their capability. To succeed, every participant is required to track down and slay 10 orcs. The testing grounds resemble a blazing inferno. The heat is so outrageously intense that nearly all applicants barely draw breath as sweat streams endlessly down their cheeks. Yet this man stands apart, while the rest can hardly remain upright. He shows no sign of perspiration. Previous evaluations were incapable of gauging his true power. Each enchanted orb shatters violently. The instant his hand makes contact, when the examination officially commences, pandemonium erupts, and the majority of hopefuls are crushed by failure. They become easy targets for beasts that prey on weakness. Even the so-called prodigies struggle to bring down more than a handful of orcs, snatching each other's kills in desperate bids to stay alive. Meanwhile, Han Disung goes completely unnoticed. Moving with unbelievable swiftness, he locates an orc and obliterates it effortlessly by hurling massive rocks, with such force that the fragments tear the orc apart. Yet dispatching them individually soon loses its appeal for him. Instead, Han Disung begins tracing the entire clan, concealed beneath the earth. He tunnels straight into their trap and incinerates every single one without hesitation. And just like that, the trial concludes. The proctors can only gape in astonishment. The assessment had barely begun, yet Han Disung had already fulfilled its requirements. Never before has anyone completed the test in such record time. Even the hired killer dispatched by a powerful clan to dispose of him refuses to reveal himself, paralyzed by sheer terror. After all, an exam conducted in scorching heat holds no significance for someone who survived 80 years in true damnation. Just before Han Disung was meant to finish middle school, he had been living an ordinary day like any other person. He stumbled unexpectedly, and his soul was torn away from his physical form. He felt himself descending endlessly into darkness. Soon after, he realized he had arrived, and fear seized him as he locked eyes with savage and bloodthirsty creatures, engaged in merciless battles among themselves. The most dreadful sight was that the defeated were immediately consumed. Somehow Disung avoided detection and endured 10 straight days without food. How could anyone possibly survive that long? What made the realm eerie was the total lack of day and night. When he reached his limit, he had no choice but to eat the decayed, raw flesh the monsters discarded. Revolting as it tasted, it was the only thing keeping him brief. Gradually, he adjusted to the merciless surroundings. He started retaliating against the beasts that hunted him, wielding nothing but small stones, and somehow succeeded in forcing them back. With survival at stake, he battled using whatever scraps he could turn into crude weapons. Longing for his mother, tears streamed down his face, and through that sorrow he swore he would not break. As time lost all meaning, there came a point when he resolved to cast aside the last remnants of his humanity. Rising from nothing, he fought his way upward, and the flesh that once repulsed him became a treasured delicacy, something he accepted as essential for survival. One day while eating, a mysterious window materialized before him, announcing he had reached level 3. In that instant, everything resembled a twisted game. After 7 years passed, his level climbed to 24. At that stage, he could dispatch the once terrifying beasts with a single effortless strike. Following 24 years of hardship, he forged a blade from stone taken from a dragon knight. Time continued moving forward like a quiet breeze. In his 51st year, Disung achieved the incredible feat of killing an elder dragon. By year 79, he finally stood before the demon lord, being responsible for casting him into this nightmare without permission. He cuts down the minor creatures, guarding the demon lord's domain with ease. Even the sentinel cannot withstand the seasoned, yet youthful warrior. He warns the guard to open the gate respectfully, or be reduced to scraps for the monsters of this supposed hell. The guard refuses and retaliates fiercely, taking offense on behalf of his master and lashing out in fury. Amid his taunts, he suddenly senses something tear through his body. Looking down, he sees a gaping cavity blasted through his chest. Unbothered, Disung comments that the loud guard is nothing but a nuisance. At the same time, the floating skeleton Fireball, seemingly his companion, wonders if he fears the demon lord's vengeance for killing the guard, and questions whether he plans to seize control of hell. But he brushes off the idea, claiming he has no desire to become some foolish king. He states that 8 decades have passed since he was forced into this realm, and every monster he encountered left a deep impression, each possessing its own compelling tale and cause for damnation. That is why he seeks answers from the demon lord about why he was taken, though Fireball considers his approach reckless. He advises that perhaps kneeling and pleading would have been a wiser strategy. Still, he stands firm, declaring he will answer suffering with force, especially after being dragged here against his will. With that declaration, he tightens his grip on his blade and rushes forward, charging straight at the demon lord, only to abruptly awaken inside a hospital room. Panic grips him as he questions whether it is a dream, since he has not dreamed of Earth for decades, and he notices children nearby at play. He observes that his current body feels frail and unimposing. Unable to move, he assumes he must be experiencing a vivid dream. At that moment, his mother steps through the door, shaking as she sees her son awake after 30 long years. She collapses into tears and embraces him tightly. Yet Disung feels contempt toward what he believes is a fantasy, thinking it absurdly naive. Unexpectedly, he learns that he truly defeated the demon lord, assumed the throne as the supreme sovereign of hell. When Fireball asks about his next move, a notification suddenly materializes before him, asking whether he wishes to go back to Earth. For 80 long years, his sole desire had been to leave this cursed realm. Without hesitation, he immediately agrees. In an instant, he awakens once more in the hospital. After waking from a 30-year coma, the physician examines his pupils and signals reassuringly to his mother, promising that with proper rehabilitation her son will steadily recover. To his mother, it feels nothing short of a miracle. Yet to Disung, it resembles a cruel punishment. The idea of resuming life after losing a decade confined to a bed in such a weakened condition is unbearable to him, and his agitation steadily rises. He questions whether his descent into hell was merely an illusion. His erratic behavior frightens those nearby, who begin to see him as unstable. Consumed by anger and bewilderment, he warns the doctor to keep his distance. When the doctor persists, he lunges forward and bites him like a feral animal. Demands answers about his frail condition, asking if he has been crippled or drugged, clinging to the hope that this is all a bad dream. In his frenzy, he rolls off the hospital bed, further intensifying his mother's anxiety. He thinks back on 80 relentless years in hell, fearing they were meaningless, though even at his lowest there, he never abandoned hope of freedom. Now all he wants is to go back. Hospital personnel rush into the room, restraining both his arms to pin him down on the mattress. Glancing outside through the glass, he notices a colossal vortex tearing open the sky. Bewildered and desperate, he questions what destiny has in store. He wonders if hell was just a coma-induced hallucination. As he refuses to settle down, the anesthesiologist sedates him with an injection. When awareness returns, he sees a news broadcast confirming what he suspected. The phenomenon he witnessed was a gate, and a hunter squad has been deployed to eliminate the creatures emerging from it. The team captain relays updates to a visitor, who has come specifically to see him, and the man looks both stunned and delighted to find him conscious. Still disoriented, Disung asks for his identity. Then recognition strikes him suddenly. It is his old friend Chanho. Chanho explains that he has been bedridden for 10 years. He recounts that a decade earlier, on his way home, he abruptly lost consciousness and collapsed, and has remained hospitalized ever since. Hearing that only 10 years have passed leaves Disung confused, yet oddly relieved. He believed 3 decades were gone, but what unsettles him more is realizing he endured 80 years in hell. Chanho reveals that his mother struggled immensely, juggling 3 jobs to pay the medical bills, urges him to rebuild his future and mentions he has already arranged employment for him. As his mother wheels him outside for fresh, he feels crushing guilt and resentment toward his helpless body that cannot even move independently. Out of nowhere, 2 men approach, demanding repayment of the debt his mother owes. He bows and pleads for one final month, but the men remain cold and indifferent. One thug suddenly shoves her violently, issuing harsh threats. She breaks down in tears, begging them not to disgrace her before her son, her voice shaking. The thug ignores her entirely. Rolling up his sleeves, he begins striking her mercilessly. Watching his mother suffer ignites a blazing fury inside Disung. He calls them vermin and spits venomous insults at them. When one gangster seizes him by the collar, his mother desperately begs him to apologize. She pleads that they spare him, insisting he is still just a child. Disung remains defiant, his gaze turning cold. Smirking, the thug hurls him to the ground, proceeds to beat him viciously. He struggles to suppress his rage, longing for the strength he once possessed. Suddenly, an arrival quest notification appears in his status window. Without hesitation, he accepts, knowing that the system once sustained him through hell. The moment he confirms it, the world freezes as though time itself has stopped. Everything becomes motionless while the quest details appear. Window instructs him to reach a marked point within 1 hour in exchange for a recovery elixir. Determined, he wonders if this could restore his lost power. He spots a crimson indicator merely 10 meters away. He tries to rise but fails. Smiling grimly, he begins crawling toward the mark, refusing to complain over something so minor since he once conquered hell itself. Inch by inch he crawls, distances stretching endlessly, and doubt creeps in about reaching the goal in time. Still, he reminds himself the system never issues impossible missions. As time dwindles, he identifies a clever workaround. The quest only demands arrival at the location. No matter the method used, annoyed at overlooking such a simple answer, he regains focus. He stretches his weak arms toward his wheelchair, slowly maneuvering himself into it, while the countdown shows just 35 seconds remaining. He grips the wheels firmly and drives forward. Refusing defeat, he pushes with everything he has, and reaches the destination at the very last second. With the mission accomplished, claims the prize immediately. Swallowing it at once, he feels warmth spread through him as pain fades and a fragment of strength returns. The frozen time effect vanishes once the quest ends. Thugs look around bewildered, unable to find Disung. Before they can react further, police officers arrive, having apparently seen the assault. Left with no option, the men bolt from the scene. At night in his hospital bed, he repeatedly attempts to reopen the status window, but fails each time. Unsure how it activated before, he grows desperate. He experiments with commands like quests and missions before finally giving up. Obsesses over obtaining new quests to rebuild his power before the criminals return. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound echoes around him. He finds himself levitating within a realm called the Pantheon. First, he assumes it is just another strange dream. Yet he soon realizes it is real, as he has been summoned here for a purpose. Without delay, he asks for a new mission. A punching target, more like a monster, appears before him, completes the task as instructed, and receives a memory chip as payment. Immediately another quest appears, this one requiring a 10-kilometer. The missions keep coming endlessly, and with every success, gains more rewards, enduring 10 consecutive days, and finishing only 55% of the total process. Growing irritated with these basic assignments, he demands a real challenge. System responds by assigning him a mission to eliminate a weeping demon. Without warning, a streak of lightning crashes down in front of him. From the flashing light, the sobbing demon takes form. The self-proclaimed Demon King remembers how he nearly lost his life against this foe before, and thrills at the opportunity to face it once again. Storm-shrouded creature roars thunderously and charges, opening the fight with a savage swipe of its claws. Disung narrowly avoids the strike, knowing full well one direct hit would tear him apart. He springs in to counterattack, only for the beast to bat him aside with ease, hurling him hard against the ground. Blood trickles from his lips as he forces himself upright, stung by the disgrace of being toyed with by a weeping demon. The confrontation stretches on as Disung, feared ruler of demons, is reduced to endlessly evading blows. Eventually, however, fortune abandons him, and the demon seizes its chance, clamping him firmly within its talons. That critical instant, he remembers how he defeated this monster in their earlier clash, realizing he had overlooked his ability to summon a blade. Without delay, he calls a sword into his grasp and cleaves through the creature's left claw in one clean and resolute stroke. Showing not a shred of mercy, Disung presses on and swiftly banishes the demon back to its origin, as casually as crushing a bug. Once the mission is cleared, he returns to his hospital room. Dawn has broken, and he pushes open the window. The sound awakens his mother from sleep. Groggy, she wonders who is standing nearby, then gasps when she sees Disung before her, his body now sculpted like that of a seasoned athlete. Rehabilitation team stands stunned, since they predicted recovery would require at least half a year. They cannot fathom how he transformed so dramatically in only 15 days, while his mother still voices anxious concern. Doctor gently reassures her, insisting there is no cause for alarm. Meanwhile, Disung senses the aftermath of his quest, feeling a clear surge in power as fragments of his strength return. He stretches his limbs, scanning the room until he notices his mother speaking softly with a nurse. Tears glisten in her eyes as she expresses gratitude, and the nurse consoles her warmly, recognizing the hardship she has endured over the years. Witnessing this, Disung understands how heavy the past decade has been for her. Emotion tightens his chest as his fists clench. He silently swears to shield her now that he has come back. Entering the restroom, he calls out loudly, "Pantheon," and instantly his spirit is drawn into that realm. Once there, he inquires whether the system can speed up the completion rate. The system agrees and allows him to choose a higher difficulty for random missions. Remembering he once ruled as Demon Lord, he confidently selects the Hell, the most extreme level offered. Shadowy sphere appears before him in response. When it breaks apart, what stands revealed leaves him stunned. Facing him is the true sovereign of Hell, a perfect replica of himself at peak condition. Summoning his sword, Disung feels exhilaration at the looming clash. His double wastes no time and rushes forward, delivering a brutal downward slash. The weakened Disung barely intercepts the strike, muscles trembling. The copy continues attacking relentlessly from all sides, hoping for any flaw in his guard. Crushed by the overwhelming might of his counter, he knows prolonging this fight only worsens his odds. In a sudden opening, the replica thrusts its palm at him, launching him across the battlefield. Panting, he remarks that the imitation now feels more authentic than himself. Yet a sly smile forms as he prepares a hidden tactic. Activating blood neutralization, he nullifies the damage from his double. Even blade strikes fail to cause sensation, allowing him to swing the momentum in his favor, driving the replica's face into the floor. Still, the upper hand does not last. To his surprise, the copy rises unfazed, revealing it shares the very same ability. The clash reignites with ferocity. Before long, Disung is pierced by a blade, the agony reminding him of the real danger. That moment, a janitor approaches the restroom outside, preparing to open the door after hearing nothing inside. Just as her hand reaches the knob, she is urgently called to the third floor. Within the Pantheon, Disung feels cornered. Threat of defeat weighs heavily, and he realizes losing now would nullify all his effort. Desperation pushes him to seek any possible advantage, even if luck must intervene. He hurriedly opens his inventory and retrieves a stamina tonic earned from prior quests. Drink restores 20% of his endurance, and calculating that 5 would bring him to full capacity sparks hope. Amid the chaos, he gambles and gulps one down, vitality flooding his veins. His duplicate attempts to interrupt. Undaunted, he throws a bold punch despite his depleted condition, sending the copy staggering back from a single blow. Confidence surges within him once more. Without hesitation, he draws out 2 additional tonics and drinks them in quick succession. Replica retaliates fiercely, nearly landing a devastating roundhouse. He dodges skillfully and consumes a third tonic. They clash at blinding speed, with no pause between strikes. During the frenzy, he manages to finish a 4th tonic, yet remains frustrated, because even with renewed stamina, he still cannot overpower his twin. Swiftly locks him into a suffocating chokehold. A sinister grin curls across its lips as it prepares to strike. Its sword slices through the air toward our demon king. In a final gamble, he unleashes a brilliant countermeasure that reverses the entire situation, driving his blade straight into his double sculpted torso. The copy stares in confusion as its own weapon vanishes into Disung's inventory. Wearing a smug grin, he mocks the arrogance his duplicate showed moments earlier. As the replica drops to its knees, he relishes the narrow triumph his risky move secured. With the Hell Tier mission cleared, radiant blue interface announces that the user has reached full completion at 100%. It declares his body restored to prime condition and grants him permission to access the Hell system even on Earth. In an instant, his hospital gown rips apart. The scars etched across his body awaken a torrent of memories, reminding the Demon King of every hardship he endured, filling him with an eerie sense of déjà vu. Even so, when he commands the system to send him back to Earth, a prompt pops up asking whether he would like to check unread notifications. After choosing yes, messages appear congratulating him on ascending as monarch, explaining that once the previous ruler departed, the celestial beings seized Hell and imprisoned the demons. Realizing what that means, he scoffs at the same Hell that stole 80 years, now daring to seek his aid. The mischievous smirk, the ruler of Hell rudely gestures at his former subjects, swearing at them with vindictive delight. He commands the system to withdraw him from the Pantheon, leaving the countless demons stunned as they grasp their hopeless fate. Back at the hospital, he casually performs absurd one-handed handstand push-ups as his mother and the physician watch in stunned silence, applying razor-sharp deduction worthy of a detective. The doctor concludes Disung must have awakened as an awakener, though his mother can hardly accept the dramatic change. Despite reassurances, she quietly asks how something so impossible could occur. In the end, the doctor advises her to consult the Awakener Association, a suggestion her son overhears. Soon he and his mother are riding together in a taxi. Reflecting on the doctor's words, he wonders what truths she may be concealing. Still puzzled, he looks out the window, questioning how much the world changed during his coma. When they finally reach their house, his mother says she will step out briefly and leaves. Entering inside, he is startled to see a pink-haired girl rummaging through a drawer for cash. He strains to remember who this unfamiliar girl might be. That moment, his mother rushes back in, shattering the tense silence. She introduces the girl as Han Jisoo, his younger sister. Finally dawns on him that the stranger he failed to recognize is his own sibling. Spotting her daughter taking money yet again, their mother shows clear irritation while Jisoo ignores her completely and prepares to head out. Meanwhile, the older brother remains stunned that he could not identify his only sister. As she passes him, she bitterly reminds him how the past decade has been a living hell for both her and their mother. Lowering his gaze, Disung feels deep regret for being unable to help. As she leaves, their mother asks her at least to say where she is going. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from outside. The debt collectors have returned again, threatening to smash the door open if it is not opened by the count of 3. Heavy silence fills the room, but he burns with anger, eager to repay their cruelty. Growing impatient outside, the man in the silver suit kicks the door violently. Their mother begs Jisoo to come back inside, yet the girl stands firm. Silver-suited man glances at his companion, asking whether they should simply force their way. Unexpectedly, Jisoo steps outside, complaining that they are unbearably irritating. Leaving them briefly speechless, the silver-suited man assumes she must be the daughter. Seizing the moment, he storms into the house in anger, while his repulsive partner casts a lewd stare at Jisoo. Their trembling mother apologizes repeatedly while pulling money from her purse. Moments later, the cash scatters through the air as the silver suit, enraged by the small amount, slaps her viciously, sending the fragile woman crashing to the floor. Seeing his mother abused, our hero erupts with fury and sends the silver-suited man flying with a single crushing punch. The obese thug demands to know what is happening while the once cocky silver suit whines pitifully about being attacked. The thug can only stare in disbelief as the Demon King calmly thanks them for delivering themselves to him. After a short taunt, he grips the thug by the jaw, preparing to administer the punishment they deserve for harming his mother. He strikes the thug across the face, not just a few times, but relentlessly until the brute drops to the ground in agony. Bruised and bleeding, the thug notices a wooden chair. In desperation, he grabs it and swings it at Daesung. But like a true powerhouse, he smashes his fist straight through the chair, launching the thug into the wall beside his partner. Terrified, the silver-suited man draws a dagger and taunts him. Completely calm, Daesung catches the man's wrist and twists it mercilessly, avenging the blow dealt to his mother. The man screams, clutching his limp broken hand. The battered thug threatens that he will not escape consequences. More ruthless than both of them, the Demon King coldly suggests eliminating all witnesses and moves to finish the thug. He suddenly stops when he hears his mother scream. She pleads desperately for him to stop. The two collectors, now sobbing, scramble out and rush to their car, stunned that a boy bedridden for 10 years could become so powerful. Afraid of failing their assignment, the silver suit anxiously asks what they should do next. As the larger thug nurses his injuries and tries to deflect the topic, the silver suit cuts him off after spotting Daesung's sister. Back inside, their mother explains that after his collapse she had to sell both their home and shop. The savings vanished. She resorted to loans from 3 separate lenders. The accumulating interest ballooned far beyond the original sum into an impossible mountain of debt. Curious about Jisoo's situation, he learns she left school to work at a restaurant to ease the financial burden. With tears, their mother shares how his sister labored day and night solely to support him. Clenching his teeth, he regrets that she was forced to abandon her education. His mother adds that despite Jisoo's efforts, the income was insufficient, and she has been visiting an unknown place for months. Devastated by their suffering, he bitterly wishes they had allowed him to die instead. His mother softly comforts him with gentle words. The heavy quiet in the room is suddenly broken by a ringing phone, and when she sees it is the collector calling, he tells her to give it to him. Annoyed, he ridicules the men on the other end, yet his eyes widen abruptly when he hears the shocking update. Focus shifts to his younger sister. Tied up and sealed with duct tape, the hideous thug forces her head down while speaking to him on the phone, demanding $100 million within a day if he wants her unharmed. Enraged, he tightens his grip around the phone. When his mother asks what happened, calmly replies that he needs to step out for a bit. She cautions him not to injure or kill anyone, warning that such actions would destroy his future. The former monarch understands that murder here solves nothing unlike in hell. Strangely, the moment he utters hell, a burning interface appears. He reassures his mother that he will not break the law. Then he agrees to receive a beginner-level ability. 4 choices are displayed before him. He weighs the benefits of each carefully, yet concludes that none stand out as particularly impressive. Meanwhile, the criminals transport his crying sister. Inside an elevator, the grotesque thug reminds her she is merely leverage. Suddenly, electricity crackles, and the lights cut out, bringing the lift to an abrupt stop. Sparks flicker near the thug's shoes, and he jumps in shock as Daesung appears as if by magic. With sarcasm, he says he has arrived to pay up. In truth, he selected the Shadow Wraith ability, which lets him summon a wraith in his likeness once it obtains the target's blood. Having now pinpointed its prey, the wraith smashes the silver-suited man's skull into the steel wall. The obese thug begins to panic, realizing Daesung was secretly an awakener all this time, leaving his sister stunned as well. The wraith pretends not to know what he means. The elevator doors slide open. The fat thug staggers out, shouting that an awakener has infiltrated. Before finishing his warning, a sharp blow to the neck sends him slamming onto the floor unconscious. Fended in their own hideout, the gang members draw their weapons. The wraith greets them with a chilling glare. The first attacker rushes forward, only to find his opponent suddenly behind him, knocking him out with a brutal kick. Thus, lightning like Daesung tears through the group, facing the final thug remaining. He checks on Jisoo to see if she is hurt, swiftly removing the ropes and tape binding. He tells her to head home, but she worries about him. With steady confidence, he promises to see her once he finishes here. As the elevator closes behind her, Wraith turns back for more punishment. Groans of agony echo down the corridors, leaving only fallen bodies scattered around. It seems he proceeds upward by the stairs, clearing each level methodically, approaching another cluster of gangsters smoking. He jokes that their weakness disappoints him. Angered by the taunt like those before, they are swiftly crushed without effort. One thug frantically phones their leader, a towering man covered in tattoos and bulging muscle. Boss answers irritably, scolding him for calling during his sauna break, but the terrified men beg him to hurry. Being summoned angers him further, until he hears the call abruptly cut off. Realizing the situation is serious, he rises, clenching his massive fist, crushing the phone in his grip in frustration. Back at the headquarters, the floor is littered with bloodied gang members. The shadow wraith advances toward another victim, pleads desperately to be spared. Suddenly, a wall bursts inward. Taken by surprise, electric-charged Disung turns to find a gigantic man gripping his face, smashing his head against the ground. The boss rages about the chaos Disung caused. Meanwhile, he reflects that his family showed little shock at his powers, understanding that others with abilities must exist. Using the Wraith skill, he withdraws to safety. Boss stares in disbelief as Disung stands back up alone. The Wraith asks whether the boss is also awakened. Giant smirks confidently, vowing to send him to hell. Hearing that familiar word, Disung narrows his gaze at the brute, whose clothes rip apart from his enhanced physique. Unimpressed by his size as always, Disung punches his face and mocks the oversized weakling. Crashed into the wall, the boss insists he cannot lose so easily, and charges back in fury, only to be silenced by a crushing kick to the face, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. As Disung beats him down, he lectures about the true meaning of hell and its suffering. The giant can now think only about staying alive, begging for a pause in the fight. Broken in spirit, he offers money and everything he owns to save himself. Mention of cash catches Disung's attention, questions the boss regarding the gang's hidden funds. After directing him to a closet containing the safe, the boss runs off like a terrified child, reaching his white vehicle in the parking garage. Believing he escaped, he mutters about taking revenge on Disung. Yet his rival inches closer, murmuring that he neglected to request the code to the safe. While the boss spirals into sheer panic, the Shadow Wraith delivers one final bout of torment, promising he can be contacted at any moment in any place. Soon after, a portal opens before the protagonist and cash pours out as if enchanted, amounting to more than 500 million. Our hero beams with greedy delight, imagining everything he could purchase at a celebration. With that fortune at his disposal, he heads to the shopping mall and transforms into a big spender, purchasing a newly released foldable smartphone, which the clerk claims costs $2.99 million. Intrigued, he examines another version that looks similar to the Samsung Z Flip. Eager to secure the sale, the clerk recommends paying in installments, but Disung, without the slightest pause, slams down 5 million won on the counter and immediately buys both devices in. The shopkeeper, eyeing him skeptically, takes the cash as if he has just overcharged or duped a naive buyer. The so-called devil returns home and casually sets his purchases aside. When his mother invites him to eat with her, he answers that he has somewhere to be. Before she can ask for details about his destination, he vanishes from sight. In truth, a friend has asked him to dinner at a restaurant. Manhwa is stunned by Disung's drastic physical change, noticing how different he looks compared to just days ago. Begin their dinner by clinking glasses and sharing a drink. Chanho starts talking, asking Disung what he intends to do moving forward, pointing out that they are no longer carefree students. Disung shifts the topic entirely and asks how many apartments 500 million won could purchase. Surprised, Chanho wonders if Disung truly has such wealth, but then explains that due to inflation that sum would barely cover a lease for a small apartment on the city outskirts. This answer unsettles the Demon Lord, who nervously asks how much buying property in the city would require. Chanho replies that at least $2 billion would be necessary. He advises Disung to calm down, reminding him how much the world has changed since his coma. Redirecting the discussion, Chanho addresses the real issue. He asks directly whether Disung has awakened. Disung answers that he cannot confirm without first understanding what being awakened truly means. As they step outside the restaurant, Chanho lays out the full story, explaining that shortly after Disung fell into a coma, mysterious portals called gates began appearing worldwide. Initially, these gates were considered manageable and posed only limited danger. However, the situation worsened when monsters broke free in events known as gate fractures, spreading chaos across the planet. The creatures rampaged mercilessly, destroying everything in their path. Humans retaliated, but quickly realized that conventional weapons were useless against them. Curious, Disung interrupts to ask whether firearms or artillery truly had no effect. Chanho confirms that standard weaponry proved completely ineffective. He continues, saying that eventually special aura weapons forged from monster remains were developed to combat them. These weapons worked, and those able to wield them earned the title Awakened Ones, champions who stood between humanity and extinction. The phrase necessity breeds invention became reality as humans evolved to endure. Wanting to boast, the Demon Lord produces a state-of-the-art foldable smartphone from his collection in an attempt to impress Chanho. His pride collapses when he discovers such devices are now handed out for free, making him realize he was tricked. Embarrassed, Disung keeps silent about the price he paid, unwilling to admit it to his friend. Chanho returns to the topic of awakeners, explaining that even without aura weapons one can channel aura to enhance physical strength. He adds that he heard about Disung's improved build and how he recently intimidated a notorious gang. With a subtle challenge, Disung asks if Chanho would still lend him money and treat him the same if he were not awakened, hinting that he might take advantage of their bond. Chanho's anger rises, but before things escalate, a gate fracture suddenly opens overhead. Monsters spill down into the area around them. The beasts pound their wooden weapons against the pavement, causing the ground to shake violently like a powerful quake. The immense force spreads terror among the civilians, leaving them shaking in fear. The monsters roar fiercely, driving people into frantic flight as they scramble to survive. Disung, however, does not recognize these beings, noting that they differ greatly from the demons he knew in hell. Without hesitation, he stomps hard against the pavement, tearing up a slab of asphalt and throwing it at the charging creatures. Yet before it can hit its target, a glowing barrier appears and deflects the projectile. Chanho quickly warns that ordinary attacks will not work on them. As a monster rushes toward them, Chanho squeezes his eyes shut, certain death is near. But the wet sound of blood splashing makes him open them again. He sees the monster decapitated. Disung stands firm, having demonstrated that sheer physical power alone can defeat them. Chanho is left utterly astonished, watching Disung effortlessly eliminate multiple monsters. He wonders if his friend has reached B-class awakening. Still, he pushes aside such thoughts and concentrates on protecting the surrounding civilians. As chaos spreads through the crowd, he shouts for everyone to follow him, claiming he knows a safe route through the sewers. Just as people begin to move, they realize monsters have surrounded them. A frightened little girl bursts into tears. Just as a creature prepares to strike her, Chanho jumps in and rescues her at the final second. Taking advantage of the moment, Disung finishes off the monster. Grinning, he teases Chanho for interfering and tells him to hide since he is still exposed. Chanho assumes command and organizes the evacuation of civilians. At the same time, a young content creator spots an opportunity. He begins streaming live footage of Disung battling the monsters. Viewers watch the broadcast in awe, applauding Disung's courage. Suddenly, the streamer shouts for Disung to check behind him. But it comes too late. A monster smashes the demon lord into a car, the collision echoing amid the turmoil. Streamer grins and laughs, caring only about views and engagement, believing the dramatic hit will draw massive attention. Meanwhile, the civilians successfully retreat into the sewer tunnel. Chanho reunites the little girl with her mother, who hugs her tightly and tearfully apologizes for losing her. A man asks Chanho if he intends to return, leaving him conflicted and unsure, knowing that his friend remains outside, fighting the monsters. The focus returns to Disung, now surrounded on all sides by the creatures. One of the creatures curls its lips into a grin, ready to launch its attack. The young streamer squeezes his eyes shut, convinced the hero is about to die. The shock of both the cameraman and the beast, Disung slips aside with remarkable speed. He speaks to the monster, thanking it for unintentionally restoring a small portion of his mana. In exchange, he calmly promises to grant it a swift and painless end. Demon Lord fights ruthlessly, cutting down foes with flawless precision, while online viewers complain about the blurry stream and beg the vlogger to get closer for a clearer shot. Among those watching, a user called Slayer donates 5 million won and vows to send another 5 million for a sharp clip of Disung in combat. Tension rises as both the streamer and the demon hero feel the pressure mounting. The mention of a 5 million won donation excites the vlogger, yet fear keeps him rooted far from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Disung continues slicing through monsters, throwing heavy punches, and realizing that the prolonged clash is rapidly draining his mana. Another viewer chimes in, pledging extra cash for a clearer image and sharing contact details. The vlogger's inbox is flooded with sponsorship alerts and offers. He feels both thrilled and terrified, torn between chasing fame and fearing the chaos ahead. A fresh donation of 20 million won arrives from someone demanding detailed information about the warrior, promising even more payment later. Perspective shifts to several livestream viewers, who begin competing with escalating offers over Disung. These influential clan leaders admire his strength and see potential value in recruiting him for their own ambitions. Elsewhere, Disung has slain so many enemies. The surviving monsters now shrink back in fear. Yet one larger creature, likely their commander, brutally kills its own subordinate, showing bold defiance as it prepares to challenge Disung directly. At the same time, the vlogger's greed intensifies, and he decides this rare chance is worth risking his life. Just as he gathers the nerve to step closer for better footage, Chanho suddenly appears, startling him and demanding to know why he has not evacuated. Shock makes the vlogger drop his phone. Viewers instantly mock him in the chat, calling him cowardly and pathetic. Chanho forcefully pulls the vlogger toward a nearby safe building, but the boy struggles, obsessed with potential profits and views. While being dragged along, a monster steps forward and crushes his fallen phone under its foot. The vlogger faints from the shock before the situation worsens further. Disung steps in and cleanly decapitates the creature in one motion. Once the remaining beasts are eliminated, Disung questions Chanho about returning despite the risk, and Chanho admits he was deeply worried. Disung asks for about 20 minutes to handle something urgent, while Chanho assures him that clan reinforcements should arrive soon. Noticing Chanho's confusion, Disung promises to explain everything later. He swiftly steps into the Pantheon, leaving Chanho staring in disbelief as a gate opens before him. Chanho wonders how Disung gained the ability to create gates and what changes he has undergone. Inside the Pantheon, the Demon King scoffs at his weakened state after such a minor fight. A status panel appears, showing his mana has dropped to only 10%. Frustrated by this low reserve, he searches for a fast method to replenish it. He discovers that restoring his power requires reliving the memories recorded in his journal. The rewards mirror the hardships endured, and memories of the journal that preserved his sanity in hell resurface vividly. Without hesitation, he accepts the challenge. Instantly, the journal manifests before him. Violent bursts of energy erupt from its pages, marking the official start of the trial. Painful memories of his torment flood back into his mind. As the book releases its power, it ignites in flames, leaving him with a lingering bitterness from those harsh recollections. Determined to boost his mana, the ruler of hell commands the trial to begin anew. Page 16 recounts 5 brutal years spent in hell. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho guides the vlogger boy along. The youngster awkwardly tries to extract information about the hero from Chanho. He casually asks where the formidable monster slayer has gone. Chanho shoots him a disdainful look and questions why anyone would pay 20 million just for a photo of his friend's face. Satisfied, the boy feigns ignorance. Their exchange is abruptly interrupted by a thunderous crash. Chanho calmly tells him to stay quiet and follow toward the evacuation point. The phone suddenly vibrates. He checks a message from his superior. It states that because it is the weekend, backup will be delayed and urges immediate retreat. Troubled, Chanho hopes his demon-slaying friend returns before disaster strikes. In another realm, the hero relives his days within the predator forest. A soft breeze brushes past him, yet the unnatural silence unsettles him. A panel appears assigning his mission to defeat 10 white colossi, the forest's divine guardians. Confused, the naive Demon King wonders where these enemies are hiding. Unaware of the enormous shadow above, a robotic colossus locks onto him with glowing red eyes. Fires a brilliant beam of energy. He senses the threat just in time and narrowly dodges, escaping being burned to ashes by a hair's breadth. Through the haze, he identifies the white colossus known as Righteous, a bizarre mechanical entity he studies carefully as he measures this so-called divine construct. Suddenly, its massive hand lunges toward him, piercing the air like a spinning drill. Unfazed, he counters immediately, driving his fist hard into the machine's metallic face. The automaton absorbs the devastating strike, yet the enormous robot staggers backward. In a desperate final attempt, its fingers extend into blade-like weapons. They close in on him, but he skillfully avoids them and retaliates with a crushing blow to its midsection. The impact splits the mechanical deity apart from head to toe, leaving only twisted wreckage and smoke behind. Pauses briefly, anticipating the next opponent. His gaze falls upon a glowing red core among the... Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chanho and the vlogger reach the rooftop, where they are confronted with a gruesome scene of bodies strewn everywhere. Horrified, Chanho spots a severely wounded man barely alive. Together, he and the vlogger hurry over to assess his condition. With quivering lips, the dying man struggles to alert Chanho about the danger lurking behind him. Puzzled, Chanho spins around and comes face to face with a towering goblin, gripping a huge wooden club only steps away. Worried about the wounded man, the vlogger suggests carrying him, but Chanho rejects it coldly, saying the man is beyond saving and warning the boy not to act recklessly. The frightened kid slowly turns toward the menace he was told to fear. Terror instantly overwhelms him. Seeing him frozen stiff, Chanho snaps at him to move if he wants to stay alive. With a thunderous roar, the giant beast springs upward, ready to smash them flat. For the moment, though, the story shifts back to the Pantheon. The Lord of Hell studies the massive crimson sphere. He realizes the divine constructs possess self-repair capabilities, allowing them to evolve and grow stronger against their foes. Several panels pop up, detailing this frustrating trait at length. Catching on quickly, he lunges forward and strikes the core. Yet it behaves like gelatin. His blow bounces off without effect. At 3% restoration, he lands squarely atop the sphere. Clearly annoyed, throws a rage-driven punch, producing only faint flashes of red lightning. Despite his relentless assault, the core continues regenerating steadily. Still determined, as the recovery climbs towards 70%, warning alarms suddenly ring out. Just as he winds up for a decisive strike, a laser streaks past him, narrowly missing its mark. He turns and realizes he has been encircled by other machines all along. The colossi coordinate their attack, firing beams from every direction. He evades the barrage with swift, almost ninja-like movements, fully aware of how critical his situation has become. Meanwhile, the core silently reaches 98% completion. Even so, the hellish monarch pushes forward through the storm of lasers, reaching the sphere and destroying it at the final instant. Annoyed by the imbalance, he searches his past memories for a strategy. Before he can gather his thoughts, fierce migraine strikes him without warning. By sheer luck, the machines fail to exploit his moment of weakness. As recollections of earlier battles resurface, he devises a method to properly punish these hideous constructs. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Chan-ho and the vlogger sprint desperately as the enormous creature towers above them. They split up to confuse it, hoping to circle back into the building, where the massive brute cannot squeeze through. Even as its giant arm swipes in an attempt to grab them, they slip inside, gaining a short chance to breathe. The monster finally withdraws. Chan-ho bolts to put as much distance between them and danger as possible. Elsewhere, the hero darts between the divine machines in the other realm, narrowly dodging their relentless laser fire. His plan is to create maximum chaos, pulling every nearby construct toward him. Once he succeeds, he sprints far from the pursuing swarm, stopping in a vacant stretch of forest, letting the enemies target him and charge their beams. Suddenly, one enormous robot drops to its knees. The others ignore it and prepare to fire. Calmly seated, the demon lord mockingly gestures at the mindless machines. One after another, the lined-up robots collapse as the swamp whale reveals why the forest bears its name. Gigantic maw erupts from the earth, swallowing the divine machines in sequence. Reliving his painful past, he watches casually as the colossal whale finishes the trial for him. With all 10 colossi defeated, a congratulatory message appears. He is granted fresh rewards in return. His physical strength and mana capacity increase, and he obtains the Dagger of Judgment, which can be controlled within a 100-meter range like a remote device. Quite the impressive gift indeed. After experimenting with the new dagger, the Lord of Hell chooses to head back to Earth. The scene shifts to a news report from the First Gate incident, where an anchor grimly describes the deadly fracture and consults a pale professor for answers. Professor blames the Awakeners Association for the catastrophe. He argues they neglect duties due to staff shortages and insists fractures strike regardless of vacation, so they should be accountable. A man with a man bun watches the broadcast on his phone, irritated, complaining that association hunters earn far less than clan members. His team leader snaps at him to focus on results or risk losing his position. Their talk ends abruptly with breaking news about an awakener who defeated monsters alike. Back at the disaster zone, the vlogger and Chan-ho hide inside a room, waiting nervously for rescue forces. Loud crashes suddenly shake the room violently. They cautiously attempt to peek outside. Before they can react, the roof caves in, leaving them terrified. Convinced death is near, Chan-ho braces himself. Instead, they see a famished Disung standing victoriously atop the decapitated giant brute. Chan-ho feels immense relief at his friend's arrival. Despite looking exhausted, Disung flashes a confident smile. Sensing something wrong, Chan-ho asks if he is all right. Groaning, the Hell Ruler orders the fast food worker to prepare some meat. Two stare at him in disbelief that he wants a burger amid such chaos. With no poultry available, he inspects whether the monster flesh is safe to eat. He begins devouring it, nearly making the others vomit from disgust. Fortunately, a soldier arrives, filling the vlogger with joy that rescue has come. While the hero quietly continues eating, the soldier overlooks the boy's frantic thanks and reacts with astonishment. Before noticing the monster entrails, Chan-ho steps in to divert attention and introduces his friend. Chan-ho pulls the hungry demon aside and tells him to finish eating later. Unexpectedly, the soldier changes tone and says they cannot simply depart yet. Chan-ho confidently presents his clan identification card. Recognizing the emblem, the soldier smiles and offers to escort them safely. Elsewhere, the man bun hunter vomits after witnessing the mutilated remains. Irritated, the team leader orders him to search for survivors instead of lying there uselessly. The man bun hunter persuades a soldier to let him enter the restricted zone due to his association status. Meanwhile, the composed team leader wonders what kind of monster could leave corpses in such a state. The focus shifts to the two riding in Chan-ho's car, where his best friend suggests he stay the night at his apartment. However, being devoted to his family, he insists that he needs to check on them first. His friend warns that showing up looking like that would only frighten his family even more. After briefly examining his own appearance, the Lord of Hell decides to call his mother instead, and the pair head off for some fried chicken after tidying themselves up. When they arrive at Chan-ho's place, he cannot help but admire how luxurious it looks. Once cleaned up, they sit down before a spread of pricey dishes arranged neatly on the table. Remembering his friend's earlier comment about hunters earning outrageous sums, he asks again and Chanho confirms it, though he adds that hunters are practically overpaid for what they do. When questioned about becoming a hunter himself, he simply grunts while chewing on a chicken wing. Slightly irritated, Chanho tells him that with proper appraisal he would rank quite high. He even claims that with such overwhelming strength, he would at least reach a rank. Puzzled by the ranking system, Chanho explains that higher ranks allow entry into major clans and bring enormous monthly earnings, which catches his interest. Isung then asks whether any rank surpasses. Chanho reveals there are only 5 individuals above that level, out of 200 million awakened people worldwide, known as S-rankers, and with a teasing grin Chanho jokes that his friend should not fantasize about becoming the 6th, saying a rank is already impressive. He asks once more if he truly plans to register as a hunter. Upon agreement, Chanho promises to assist him every step of the way. The two friends clink their glasses in celebration. The story cuts to a group of gangsters dining in an upscale restaurant. A peculiar long-haired man repeats a question to a bald thug, who appears utterly terrified of him. He asks again whether it is true that a single hooded boy wiped out an entire organization, as shown on his tablet. Dabbing his lips gracefully, he remarks that it is quite humiliating. Lee Siakwu, the brown-haired manager of the Hongma clan, rises and asks why the bald man did not run to him for protection. The bald gangster trembles violently as Siakwu places a hand on his shoulder. With an icy expression, he asks if the trembling is because of the corpse lying across the room. The sight makes the thug sweat and tear up. He begs Siakwu not to kill him like the body, just meters away. Stroking the bald man's head gently, Siakwu calmly states that he only cares about recovering the stolen funds. He makes it clear he will seize the gang's hidden stash as well, while the terrified thug pretends ignorance. The bald man stays silent as Siakwu silently determines his fate. Suddenly, the long-haired man steps back, aiming to believe the thug's words, yet moments after thanking him for the information. The bald head in Siakwu's grasp bursts apart. He barely reacts to the spray of blood, casually lifting his tablet, displaying an image of Disung. He orders a woman hidden in the shadows to eliminate the target discreetly. Meanwhile, Disung arrives at the Hunter Association. Chanho urges him to take the awakening evaluation, but when he shrugs it off, Chanho reminds him to speak politely unless he wants to seem like an outsider. Like a nervous parent awaiting exam results, Chanho asks him to text once the test is finished. As he approaches the entrance, he observes the strange crowd of applicants gathered there. Focused solely on potential earnings, he ignores them and walks straight inside, entering Laboratory 3 and joining the queue. He checks his phone and notices a message from his mother asking when he will return home. Not wanting to alarm her, he replies that he will shower first and head back slowly. He also asks if he has been eating properly, which makes him smile and miss home even more. The tender moment ends when a clerk calls his name. Suddenly, an elderly man begins shouting that he has awakened. Despite staff assuring him the device works fine, he continues to complain loudly, insisting that his sudden baldness proves his awakening, causing those around him to burst into laughter. Stubborn elder declares he will not move until acknowledged. Growing impatient, our hero grabs the shiny scalp and suppresses him instantly with a surge of aura. But the old man still insists the meter is defective. The Demon King generously allows another test. The hunter steps forward to verify it. Placing his hand on the orb, the sphere glows and sparks green, indicating he is C-rank. Humiliated, the old man sweats nervously. The clerk kindly escorts him out. Still whining in denial, he makes our hero cringe at his foolishness. At last it becomes his turn. The clerk whispers to her colleague that he might be the highest rank today after sensing his intense aura. He casually taps her head, dismissing the comment. Encouraged by the cheerful clerk, he steps toward the measuring orb. Suddenly chaos erupts within the Korean Hunter Association. Noise and confusion spread everywhere. The branch manager receives urgent call, instructing him to rush to exam room 3 on the 6th floor. Suspicious of the urgency, he briefly wonders if a 6th S-rank has appeared, but he quickly dismisses the notion as impossible. Reaching the 6th floor, he heads to room 3 and finds a large crowd already gathered. Forcing his way through the people, he finally sees the source of the uproar. Crystal assessment orb lies shattered. Like a cracked eggshell, manager grows uneasy and demands an immediate explanation from the staff. They report that a man named Disung placed his hand on the orb for testing. The colors inside flickered wildly at first, and it suddenly exploded in smoke, leaving everyone bewildered. The manager irritably suggests it might simply be a faulty device. However, the staff explains that 3 separate orbs were used and all shattered, forcing the manager to admit they cannot all be defective. Meanwhile, he nervously hopes he will not have to pay for the destroyed devices and asks about his evaluation. The manager responds with visible confusion. He explains that using more orbs could result in the same explosion. Since they have never encountered such a case before, they must issue a provisional judgment. He clarifies that when the crystal fails to measure properly, they explain that the license exam alone will determine his evaluation, whereas normally it is only one element of ranking. but for Disung it will be the sole criterion. Still uncertain, Disung questions whether the licensing test can truly be trusted. Before others reply, a staff member steps forward and thoroughly outlines the assessment system, reassuring him that it is dependable. With no further objections, the Demon King simply nods, accepting the arrangement before quietly walking away. Branch manager remains unsettled, struggling to comprehend the bizarre incident. Meanwhile, the clerk who explained the orb speculates that it may have a measurement ceiling, prompting the manager to wonder aloud if she is hinting that Disung could be triple S rank. She gives a subtle nod in response, yet the coworker scoffs at the idea, arguing that although the world is unpredictable, triple S rank sounds far-fetched. Outside the building, Disung reflects on the strange test when Chanho calls, and he informs his friend that he has been assigned provisional status. Perplexed, Chanho asks whether the measuring device malfunctioned. With mild amusement, Disung explains it shattered instead, leading Chanho to joke about him causing trouble. He soon brushes the joke aside, believing that impossible, and Disung assures him he merely followed instructions and touched the orb as directed. Chanho remarks he sensed something unusual would happen, and Disung promises to explain everything in detail later. The conversation ends shortly after. Long after hanging up, his heightened senses flare to life, instantly detecting a sniper stationed at a distant point. With her finger poised on the trigger and sights fixed on him, the female sniper mutters that he looks unimpressive and believes a single shot will end him. Just before firing, she senses something wrong, realizing with shock that he has noticed her, which seems impossible to her, since no hunter has ever detected her presence before. Disung taps his temple with a stern expression, signaling her to pay attention. Terror grips her as she hears his voice clearly despite the distance. Shaking, she steadies herself and pulls the trigger. A blast erupts. She smiles confidently, believing the kill is complete. As the smoke fades, Disung stands unharmed. Even her aura-infused bullet proves useless. Fear overtakes her, and she considers fleeing. However, as she attempts to escape, he launches his dagger, striking her leg, causing her to stumble and fall. When she looks up, he is suddenly standing before her like a nightmare, claiming the bullet hit his head but failed to kill him. He hurriedly draws another weapon, aiming it at him while demanding to know how he appeared there. He calmly answers that he comes from hell itself, a truth she refuses to believe. Panicking, she fires several aura rounds hoping to bring him down. In the blink of an eye, he appears behind her again, leaving her bewildered as he remains unharmed. He seizes her by the throat and slams her into the wall, enveloping her in a sinister, sticky energy that fills her with dread. As she loses consciousness, he states he never intended to kill her. He gathers the bullets and rummages through her belongings for clues, placing the ammunition against her forehead, forcing her awake once more. Sweating heavily, she screams at the sight of grotesque hands summoned around her. Adopting a threatening tone, he demands truthful answers if she values her life. Noticing family photos among her items, he presses her to reveal who ordered the attack on him and his relatives. Nervous and unable to expose the Hongma clan, she instead names a missing gangster, Kim Seong-hyun, as the one responsible. He claims he was the petty criminal Disung previously crushed and accuses him of stealing from his safe. In exchange for revealing his location, she begs to be spared. Without hesitation, Disung flicks a bullet at her, piercing her shoulder clean through. She insists she has told him everything he asked, maintaining his intimidating persona. He says it is suspicious for an assassin to speak so freely. Realizing her mistake, she trembles in fear. He calmly repeats his question about the true mastermind. She thinks that even if she survives this moment, the ruthless Hongma leader would kill her anyway. Concluding death is inevitable, she shouts she will never betray the truth and attempts suicide. Before she can succeed, he fires, blasting a fatal hole through her torso. The assassin coughs blood and collapses lifeless. Frustrated, he realizes he failed to learn who orchestrated the plot. He stares at the corpse, considering disposal options, remembering an item he owns that could help, though hesitant to use it. He flips through his journal memories, searching for references tied to death. After reviewing over 100 pages, he opens a portal to the Pantheon, where the area is dangerous due to nearby gate fractures. He still decides to conceal the body, draping it with a blue cloth, and stepping through the portal. Once inside, he requests the system to recreate page 134, detailing the soul prison. He recalls it as the main weapon of the Ghost King, one of the 15 rulers of hell. He remembers defeating him and obtaining the artifact that can summon the dead using one's blood. Though he once thought it powerful, the commander he summoned proved disappointingly weak. As the memory of the 198th day of the 67th year materializes, he considers employing the item to dispose of the corpse. He finds himself before the river of the dead. He recalls that the Ghost King's realm lies beyond it, yet unlike before, no boat waits to ferry him across. He contemplates swimming, but remembers the water dissolves anything that touches it. While pondering how to cross, The first stage of the quest activates. Numerous tiny celestial beings appear, resembling luminous insects called righteous white pillars as they swarm him, launching globs of toxic sludge toward him. He deftly avoids each projectile, wondering if defeating them might reward him with a boat. He draws his blade and cuts one down, and upon death, creature detonates into multiple poisonous bombs, each one looking like a lethal dart coated in venom. Choosing not to evade the incoming strikes, he blocks every single one with an effortless shield. Still, he considers it tedious and inefficient to eliminate the insects individually. Quickly locks onto yet another creature closing in on him. Then he lunges ahead at full speed. In an instant, he cuts down the remaining bugs, carving through them without resistance. After finishing the mission, he is granted 50% completion progress. He also obtains an armor set named Vermin's Blessing, whose description states it nullifies the aura of the dead, implying he could likely move through water while equipped. Not hesitating for even a moment, equips the armor and dives into the river to cross. A system alert notifies the demon lord that the Pantheon's demon beasts admire his swimming and apologize for failing to assist him properly. This message only deepens his irritation. He soon arrives at the domain of the Ghost King. To his astonishment, the undead fortress has completely disappeared. Another alert appears with the demon beasts expressing regret over the castle's vanishing. The apology further annoys Disung, as he wonders if clearing side missions might reveal the castle again. At that moment, a towering structure called the Heavenly Obelisk rises before him, with an entrance built into its foundation. As he questions when the next assignment will start, system interface appears ordering him to slay 1,000 heavenly beings within 2 hours to clear the second quest. As the notice fades in, a creature manifests before the demon lord. He immediately identifies it as a leading general. Leaving them to be demons, he commands the monsters to bow before their ruler. However, another message interrupts, stating the demon beasts regret their allies' betrayal. The monsters then charge straight at him. He cuts down several of them, yet realizes that none of them possess cores. He suspects the massive pillar may be causing this strange phenomenon. He activates his blood neutralization ability, turning into a hybrid form that is half human and half demon, amplifying both his attributes and skill damage by 300%. Empowered by the surge, he rushes ahead, crushing entire squads of commanding generals as he advances. Upon nearing the pillar, he decides that attacking it internally might yield better results. He sprints toward the entrance and steps inside the tower, slaying everyone who attempts to block his path. Within seconds, the structure is reduced to rubble. As it collapses, the strange coreless demons dissolve as well, fading away without a trace. Thus, the second mission concludes. The Soul Prison's implementation reaches full completion, and he is rewarded with 2 spheres, one glowing purple and the other shining orange. He assumes one is a prize, while the other serves as an enhancement item. He picks up the purple sphere and inspects it first. To his satisfaction, it is the weapon he sought, granting 3 abilities, including sealing a deceased target and reviving it afterward. The final skill allows him to access fragments of its memories. Although he intended to gather corpses for intelligence, he is dismayed to learn the prison can hold only 20 souls simultaneously. He proceeds to take the remaining, which turns out to be an expansion rune. He absorbs the rune into the Soul Prison artifact, raising its capacity from 20 to 100, which finally meets his expectations. Content with the outcome, he retrieves the artifact and prepares to depart the Pantheon after completing his objective. However, the demonic beasts suddenly send another warning, urging him to stay alert. Dismissing them as bothersome, a golden interface appears before him. He waves it away, uninterested in its contents, and ignores the beast's cryptic chatter. He leaves the Pantheon behind, turning to the spot where he had left the sniper woman's body. He discovers that the corpse has vanished. A dead body should not move on its own, yet he feels exhausted and opts to head home. He steps inside his sister, peeks out, and comments on his late arrival. She points out that the rice soup has gone cold. Calling him over, she reheats it for him. As they sit down to eat, their mother switches off the TV, and he begins speaking. He talks about how drastically the world has changed, and his mother worries the truth might overwhelm him. That is why she kept everything from him, and apologizes for feeling like an inadequate parent while Disung comforts her. He tells her he is simply thankful she managed to survive until now. He then asks both his mother and sister if there is anything they would like for themselves. His mother shyly blushes and instead offers to serve him more soup. After eating, he contacts his friend Chanho to say he will be going underground for some time. Chanho wonders if it relates to the licensing exam, and the demon lord answers that it is more like personal training. He explains that he found a missing bug he must track down, leaving his friend confused. Disung asks Chanho to watch over his family during his absence. He plans to draw out those responsible for the assassin woman by making himself conspicuous. The focus shifts to the Hogma clan headquarters, where leaders debate how to deal with the remarkable rookie hunter. After learning about the B-rank assassin's death, Siakwu proposes they simply ignore the matter. With a sinister grin, he suggests sabotaging the ranking exam instead and turns toward Jinchial, the restrained ranker inside a water tank, asking if he is prepared. Jinchial declares he has always been ready. A researcher gets set to inject him with an unknown serum. Wearing a cruel smile, Siakwu cautions that the pain will shatter his mind. The man confidently replies he accepted that risk the moment he joined. After Siakwu signals approval, the deranged scientist begins the infusion. Air bubbles erupt throughout the tank as Jinchial's veins swell visibly beneath the suit. Touching his jaw, the ranker's eyes roll white. Mystic energy glows brightly along his engorged veins. Suddenly, the scientist grows pale and warns that continuing may kill Jinchial. However, Siakwu shows no concern. He insists he would never choose someone fragile. When 90% of the serum has entered his body, Jinchial screams in unbearable torment, his eyes bulging as if about to burst. Moments later, his heartbeat stops completely. His body slackens in the tank. The scientist announces that he has died, yet Siakwu silences him. The ranker's fingers begin twitching, leaving the lab coat staring in stunned disbelief. His heart suddenly resumes beating. His glowing green eyes snap open. With a thunderous strike, Jinchial smashes the glass tank apart. He steps out of the shattered container, radiating overwhelming power. Siakwu grins wickedly and praises his experimental subject. He eagerly anticipates seeing the results in the days ahead. Meanwhile, the protagonist lounges on a rooftop talking with Chanho, who mentions he will have to access association gear. After reading that, he decides to test something himself. Picking up a random stick, he uncovers a ridiculously overpowered trick. He realizes the hell armor cannot be seen by the naked eye. He retrieves the judgment dagger from his inventory, instructing the system to treat the wooden stick as if it were that dagger. The original blade vanishes instantly. The interface confirms the stick has been overwritten with the dagger's properties. Like a wizard wielding a wand, he can now obliterate foes using an innocent-looking twig. This clever trick sparks another idea. He heads back into the Pantheon again, this time entering the territory ruled by the Flame King. Voices his irritation at having to revisit this place. Out of nowhere, countless snow-white wolves in crimson-eyed armor, servants of Orkiel, encircle him. System assigns him a quest to slaughter 1,000 of them in return for half of the Hellfire Greatsword he desires. Annoyed at wasting his sole prison on such weaklings, he slices his palm. One wolf instantly lunges into view before him, yet he remains calm, fully prepared to begin the massacre. With blistering speed and his airborne dagger, he carves through the heavily armored beasts as if they were soft butter. 33 corpses soon lie at his command. He summons them from the corpse prison. Again, the surviving wolves rush toward him. This time, they are met by identical copies of themselves. A shadow version crushes one wolf's skull effortlessly. Orkiel's forces hesitate in utter confusion as perfect duplicates rise from the earth beneath them. Acting under his direct order, Shadow Army charges forward in his place. Both sides collide in a brutal blood-soaked clash while Lord of Hell casually lights a cigarette. He immediately coughs in disgust, wondering how Chanho enjoys something so awful. Before long, one powerful foe tears through his shadow troops and advances straight toward the Demon King. Much to the attacker's surprise, Shadow restrains it from behind just as it celebrates and begins regenerating, allowing the hellish ruler to savor the sight of his immortal soldiers fighting for him. Growing impatient with the slow pace, he remembers another quest blocks his path to the weapon, and flames erupt around him as he stomps the ground. He rockets skyward like a blazing meteor, deciding they are not worth 2 full hours. Determined to erase them instantly, sinister grin stretches across his lips as he dives back down toward the land. Terrifying speed, a radiant golden comet crashes onto the desert, releasing a massive shockwave that annihilates every monster present. The perspective shifts to Soul Clan headquarters, where a female samurai, Choyoung, trains fiercely by slicing apart a purple training dummy creature. The hologram session ends. 2 observers behind a glass wall assess her, with leader Huang Jinchial noting dangerous habits, while the department head assures they can fix them within 10 days. Leader orders the simulations to become harsher, since they must defeat the Hongma clan's mad dog. Adjusting his spectacles, the department head asks if he means Jinchial. Jinchial replies that without Hongma's ace, Choyoung would be unrivaled. Furious, he condemns the clan's underhanded methods. The department head tries to calm him by recalling a previous prohibition. Yet Jinchial insists Hongma will undoubtedly cheat again in the coming tournament. Department head remarks that ultimately the spotlight rests on Choyoung and Jinchial. However, the perceptive clan leader hints that this assumption holds only if the faces no unexpected monstrous dark horse emerging. Meanwhile, the hero receives thankful messages from demons as he nears the quest's completion. Irritated by the alerts while smoking atop enemy corpses, he grumbles about needing a mute option. Hearing a dying wolf growl weakly, he tells it to be quiet while he enjoys his smoke, then ends its misery with a swift stab. That final blow marks his 1000th kill and rewards him with half of the Hellfire Greatsword. The defeated souls start converging, gathering into a single orb before him, creating a unique artifact. The description instructs him to present it at an altar. The demon lord dislikes having to hunt for such a place, like some common adventurer. However, the moment he picks up the soul stone, a massive structure rises from the earth ahead of him, conveniently simplifying his task. The second Greatsword quest begins requiring him to offer the soul stone and gain approval from the guardian serpent. Without hesitation, he sets it into a sacrificial basin. Instantly, an enormous serpent materializes. Narrowing his gaze, he initiates the confrontation, locking eyes with the colossal snake. A window appears stating that victory depends on answering the serpent's riddles. Demon King scoffs at being forced into a quiz challenge. He impatiently orders the serpent to pose its question, yet the creature's speech sounds even more incomprehensible than rapid-fire foreign rap. Exhales heavily in annoyance. Enraged, he hurls his dagger straight into the serpent's eye, causing the beast to shriek in agony. Unsatisfied, he gestures again toward the opposite side, driving the blade clean through its skull and out the other eye before recalling the weapon. Demon Lord leaps onto the gigantic serpent, fuming that the system assumes he has grown lenient. He challenges it to fight seriously against the Supreme Ruler and repeatedly smashes the Guardian's head. Serpent's skull swells grotesquely from the blows before bursting apart, as he stands drenched in its blood like a conqueror. Even so, his experience tells him the fight was suspiciously simple. Turning back, he recognizes the telltale sign of regeneration. Confident, he remembers the method to truly defeat it. He boldly beckons the creature to strike him. The serpent responds to his provocation. It lunges toward him with jaws stretched wide, chopping down and trapping him between its fangs as a sapphire blaze of regeneration flickers deep within its throat. However, he anticipated this move, and without hesitation steps straight into the Guardian's maw. Confused, the serpent jerks its head violently. Its pupils suddenly rupture. Moments later, it coughs him back out. He lands flawlessly in dramatic fashion. In his grip burns a blue inferno blade, the Hellfire Greatsword. The system congratulates him on obtaining it, but warns that its abilities remain sealed until the quest is fully clear. Even so, he smirks, claiming the blade alone is enough to finish the giant snake. Grasping the blazing sword with both hands, he brings it down upon the Guardian, fiery energy surging along the creature's entire length, from skull to tail, until the massive body splits neatly in half. The mission ends since a dead serpent cannot demand answers. Holding the now awakened greatsword, he grins wildly eager for whatever challenge follows. A new window appears declaring the trial of scorching flames. It states he must withstand 10 full days of searing torment to unlock the legendary weapon completely. Fire engulfs him, yet he stands unfazed. He orders the sword to behave and stop burning its rightful master. Still, the countdown refuses to halt. Fiercer resolve than the flames, he commands the Flame King to regain its senses. The timer instantly drops to 0. The weapon submits to him and apologizes. His irritation fades, and he greets his long-lost companion. Since the demons had all been exiled to the final abyss of souls, Disorder followed his disappearance, and he feels fortunate. He reclaimed his blade without returning to that ruined realm. The demon sword declares it has awaited its sovereign's return, causing him to wonder if it harbors resentment. The Flame King humbly explains it never blamed him, but hated the chaos that followed. Furious, the monarch asks for details. The sword recounts how celestial invaders stormed hell, exploiting the demon's weakness without their ruler. He sealed the entire underworld and expelled its inhabitants, casting them into utter pandemonium. It admits it survived only by being swallowed by the serpent and escaping the same fate. Thus it waited patiently for its lord to return. The blade politely inquires why he has come back. He replies that he will reveal his purpose in due time. Changing topics, he asks whether it recognizes the energy orb left by the serpent. Flame King warns that the aura matches the strange power it sensed from the heavenly invaders. Slightly wary, he raises his hand casually, drawing the orb into himself, trusting the system would not offer a counterfeit reward. After absorbing it, the message states another orb is needed to unlock a hidden zone. When asked about returning to Earth, answers that more prizes still await him. Meanwhile, on Earth, a Soul Clan staff member chats with Chanho about the viral slaughter footage, forcing Chanho to awkwardly hide his friend's involvement. Unexpectedly, the director appears and invites him to talk privately. Chanho politely asks why he was chosen. The charming director suggests they simply share a smoke. On the rooftop, the director asks while smoking if Chanho was truly at the massacre's center. Chanho realizes he is being evaluated about recruiting the mysterious awakened fighter. To protect his friend, He downplays everything. The director thoughtfully insists he will recruit that talent regardless of cost. Chan-ho forces a smile and redirects the discussion to the guild's ace Choyang. Director suddenly grows quiet. When Chan-ho gently presses again, he admits she has been training to a dangerous extent. 7 days remain before Disung's licensing exam. Choyang trains within her harshest simulation, yet at Seoul Clan headquarters. The B-rank samurai slices down practice, targets the instant they spawn. But when overwhelmed by sheer numbers, she falters and another dummy tears into her shoulder. The clan leader promptly shuts down the program. She pleads for one more chance. As the projections fade away, she turns toward the leader, who summons her for a discussion about her performance. Frustrated, she insists she would have succeeded if allowed to continue, yet he remains calm. Jincheol explains she is pushing herself excessively, and she retorts that he always told her to chase her goals relentlessly, even through pain and hardship. He clarifies that advice concerned physical limits only. With mild sarcasm, she claims she knows her body better and denies overexertion. Jincheol counters sarcastically, asking if she knows herself better than the AI system. He urges her to compare her mental metrics to a healthy baseline. Seeing the erratic graph, she reluctantly admits fault. Clenching his jaw, Jincheol asks if she still ignores the AI's warning about her unstable mind. With downcast eyes, she whispers it is all to break into the top 5. Questions what truly drives her ambition, suggesting she seeks entry to a rank gates for fame and fortune, yet gripping her bottle until it shatters. She bites her lip, declaring her goal is not wealth, but the eradication of every monster. 2 days later at Hongma clan headquarters, Yaku heads into a restricted sector, unlocking a high-security door with his fingerprints to reveal a secret chamber. Despite the foul odor, he notes his experiment appears to be progressing well. Muttering about fixing the ventilation and lighting, his gaze settles on a hunched figure, feasting on a corpse. Jincheol gnaws raw flesh. He glares fairly at Siaku, who casually remarks he should keep eating and rest, so the serum continues working. Staring at the blood-soaked hunter, the long-haired madman expresses excitement for his creation to dominate the licensing exam, and 2 more days slip by. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues grinding quests in the Pantheon to grow stronger. When the Flame King asks about leaving Hell, declares the time has finally arrived. With only 3 days left, the exam day dawns, and commentators announce that increasing awakenings each year make competition fiercer. Reporters eagerly photograph the lined-up applicants. The crowd's focus quickly shifts to a gleaming white Lamborghini pulling up. Everyone immediately knows who owns it. Reporters and fans swarm over to welcome the Hongma clan's 2 celebrities. A reporter corners Siaku first and bluntly asks how he feels about returning after the clan's ban for cheating 2 years ago. And though irritated, he calmly claims he regrets the so-called incident. Another cocky journalist presses him, accusing him of hiding behind hollow apologies. Siaku remains perfectly composed. He lightly taps the man's shoulder and assures him that this time everything will be completely fair. With that statement, the pair head into the arena. Jincheol fumes quietly at the criticism, frustrated that Siaku did not snap back. Siaku coolly advises his pet to enjoy the event, but warns him not to lose control since another scandal would mean another suspension. Nearby, a large man dressed in white overhears their exchange. Hongma leader squints suspiciously, recognizing beneath the disguise the Seoul clan's leader, Jun Young. He mocks the outfit, saying he looks like a dressed-up gorilla, yet the elegant elder replies it is merely to dodge paparazzi. Jincheol retorts that unlike some people, he dislikes flaunting his fame. Adjusting his hat, the legendary leader studies Jincheol's aura carefully, immediately sensing something unnatural hidden beneath it. Smirking, Siaku teases that Jun Young seems overly invested in his candidate. The elder counters sharply, hoping Hongma has not brought another rule breaker this time. After the tense verbal clash, the Hongma group moves on. Jincheol mutters that the Seoul leader stared at him like a weirdo. Siaku dismisses it, telling him to forget the man in white and focus on his true opponent. The charming girl walking past, Jincheol ogles Choyang shamelessly, boasting that defeating her will be simple. Siaku cautions him not to look down on her, since she has been rigorously trained by the Seoul leader. The warning only fuels Jincheol's excitement. His twisted grin reveals his eagerness to crush her. Meanwhile, Jincheol keeps observing Jincheol from a distance, trying to decipher Hongma's scheme. Suddenly, something far more alarming catches his attention. Disung steps in, radiating a terrifying presence. As he passes, the Seoul clan leader trembles, disturbed by the ominous energy surrounding him. Noticing his reaction, Choyang asks what is troubling him. Still stunned, Jincheol advises her to remain vigilant. He dismisses his worry, confident she will not fall for any Hongma tricks. Jincheol clarifies that the person he fears is not Hongma, but the man who just walked past her. With half an hour remaining, an announcement summons all candidates to Exam Hall 3. Ending his call with Chan-ho, protagonist presses his fingerprint scanner and retrieves a specialized uniform from a machine resembling a vending unit. wearing sleek cyberpunk suits the applicants, including the grumpy elder gather in the hall. The old man proudly recalls the flood of complaints that secured his entry. Burning with determination, he vows to crush the youngster who dared pat his bald head. Suddenly, a burly contestant grabs him by the skull and orders him aside. Swallowing his humiliation, the geezer abandons thoughts of revenge. While he sulks, our hero arrives confidently in his new attire, prepared to overpower anyone who stands against him. As the examination officially begins, candidates assemble within the arena, where violet rings descend from overhead. The supervisor greets everyone and starts explaining. He states the rings symbolize the 3 levels of the gate created for this licensing test, and that each floor features distinct terrain and objectives. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Pale young participant asks when weapons will be distributed. The supervisor firmly answers that no weapons are allowed, and only the issued suits may be used. The crowd erupts, complaining that fighting unarmed is impossible. At that moment, a cheerful AI hologram appears, announcing it will monitor performance. It explains the trial measures survival instincts rather than combat prowess. With that, the gate activates. Participants are transported to the first level, which resembles a rainforest. The suffocating humidity quickly leaves everyone drenched and gasping. Meanwhile, analysts observe through multiple screens, mocking the unimpressive quality of the examinees, speculating that many may fail entirely. A mushroom-haired analyst praises Choyoung for conserving stamina wisely. During compliments for his ace, Jincheol smiles proudly. Elsewhere, others commend Jincheol of Hongma. Xiaqu watches Jincheol, assuming his tension is due to Jincheol's showing. But the elder's stiff expression stems from the rising panic in the arena. Attention centers on one calm figure. Xiaqu is stunned, recognizing the very target he once sent an assassin after. Astonishingly, Disung shows no aura and not a bead of sweat despite the heat. Unknown to them, he drank a potion granting immunity to environmental effects, and he chuckles inwardly, aware it is prohibited unless discovered. And when violet bands clamp onto wrists, the AI announces the first round has begun. The objective is revealed as eliminating 20 swamp orcs. With a confident smirk, he dashes off at the signal, forcing others to hurry so as not to lag behind. Designed as a filter for the foolish, dehydrated hunter falls into a blatant water fountain trap. A sticky worm bursts from beneath the soil, swallowing him whole and removing him from the round. Fortunately, the suit's safeguards rescue him from death. Meanwhile, the hero races through the jungle hunting his prey. Simultaneously, the rescue squad retrieving the eliminated candidate receives a new directive, ordering them to monitor candidate 104. And Disung, now returning to our lead, he finally encounters a swamp orc, seizing the bulky creature while gripping a massive rock. He casually flips it upward like a toy. With one strike, he pulverizes the stone into countless fragments that obliterate the orc, and the observer realizes why he was assigned to keep tabs on this particular examinee. Meanwhile, the Demon King concludes that eliminating the orcs individually is the most efficient strategy. To accelerate the hunt, he reluctantly channels his mana and conjures a shadow wraith to aid him. After some time, he reaches a cavern swarming with swamp orcs. The entire cave trembles violently, making the monsters wary of the looming disturbance. Without warning, the ceiling explodes apart, and he drops down in dramatic fashion, irritated that he had to burrow underground like a common laborer. The orcs cheer, thinking their prey has delivered itself. Calmly, he counts them with his wand-like stick, confirming there are enough to finish the quest. He asks the Flame King to interpret the creature's dying words. Learning they were plotting to hunt the ruler of hell, he commands the demon blade to incinerate them completely. Elsewhere, Choyoung scans the forest using her aura to locate prey. The moment her ability locks onto, he blasts forward through the trees like a fired projectile. The confident Soul Clan ace estimates she can clear the first stage within an hour. She closes in on her 4th target. Another hunter suddenly swoops in and steals the kill. Her eyes widen in disbelief, catching sight of the monstrous figure darting past. She glares contemptuously at the Hongma thug, who proudly announces his 5th kill. Annoyed, she remarks that kill-stealing suits Hongma trash. He retorts that she is naive to assume it was hers to begin with. Their heated exchange continues. Shooting hostile looks at one another. Intoxicated and unstable, Jincheol considers killing her outright, but postpones it until the next floor. She finally turns away, exhaling sharply, raising her middle finger with a taunting smile. Enraged, the hot-headed cheater lunges toward her, intending to strike. Yet both abruptly halt, distracted by a thunderous roar nearby. Minutes earlier, Disung had scorched his enemies with a Hellfire Greatsword, unleashing its first technique. Violent surge of flames erupted from his smalls, engulfing the target in a blazing vortex that shot skyward. The stunned spectators could not utter a word. Following the spectacle, the AI promotes him to the 2nd floor. The judges panic, unable to find any records on him, while recruiters scramble to claim him. The Soul Clan leader smiles, intrigued by the Demon Lord's terrifying strength. Xiaqu grows irritated that Jincheol's spotlight has been stolen. Scoffing, he turns away displeased. Meanwhile, the clerk from the ranking office takes her coworker, who once mocked her intuition about Disung. Another observer watches in disbelief, realizing the frail old man Jin Sang has been trailing the scene. Axe clenched in his hand, the foolish elder hacks apart the half-charred bodies left behind by Disung's earlier assault, accumulating 11 kills in total. Ranking office staff wonder how such a geezer qualified. The clerk explains it was due to his relentless stream of complaints. Noticing the chatter, branch manager steps in stating he personally approved the old man. He recounts reports of the geezer entering a gate strapped with explosives. Astonished, the clerk asks if he intended to blow himself up. The manager then reveals the bald man lost his family to a gate collapse and now lives for vengeance. When questioned about favoring certain candidates, manager proudly admits he nominated Disung, joking that a 3-month salary deduction was worth the damages. As his name is spoken, the screen tracking Disung flickers. Elsewhere in the arena, Xiaoku discreetly signals a suspicious-looking agent, informing him the control room feed has been cut. Man hesitates, reminding him they plan to eliminate Disung on the 2nd or 3rd floor. Xiaoku states the strategy changed after Disung outpaced Jinchul. With a chilling grin, he says killing him outright sounds excessive. Ultimately, he orders the agent to review the new instructions, which involve injecting a mutant serum into monsters guarding the 2nd floor gate. The scout tailing Disung proceeds to carry out the plan. As the hero nears the 2nd floor entrance, Xiaoku waits, eagerly anticipating his downfall. The serum is administered into the gate's golem guardian, transforming it into a mutated floating swamp golem, capable of generating thick fog to mislead challengers. The hired accomplice admires the grotesque creation, expecting a hefty reward. Suddenly, the device in his hand detonates, revealing it was laced with a paralysis toxin, likely planted by Xiaoku to erase witnesses. Immobilized, he can only watch as the swamp golem advances, clearly intent on silencing him permanently. Meanwhile, the demon lord grows uneasy, realizing he has been circling the same area repeatedly. Navigation map in his gear appears compromised, leaving him confused. Advancing further, he encounters the decaying corpse of Xiaoku's hired man. Suspicion sparks as he doubts the exam staff would leave a body so carelessly. Suddenly, the monster's shadow looms over him, launching a surprise strike. He blocks it in time using his flame sword, disguised as a simple stick. Before he can counterattack, Golem hurls a gigantic rock toward him, which explodes upon impact, releasing dense smoke and intense heat. To withstand it, he activates Absorb Flame, shielding himself from the blazing blast, and considers using his Fury skill again. Unfortunately, it is still cooling down. The golem shows no patience for its recovery. The floating swamp golem unleashes a relentless barrage, forcing the demon lord to parry each strike with mounting irritation. Fed up, Disung decides to finish it by piercing the creature's core. Charges forward, delivering a heavy blow to the core, yet the impact barely damages its stone shell. In response, the golem blasts him backward with tremendous force. The focus moves over to Jin Chial. The swindler has just brought down his last ogre opponent. By doing so, he meets the requirements needed to move up to the 2nd level. As compensation, he is handed a compact, unusual box that holds a directional compass, a sealed ampule, and a mysterious handwritten message. In short, they are items meant to support his ongoing deception. Once he finishes the message and learns Disung remains on the 1st level, he immediately sets it ablaze. The focus shifts back to our protagonist, who has just been hurled violently against a tree trunk. He steadies himself in an instant, a sly grin spreading across his lips. He calls forth his murky, shadow-like specter and orders it to devour the golem. Unsheathing his blade, he slices open a root for the dark entity, vowing to grant it twice the reward it offers him. Raging fire reduces the shadow creature to only a tiny portion of its former mass. Yet as the golem draws nearer, it abruptly expands again to its complete size. Growing at high speed, it sprouts numerous inky arms that seize every flaming stone of the golem. At the same time, Disung's monitor flickers back on. All the examiners can see is thick mist, and one staff member comments that the 1st floor was meant to mimic a tropical jungle, implying that something has clearly malfunctioned. Out of nowhere, the golem comes into view on the screen, prompting the audience to wonder why such a beast was included in the assessment. The assistant to the branch manager observes that the monster is a complete mutant and seeks instructions on the next course of action. Still, the branch manager offers no reply, utterly captivated by what is happening on the display. Just then, another worker rushes in to report that the proctors have encircled Disung. They inquire whether they should step in by force and terminate the exam. With an apologetic tone, the manager admits that the circumstances are now beyond control. At that instant, the female clerk draws attention to something visible on the monitor. Apparently, the golem has already fallen. Its blazing shards scatter through the sky, followed by a massive detonation. In that instant, the manager finally understands the true extent of their demon king's might. What he once brushed off as a simple calculation mistake now stands undeniable. Disung's abilities exceed any scale they can measure, making their evaluation meaningless. The branch manager contemplates him, now viewing him as an unfathomable being with overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the clerk who had admired Disung earlier seems to quietly cheer him on. However, her coworker warns that even with such strength, Disung may not grasp the broader situation. Since Jinchul appears ready to reach the second floor ahead of him, a staff member asks the manager if he intends to pull back the agents stationed around Disung. The manager refuses, and instead orders that they file a detailed report once they determine what truly occurred. The perspective changes to cheater number 14, Jinchul, burning with fury as he rushes about in search of the nearby gate. He observes the mist gradually dispersing, a sign that the golem has been eliminated. Even so, he is certain he will be the first to step onto the second floor. Elsewhere, the demon lord spills his blood over the shattered remains of the mutant golem, getting ready to imprison its soul. In a firm tone, he declares the word summon, causing every onlooker to gape in astonishment as they watch in disbelief. Creature rises once more from destruction. The Demon King orders it to stop stalling and reveal its genuine form, reminding it that it has already wasted enough of his time. Golem lowers itself in submission, and Disung climbs atop it, telling it to sprint toward the gate. As Jinchul reaches the gate, excitement surges within him, certain that he has arrived there before anyone else. But his excitement quickly shifts to confusion when a strange sound reverberates nearby. View switches to Siakwu, entering the control room with his subordinates trailing behind. He remarks that he assumed the exam would have concluded by now. When he looks up at the monitor and notices his pawn standing there looking utterly confused, rage floods him, born from disappointment in his own inadequacy. The focus returns to Disung, who rides calmly atop the hovering golem, blasting the path ahead with the Flame King's breath. He cleverly charts the most direct course, clearly heading straight for the gate. He punches the golem's head to make it accelerate, as if spurring a stubborn mule or horse. Continuing to scorch obstacles away, he drives the golem onward. Meanwhile, staff and spectators speculate that number 104 must have used some form of summoning, a technique never before seen in this world. One employee proposes it could be an ability derived from aura manipulation. The coworker beside the clerk predicts that this test will explode in popularity online, praising Disung for looking like a cinematic fantasy hero. Frustrated, Siakwu pounds his fist against the control room desk. Staff member approaches and calmly advises him to leave if he plans to keep disrupting the room. Siakwu suppresses his anger and adopts a courteous tone, claiming he merely lost himself for a moment due to number 104's astonishing display. Beside him, Seoul Clan leader Junyoung comments with feigned confidence that Siakwu could not have predicted this outcome, and boldly asserts that Choyoung will soon reach the gate. Jinchul, equally irritated by Disung, suddenly finds Choyoung approaching swiftly from behind. The moment he spots her, he bolts toward the gate, unwilling to fall behind, turning it into a spontaneous race. Meanwhile, our protagonist has already set foot on the second floor with his golem servant. Seeing that this stage is buried in a snowstorm unlike the first, he mocks the organizers for their lack of imagination. After dismissing the golem, he is congratulated for arriving first. The guiding AI then outlines the next phase, explaining that the top 5 entrants will start from separate entrances and must all strive to reach the summit of the snow-covered. The Demon Lord estimates roughly that the distance spans about 5 kilometers and starts climbing, annoyed at having to scale it with his bare hands, particularly since cameras are stationed everywhere, restricting him from using his powers. The view shifts to Jinchul, irritated by his placement on the slope, the strain of the test clearly wearing on him. He seethes with anger, afraid he might lose control unless he takes out number 104, who reached the gate before him despite all his underhanded schemes. Suddenly, Jinchul detects movement not far behind him. Enraged, he shouts out demanding the identity of whoever is there. To his astonishment, it is the same bald man from earlier who somehow made it to the second floor in time, though the brutal cold seems to be overwhelming him. A malicious glint flashes in his eyes. Jinchul braces himself against the mountain wall, trying to set off an avalanche to bury the unsuspecting victim. The bald man slaps his cheeks to stay conscious as memories of his deceased family surge through his thoughts. With fierce resolve, he yells that the freezing air does not bother him at all. His resolve fades quickly as the avalanche engulfs and carries him away. After eliminating him, Jinchul curls his lips into a sinister grin. Immediately afterward, broadcast drone suddenly malfunctions, leaving the personnel unable to observe what is happening. Siakwu, clearly the mastermind behind the interference, quietly wishes his pawn success, hoping he avoids mistakes and does not let him down. Focus returns to the second floor, where several regular contestants, though shivering in the severe cold, motivate one another to press onward. Without warning, Jinchul materializes behind them at incredible speed, seizes their heads without hesitation, and crushes them effortlessly. Empowered by the orc champion Ampule, Jincheol appears gigantic and unstoppable, slaughtering anyone who stands in his way. Meanwhile, Choyoung remains stunned and confused. He realizes that every piece of technology and electronic equipment has suddenly shut down without explanation. As for Disung, he considers this an unexpected blessing, understanding that he can now unleash his abilities without being tracked. Without hesitation, Disung dives off, triggering the armor of destruction, Dragon Knight Valor. His grand demonic wings spread wide as he takes flight into the sky. Choyoung senses an overwhelming and unfamiliar energy. He lifts her gaze and spots Disung soaring above, radiating dominance. At the same time, Jincheol remains occupied with cutting down other contestants, until he notices Disung heading straight for the summit through the... He assumes Disung must have consumed a harpy ampule to gain aerial ability, and promptly rushes after him in pursuit. Focus moves back to the association headquarters, where Jincheol urgently demands that the branch manager cancel the test, insisting that the awakened participant's safety must come first, and that the exam should end immediately. President, looking distracted, asks Seoul Clan Captain Jincheol to remain calm, promising that an investigative unit will be dispatched soon. Seokwoo, meanwhile, mocks Jincheol, questioning why they are even called awakened if they cannot endure such trivial dangers. His words only fuel Jincheol's fury. Growing suspicious, Captain Jincheol confronts Seokwoo directly, asking if he orchestrated the chaos. Seokwoo sidesteps the accusation and continues provoking him, implying Choyoung must be weak if Jun Young is so concerned, then ridicules Jun Young as an old man who should think about retirement, intentionally aggravating him further. The scene returns to Disung, who has already reached the mountaintop, and stretches lightly as he prepares to advance to the third floor. Meanwhile, the elderly bald man somehow survives the avalanche. Lying atop the snow with tears rolling down his cheeks, struggles up and shouts triumphantly, proclaiming himself victorious for surviving. He feels justified celebrating, believing the first hurdle is always the hardest to overcome. Upon stepping into the third floor, Choyoung learns the clearing requirements, needing to accumulate 10 points by defeating the monsters roaming this area. Because the surroundings are pitch black, she stays alert, allowing her eyes time to adjust to the dimness. All at once, a loud sound erupts behind her. She turns and sees her rival, cheater Jincheol, standing there with a body grotesquely bulked up. Jincheol comments that she should be grateful she arrived before him. Choyoung brushes off his remark, telling him to stop making noise. The real focus is not Jincheol but Disung, who has surpassed everyone on both earlier floors. Even her captain has admitted his overwhelming power. Suddenly, Choyoung receives a warning about an aura reactor malfunction. Before she can respond, Jincheol strikes from behind like a coward, wounding her. Smirking arrogantly, Jincheol says he had planned to eliminate Disung first, but has decided to deal with her instead. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord concentrates on farming points to clear the stage, and activates his special fire cannon ability, effortlessly wiping out the enemies before him. He jokes to the Fire King that it must be getting rusty if it struggles this much against such weak foes. Checking his score, he sees it frozen at 530 and questions the cause. He decides to destroy every remaining target before investigating the glitch. The view shifts to the branch manager, who grows more anxious as the network still has not been restored. While tension spreads through the room, the ultimate cheater Seokwoo remains calm and composed. He has merged the ampule given to his pawn with a hedgehog, enabling him to track her vital signs. Casting a glance at the uneasy Jincheol, Seokwoo remarks that his trainee might return half-blind or severely injured if she survives. The focus returns to Choyoung, now gravely hurt. He questions Jincheol about what he intends to accomplish. In a cruel display, cheater number 14 licks her blood and mocks her, asking whether she plans to activate her shield aura. Choyoung chooses to retaliate. He attempts a kick at Jincheol, but it fails to connect, and she quickly withdraws to conceal herself. This only angers Jincheol, who ridicules her cowardice. In desperation, she tries to restore her strength, but Jincheol quickly locates her. With swift precision, she flings her defensive suit into his face, following up with a strike aimed at his groin, and driving her knee into his face. Proclaiming herself the ace of the Seoul clan, she pours every ounce of power into her assault, smashing Jincheol down onto the ground. She then distances herself, resolved to track down and slay monsters. Elsewhere, Disung grows irritated with the device strapped to him. Finding it pointless since it records no points, he considers confronting the organizers about the faulty gear, noting how outdated and unreliable their equipment seems. As Choyoung moves cautiously through the terrain, he realizes she is alone and wonders where the others disappeared to. Suddenly, Jincheol closes in from behind, intent on revenge. Startled, she spins around and runs desperately. Jincheol materializes before her in an instant, knocking her violently onto the ground. He continues his brutal assault without mercy, acting like a vicious goblin, drawing blood as he yanks her hair and grips her head while taunting her, telling her she will suffer a slow an agonizing death. Tears stream down Choyoung's face as she bleeds heavily and takes a blow to her stomach. Jincheol jeers at her, urging her to cry for help before cruelly reminding her that the equipment is no longer functioning. Seizing the moment, Choyoung jabs her fingers into Jincheol's eyes, making him bleed as he screams in agony. She struggles to her feet, trying to escape, but Jincheol seizes her throat and lifts her into the air. Just as he is about to strangle her to death, Disung appears behind him, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Instant he sees Disung, Jincheol drops Choyoung at once and breaks into hysterical laughter, seeing Disung as prey that has willingly entered his snare. He says he has been searching everywhere for him. Demon Lord calmly thanks Jincheol for waiting, casually evading his strike while walking toward Choyoung. Observing her battered state, questions whether she has sustained a serious injury, given how slowly she is recovering. Then he turns back toward Jincheol. Disung asks him directly if he is responsible for her wounds. With a grin, Jincheol replies that he merely disciplined her and promises to leave Disung in the same condition. Disung repeats his inquiry, making clear that he is actually talking about the malfunctioning point meter. Jincheol bursts into laughter and unleashes a sweeping energy wave at Disung. He ridicules the Demon Lord, saying his luck has run out now that the emergency protection system is down. Flash, Disung closes the distance and smashes his fist into the thug's face, hurling him backward through the air. He immediately follows with a relentless barrage of flames. Twisting the knife further, Disung mocks him without mercy. Even so, the cheater stubbornly refuses to accept reality, convinced he can still defeat Disung. However, his bravado falters when he suddenly spots several obedient spirits lined up behind Disung, a sight that fills him with dread. Scene cuts to the Korean Hunters Association, where the clerk informs the branch manager that the second-floor network is back online. She adds that the third-floor connection will require another 30 minutes to recover. Manager orders the second-floor security unit to guard the entrance to the third floor. Tension thickens between the heads of the two dominant guilds. Staff member suddenly approaches the branch manager, reporting grim news that the security team has confirmed one fatality and many injuries on the second floor. The branch manager stiffens, never expecting casualties and regretting not canceling the exam sooner. Meanwhile, Chanho scans a news alert about a test site suffering a broadcast outage for over an hour. Realizes it is the very place his friend is attending. Without delay, he grabs his coat and heads out toward the site. Back on the third floor, cheater number 14 flees in panic after realizing the hunter has become the hunted. Suddenly, a sharp strike severs one of his legs. He crashes onto his back in shock. Jincheol hurriedly uses a regeneration ampule to restore the limb, now with only one dose remaining. Disung sneers, likening him to the grotesque insects of hell that regrow their parts in disgusting fashion as the leg reforms. That very moment, the third-floor network finally reconnects. The live feed returns, showing Disung towering over Jincheol. Siakwu grows anxious as he sees his pawn kneeling, pleading for mercy and admitting he has exhausted all his ampules and cannot regenerate again. Unfamiliar with such items, Disung coldly remarks he might slice him in half to see if he multiplies like bacteria. The villain is battered. His desperate cries for forgiveness grow louder. Catching a glimmer of light, the Demon Lord realizes it is a camera and that the broadcast is active again. He turns back to Jincheol and offers a deal, promising to spare him if he answers 3 questions correctly. Terrified, Jincheol urgently asks if Disung truly intends to keep his word. Using his sword disguised as a cane, Disung forces Jincheol to kneel before him, fixing him with a deadly glare and warning that a lie will result in being cut in half. He begins the interrogation, first asking whether Jincheol orchestrated the chaos at the test grounds. The question makes the air feel even heavier, spreading unease throughout the area, especially unsettling Siakwu, the captain behind the scheme. Irritated by his subordinate's sudden silence, Disung cautions Jincheol to answer swiftly if he wishes to remain in one piece. In reply, the once arrogant man breaks down sobbing and confesses to masterminding everything. Disung seems intrigued by the tearful admission. Without pause, he moves to the second question, demanding the name of the true instigator. Jincheol immediately betrays his clan leader to save himself. Learning that the Hongma clan is involved catches Disung's attention. In the control room, suspicion turns into confirmation as everyone glances at the long-haired culprit. Hearing the blame shift to him, Siakwu burns with fury at the betrayal. With no escape left, he turns his anger toward the management. However, the branch manager stays composed and tells him to prepare his statement for the authorities. Understanding his defeat, the man reluctantly agrees to appear before the hunter's bureau. He lowers his head quietly to avoid drawing further scrutiny. Shortly after, outside the arena, Siakwu departs accompanied by his bodyguards. One guard questions why their leader bows his head like a commoner. Siakwu calmly replies that it is wiser to avoid provoking the Soul Clan leader's wrath. Indeed, Jinchial in the control room is visibly seething. The branch manager thanks the Soul leader for his restraint. Jinchial responds that he could not care less about the association. Meanwhile, the manager orders maximum security protocols to be enforced. Disung proceeds with his final question to the trembling ranker before him. He inquires whether Jinchial holds any accumulated points. Trembling, the man answers truthfully. Still haunted by the threat of being split apart, the AI then declares Disung the winner, announcing the completion of the 3-stage examination. The Demon King appears dissatisfied with such an easy conclusion. As Jinchial looks up believing he has survived, his grin distorts as his body separates into 2 halves. True to his title, the ruler of Hell states it is punishment for failing to answer promptly. Before departing, his eyes fall upon Choyang. Remains on the ground, enveloped in a healing aura. Soon after, the security team arrives and begins transporting the wounded away, including Choyang. From his office, the association president closes his laptop amid the turmoil. After reading the surge of anti-Hongma comments, his secretary informs him that representatives from all 10 clans are assembling. The elderly president muses whether Disung might be the first true monster since Korea's famed #1, Lee Changsik. Once the secretary confirms his immediate promotion, the old leader orders her to recruit him at any cost. As the results go public, talk of the Hongma clan's collapse spreads rapidly. Buzz is cut short by the AI's announcement, explaining that due to special circumstances, rankings will follow the order of clearing the first stage. As a result, Disung is awarded a rank for finishing first. Seeing the news, Chanho quickly calls Disung to ask his location. Friend casually replies that he is relaxing in the S-rank Hunter's Lounge restroom, leaving Chanho speechless, reclining comfortably in a massage chair. His rest is interrupted when his best friend arrives wearing a baffled expression. Disung casually explains that the president's secretary told him to wait in the S-rank room. Chanho is stunned that the top official personally extended the invitation. As he sips his bubble tea, Disung mentions he might even be elevated to S-rank. Shocked, Chanho imagines the enormous fortune such a rank would bring. He informs his friend that chaos has erupted outside because of the announcement. Meanwhile, reporters and talent scouts gather in anticipation. When a participant exits the elevator, all attention locks onto him. The crowd rushes forward hoping to secure the first interview. Soaking in the attention, the elderly man proudly celebrates his triumph in the licensing test. Journalists call out to him and request his name. With a composed expression, the old man introduces himself as Han Disung. The spectators erupt in excitement, but after some time, as they nearly trample the old man, a few start noticing that Disung should not look like a bald elderly figure. Once the announcements wrap up, the old man's borderline ranking is disclosed. Meanwhile, the rescued hunters exit the site, angrily condemning Jinchial for his vile behavior. The Hongma insider trailing them panics. Having received no confirmation about Jinchial's corpse, he reluctantly authorizes the closure of the gate. At the same time, Disung's mother watches the explosive broadcast as the anchor reports that despite a horrific accident and the harshest licensing test ever, one candidate broke every record. Suddenly, Disung's image fills the screen, congratulating him on his rank and hinting at a possible promotion to S-rank. His mother is left stunned and terrified. He urgently calls out for Jisoo. Alarmed by her mother's tone, the daughter rushes in nervously, turns her attention to the television. Both women stand speechless when the celebrated figure, hero of the hour, walks through the door and carefully greets the two frozen in shock. Meanwhile, at the Hongma clan headquarters, association investigators confront the leader with an ultimatum, forbidding the clan from further hunting activities. The inspectors order Siakwu to accompany them without resistance. However, flaunting his status as the 6th strongest hunter, Siakwu calls the charges absurd and refuses to step down over minor accusations. He maintains a polite smile. Inside, he seethes as his experiment spirals toward ruin. Manager Kim from the bureau issues a stern final warning. In response, the clan leader rises and argues he cannot be detained solely for ties to Jinchial. Fed up, the manager gives one last caution and signals he will resort to force. 6th-ranked hunter reminds him how Siakwu ascended to leadership. The composed manager begins to sweat, recalling that Siakwu slew the former leader during a raid to seize power. Without hesitation, Siakwu activates his puppeteering ability. The manager tells his partner to prepare for combat. The spiky-haired inspector visibly trembles, urging him to steady himself if he wishes to survive. The manager charges forward at Siakwu. Wearing a sinister grin, Siakwu ends the confrontation in a single swift motion. Before the manager can even respond, Jungwoo, manipulated, drives a blade into his back. Horrified by the betrayal, Kim shouts, but the spiky-haired man insists his body moved on its own. By the time Kim realizes Seokwoo is controlling him, long-haired villain executes his final command, forcing Youngwoo to deliver the fatal blow. As the traumatized inspector shakes, Seokwoo calmly exits the office as though nothing occurred. He resolves to send a warning to the association president next. Focus shifts to Choyoung resting inside a medical capsule. Her clan leader learns that permanent aura damage will prevent her from continuing as a hunter. Fury surges within him as he vows to take revenge on Seokwoo. Meanwhile at home, Disung's mother confesses she does not want him risking his life in such perilous work. Sister supports their mother's concern. She admits she is proud of his fame, but still fears the danger involved. Hearing them, Disung recalls Chanho saying many hunters defy their families or are cast out. On the verge of tears, their mother says she could not endure seeing him injured again, and reveals that he has already joined Chanho's clan. Reaching into his inventory, he produces a bag stuffed with bundles of cash. Astonishing his mother with magic, he boasts about the hefty advance he received to clear their debts. Mother and daughter stare blankly at the mountain of money on the table. Disung tells his sister not to be overwhelmed and encourages her to focus on school and heed their mother. Promising to handle all expenses, he proudly declares himself their guardian. Two women burst into tears. He laughs and lightly teases them for their reaction. Jisoo jokes that she opposed his hunting career, but the cash has changed her stance. Savoring the heartwarming moment, Disung feels every hardship was worthwhile. The scene moves to Inspector Jongwoo, remembering how manager Kim once protected him as a rookie, along with the man's warm smile and fatherly advice. He snaps back to the present, shaking as he stands over the manager's lifeless body. Watching him sob uncontrollably, a bank official expresses disbelief at Seokwoo's brutality, while Jongwoo burns with anger. He warns them to stay away from Seokwoo and swears revenge for manager Kim with his own hands. Witnessing the tragic aftermath, the association president orders the branch manager to mobilize all forces and eradicate the Hongma clan along with Lee Seokwoo. Meanwhile, the drowsy Demon King awakens to a flood of notifications. He checks his phone to see who has been bombarding him with messages. Among them, he spots a text from Chanho, asking him to call upon waking. He steps outside for fresh air, and Chanho excitedly shares that he secured a C-rank gate. Disung jokes that he will simply drop by and collect the easy earnings. The view shifts to the Hongma clan headquarters. A line of vehicles fills the area as numerous men in black assemble outside the tower. Led by a rank hunter Jin Kai-hong, Youngwoo prepares to storm the building. Orders are given to suppress any resistance, even if lethal force is required. As soon as Kai-hong gives the signal, forces invade the building from every direction. But when he and Jongwoo step inside, they are stunned by the sight of severely injured Hongma members scattered everywhere. Remaining resolute, Captain Jin Kai-hong commands the main unit to withdraw while a smaller group follows him. Advancing toward Seokwoo's office, battered Jincheol sits there alone. Confused, Youngwoo pushes past unconscious bodies toward the office. With dagger raised, he shouts for the Hongma leader to show himself. To his shock, the villain lies bloodied and motionless on the floor. The arriving forces share the same bewilderment. Before the captain can question what transpired, frantic Jongwoo confirms Seokwoo's death, and the captain urges him to compose himself. Captain Kai-hong worries that even in-vengeance leader Jun Young may have crossed a line. However, the grim man explains he only dealt with those outside. He then astonishes Kai-hong by revealing Seokwoo was already dead when he arrived. News spreads swiftly that the Hongma leader has been found dead, with suspicion falling on Seoul clan head Hwang Jun-young. Meanwhile, the bald old man frets about not receiving any job offers. He considers forming a Porter clan off his brief fame, anxious about going hungry without work. A timely phone call rekindles his hope. Meanwhile, inside Chanho's car, Disung confirms he rejected all other clan proposals, while Chanho boasts about the Seoul clan's impressive equipment. Yet Disung remains unconcerned, confident in the powerful gear he obtained from hell. A thought crosses his mind, and he asks how much profit a C-rank gate usually generates. Chanho goes on a tirade, saying it cost 50 billion won to purchase a gate, and that nearly 40% vanished into taxes and assorted fees. Disung is stunned and curses the corrupt system, while Chanho explains that the true fortune comes from ethercore profits rather than simply clearing gates. He then hesitantly asks if Disung will really be fine entering alone, catching him off guard. Disung firmly states that Chanho will be going in with him, which makes Chanho break out in nervous sweat. He admits that his sister handled the documents and officially registered Chanho as the porter. Chanho's eyes bulge as he wonders if his friend is trying to get him killed. Eventually, they stand before the massive Crimson C-rank gate. Station guard salutes them respectfully. Chanho submits their application form. Guard reads that only 2 hunters are listed for entry. Concerned, he asks if they truly plan to tackle a team, gate alone, when the minimum requirement is 100 hunters. Seizing the moment, Chanho tries convincing him not to open it just because a reckless ranker insists, adding that he would rather not die single. Still, the guard activates the gate to avoid offending the dangerous hunter. Once more, Chanho argues that even an S-ranker should not attempt to team gate, so Disung grabs him by the collar and drags him straight into the portal. Meanwhile, at the association, security footage of Siakwu's final moments is reviewed, showing someone forcing the arrogant man to kneel. His limbs twisted unnaturally, as if controlled by invisible strings. Then from a strange rift in space, an arm emerges and tears Siakwu's heart from his chest. After examining the recording, the president questions the branch manager and Captain Kai Hong about any findings. Kai Hong explains a single camera is insufficient evidence, and the manager adds that no aura traces were detected. Perplexed, the president wonders if a phantom murderer is at work. Meanwhile, outside the Scarlet Gate, the bald old man, now under a new name, arrives as a porter. Guard eyes him suspiciously and asks why he is late. With bold confidence, Baldy inquires whether Disung is already inside. Upon confirmation, he celebrates the rare chance, thinking he can claim all the leftover loot as the only porter. The story flashes back to the moment after Jinchul was cut in 2. As he regenerates from the lethal wound, he weeps over his humiliation, swears vengeance. Suddenly, the same being that killed Siakwu appears. Chuckling darkly, the floating eye offers to avenge him. Inside the dungeon, Disung enters with Chanho at his side. Chanho grows tense, looking around nervously, since it is his first time inside a gate. Disung notes a horde of monsters charging toward them, sending Chanho into panic at their enormous size. The creatures are identified as Class 3 wasteland lizardlings, who see the pair merely as prey. Unfazed, the demon lord draws his blade, thrilled by the sight of countless enemies gathered together. He tells Chanho to watch closely and springs high into the air, crashing down atop the monsters. Unleashes his third hidden technique, Hellfire Volcano. Flames erupt violently in every direction, reducing the entire swarm to ashes. From afar, Chanho stares in disbelief, questioning if this powerhouse is truly his childhood friend. As Disung walks back, Chanho scolds him for hiding such overwhelming strength all this time. Smiling faintly, the demon lord says he has finally shown it. Fired up with ambition, Chanho declares he will found a new clan, one destined to become the strongest not only in Korea, but worldwide. Outside the gate, guards notice something strange and mistake it for a gate crack, panicking and ordering contact with headquarters. However, before they can act, Baldy points out someone exiting the portal. To their astonishment, it is Disung and Chanho unharmed. Chanho proudly tells the guard they may collect the byproducts, because the gate has been cleared. The guard stands baffled, never having seen a gate cleared so quickly. The bald man rushes up and hands Disung his card, introducing himself as An Disung, and reminding him they met during the exam. Claiming he manages byproduct disposal, the shared name makes Disung wary. Chanho questions why he is alone if he belongs to Porter clan. Retrieving his card, the old man says he founded the clan himself and expects smooth operations, prompting Chanho to ask if his name is truly Disung. The old man gives a thumbs up and jokes he can change his name later to avoid confusion. Irritated and exasperated, the real Disung storms away. Scene shifts to a real estate office, where a broker shows an apartment to Disung and his family. His sister beams with excitement, especially thrilled that every bedroom has its own bathroom. Like any practical mother, she cuts straight to asking about the price. The agent states the property is valued at 18 billion won in actual sales. Seeing her shocked, he explains the premium is due to proximity to the Hunters Association, stressing that safety is paramount in these times, and asking if her son is a renowned hunter. Before she answers, the sister proudly declares her brother is an A rank on the verge of S rank, noting the media frenzy, which makes the agent realize why Disung seemed familiar. After inspecting the home, Disung accepts it as his territory and asks about payment, requesting a discount for paying in full upfront. The agent says preferential terms are possible for rank hunters, and explains that residents collect 2 billion won as a hunter attraction fund, adding that S-rankers may receive a 10 billion won deposit incentive. Mother and daughter freeze at the staggering figures. Meanwhile, Disung calculates excitedly that he could secure the house for 8 billion and potentially save 10 billion if promoted to S rank. The story cuts to a woman walking alone at night on a dark street. She senses something ominous trailing behind her. Suddenly she stumbles, only to be caught before hitting the ground. Terrified, she asks the stranger who he is. The man smiles creepily as he steps closer, revealing a grotesque face and telling her she has been selected. Next day, her corpse is discovered and taken for autopsy, where officials note she died the same way as Siakwu, making her the 10th victim in the city. Captain Kai Hong suspects an awakener is involved based on his experience. Just when he thought matters had settled, he now faces a serial killer case. Inspector Zhang Wu assures him he will handle it, however. Kai Hong instructs him to prioritize the gate investigation at headquarters first. As he departs, Kai Hong asks the forensic expert to release the findings publicly and pledges full cooperation with the inspection bureau. Meanwhile, cheater number 14 Jinxiao awakens inside a laboratory, opening his eyes in confusion and shouting to know where he is. Nearby scientist smiles with satisfaction at his awakening. The researcher ridicules him, saying he is wailing like a helpless baby. Jinxiao once again demands to know where he is. The man of science remarks that the chamber looks identical to the laboratory in the Hongma building. During that, Jinxiao comes to the conclusion that he is inside the awakening ampule infusion chamber. Roman calmly explains everything to the confused Jinxiao, introducing himself as Hansei's elder and revealing his name. He further states that he secured Jinxiao's life by personally petitioning the chief priest. And as Jinxiao notices a strange eye fixed on him, he questions whether he truly survived or if death had already claimed him. Roman makes it clear that Jinxiao has been reincarnated as a citizen of Hansei. Despite the explanation, the young man remains deep in contemplation. Roman produces an ampule and asks whether he wishes to join them in conquering the world. At the same time, Chanho gets a call from his bold demon lord friend, who confesses his ambition to reach S-rank. Chanho insists that their priority should be closing gates rather than chasing titles. Yet after hearing the reasoning, he grows curious about the sudden urge to buy a house and ultimately agrees to bid on every gate available. Then tells Disung to lighten the burden by picking up some gear from the Aura market. Why bother buying equipment when Pantheon offers far better items? He thinks to himself. That in mind, he enters Pantheon and selects the quest to implement the Absolute Ruler's field. Out of the 5 different field options presented, chooses the 5th field called Balork's Iron Castle. He learns that each field's ruler has been corrupted by heavenly transcendence, and he must eliminate them. After loading the required data, he braces himself for the mission. In an instant, he is transported to Balork's Iron Castle. He arrives wearing shabby armor that looks inexpensive, complete with a shield and blade. Annoyed, he scoffs at the gear and jokes that being dressed like this feels like a deliberate nerf. The story moves to the Korean Hunters Association branch manager's office. The manager is issuing directives when suddenly, an employee bursts in carrying urgent information. The Ocean Clan has been unable to clear a certain B-rank gate. The assistant finds it hard to accept, since the Ocean Clan led by Beck Heron ranks among Korea's top 4. The clerk explains that the monsters countered the captain's aura ability, forcing her to seek help from an S-rank hunter. Ordinarily, this would be alarming, yet the branch manager remains assured. After all, Beck Heron is both graceful and formidable, the kind of figure people rush to support. Quickly orders that S-rankers Lee Changsik and Seo Dongchul be contacted and informed. The assistant remarks that it should be simple, as no hunter in Korea would decline the top healer's request. However, the clerk mentions Ryu Seoyan of the fortress as an exception due to her resentment toward Heron. With final instructions given and helicopter use approved, the manager dismisses everyone. Setting changes to Hope Nursery School, where children are playing happily outdoors, acting out roles of hunters and fearsome monsters. Among them is Seo Dongchul, the S-rank hunter with a sketched-looking beard. From the Crow clan, laughing and playing with the kids, Nun approaches Dongchul and addresses him as director, telling him that an urgent message from the Hunters Association has arrived. Without hesitation, he asks her to supervise the children as he must urgently handle a gate. Worried, the nun urges him to stay safe. He smiles confidently and assures her that as Korea's top hunter, he will be fine. Elsewhere, S-ranker Lee Changsik has just finished clearing a C-rank dungeon on Jeju Island. He considers such low-level gates dull and craves a tougher challenge. His secretary informs him that Beck Heron of the Ocean Clan has requested his aid. Changsik immediately summons his helicopter to depart, clearly affected by her name, which seems to sway his decisions. Back inside Pantheon, the hero stands before the intimidating gatekeeper of the Iron Castle. Under normal conditions, his true power would make short work of the Guardian. Now, however, he only has a curved blade and a laughable ice shield. He pauses and takes a seat, thinking back to how he defeated this foe before. He studies the equipment he currently carries, considering whether the ice shield might be the solution. After an idea strikes him, he rises to challenge the gatekeeper again. Tension returns to the B-rank gate the Ocean Clan failed to clear. Journalists gather outside to capture the moment, announcing that the clan is preparing a second assault. Beck Heron soon appears at the location. Reporters swarm her with questions, visibly captivated by her presence. She takes a reporter's microphone to address the public directly. Meanwhile, S-rankers Changsik and Dongchul arrive to support her, and Changsik's fondness for her is obvious. His attentive attitude makes it clear, while reporters debate what headline to use. As the hunters enter the gate, a voice calls out, suggesting they combine names like Lysio Beck in the title to draw greater public interest. Focus shifts once more to Pantheon, where Disung resolutely attempts to burn the gatekeeper to wake him from sleep. Guardian awakens with a furious scream, ready to face the intruder. The hero calculates every move carefully, aware a single error could kill him. He spreads lubricant with precise timing, causing the massive creature to lose balance. It crashes onto the floor. He rushes in and drives his sword through the gatekeeper's seal, ending the battle with ease, as though it were a simple game. He stands proudly, satisfied that he remembered the giant's weakness in time, discards the borrowed gear, knowing it is unnecessary inside the castle. Once inside, he focuses first on securing a proper weapon, soon though he encounters an impasse, drawing on memories from his time in hell. He recalls a concealed switch within the wall, and swiftly finds it. Activating it opens Balork's treasure chamber, accessible for only 5 minutes. Within 90 seconds, he locates the weapon he sought, the Dragon Slayer Black Sword, famed for its strength against dragon-type foes. Though weaker than the Hellfire Sword, he believes a weapon's value depends on the one who wields it, just as a pen gains worth in a scholar's grasp, but becomes useless scrap in the hands of someone who cannot read. Likewise, his new blade holds promise, and with time remaining, he continues searching the chamber. The sparkling riches tempt him, as he wonders how much they would fetch in the real world. Touching the black sword, he calmly heads toward Balork's room, telling himself the former ruler is nothing more than a pitiful boss. At the same time, inside the B-rank dungeon, the Ocean clan fights fiercely against swarming monsters, while Dongchul grows annoyed by one creature's piercing shrieks. In irritation, he smashes its jaw shut. After bringing his weapon down on its skull, he calls out for the Ocean clan to strike together in unison. Amid the turmoil, Baek Heron shouts encouragement toward Dongchul. Suddenly, Chung Shik appears battered and bloodstained, asking Heron if she will dine with him should he clear the dungeon. Observing his miserable condition, Baek Heron swiftly restores his wounds, allowing him to recover. His strength returns, and Changsik proudly offers her the severed head of an ogre king as proof of his feat. Heron stares in disbelief, questioning whether he truly defeated a calamity-class monster on his own. She notices that the Ocean clan is still struggling against the stench-ridden beast. A surge of irritation hits Dongchul as he realizes he has been carrying the fight by himself. Changsik reminds Heron of her dinner promise before leaping back into battle. Perplexed, Baek Heron tries to remember ever making such a commitment. The narrative returns to the Pantheon. There, our hero spends a large sum of points to stack every available enhancement potion. His attributes rise, his confidence surges alongside them. With steady steps, he enters the final chamber. Inside, he acknowledges his longtime rival, Balor. The greeting, however, is anything but friendly. In no mood for courtesy, Balor summons a lizard dragon to strike at him. Off to the side stands Disung, wearing a sly grin as he triggers blood neutralization and shifts into a Demidman form. Elsewhere, streamer Yang Chil analyzes South Korea's strongest hunter of the week during a live broadcast. He declares Changsik as the current #1. As the youngest heir of a major chaebol family, Changsik's dedication to hunting fuels his high ranking. Ranked second is Dongchul, often described as a father figure, since as director of Hope Orphanage, he claims all children orphaned by gate disasters as his own. Third place belongs to the respected leader of the Ocean clan. Yang Chil covers the recent B-rank dungeon crisis, highlighting how the trio cleared it together in only 6 hours. As the stream concludes, Yang Chil reflects on the broadcast. He spots Disung online and feels he has seen him somewhere before. Soon he discovers that the Demon Lord has solo cleared a party-type dungeon, news that leaves him utterly stunned. Focus shifts to the Hunters Association headquarters, where a man named Jake scrolls through current headlines, frowns at how rapidly gates are being cleared. When invited out for drinks after work, Jake declines, saying he has business at home but promises to join next time. Back once more in the Pantheon, our hero cuts down the lizard dragon with a single crushing blow. Blood sprays over him, evoking memories of past battles where he was soaked in crimson. He faces the final boss as it strikes first, readying himself for the clash. He evades the attack with precision, steeling himself for what is to come. Balor continues attacking without pause, yet every strike is casually deflected, as though effortless. Disung then declares it as his move, his blade glowing with a vivid violet aura. Just before he strikes, the boss unveils an unexpected ability that catches him by surprise. Annoyance flashes across Disung's face as Balor activates the Thunder Dragon technique, shifting into a winged sovereign form. With a mocking smile, the Demon Lord ridicules it as merely a lizard pretending to be a dragon. He counters instantly, crushing Balork with one decisive blow. Balork collapses. A strange being appears before him, introducing itself as a celestial entity. The setting moves back to Earth. A serial murderer stands over another harvested heart. Calls Jake, leader of the Gateseeker squad. Addressing him as priest, he reports that an altar has been completed using the collected hearts. Jake praises him and promises to contact the Hunters Association to arrange the sacrifice. The killer asks when he should destroy the altar. Jake tells him to wait until enough worthy sacrifices have been secured. Back with our hero, the system glitches and warns of infiltration by unknown forces. The status window identifies the intruder as a heavenly transcendent, though other data remains concealed. Moments later, the system announces completion of the field implementation. Sensing the opportunity, he activates the newly gained absolute body reinforcement. Celestial being questions his interference and hurls an aura sphere at him. Believing his end has come, the entity is stunned when he stands unharmed, completely overturning its expectations. He immediately counters with a devastating. Being claims invincibility, yet his fist phases through it, leaving it shaken. Smiling faintly, Disung mocks its fading arrogance, unleashes Hellfire Eternal Pain, the supreme infernal skill usable only within this domain. Overpowered by the flames, the creature is consumed. As it is dragged into a dark vortex, it pitifully cries that it will complain to its mother. The system confirms the Celestial's disappearance and apparent defeat. Disung is instructed to sit upon the throne to finalize the quest. He places his hand against the wall, which reshapes itself into a staircase. As he climbs, the denizens of hell cheer him on, begging to be released from the abyss to take revenge. Seated on the throne, he completes the quest, and the defeated monsters become summonable minions, though he chooses not to call them. Their clamor quickly irritates him. A simple gesture, he dismisses them until needed again. Meanwhile on Earth, an A-rank gate abruptly appears, sparking chaos as the association president faces mounting pressure from hunters and citizens. The president looks to the branch manager, asking if it resembles the gate that destroyed a city 5 years earlier. The branch manager briefs him on all known details so far, stressing its danger level and the urgency required. President orders full mobilization of hunters and seeks aid from the World Association. Back with Disung, he carefully reviews his abilities and implementation progress, evaluating the current state of his enhancements. Concludes they are still lacking. Determined, he sets out to gain additional skills. To do so, he ventures into the perilous Spider Valley. At the same time, the association president convenes a meeting with all executives. Those absent physically join through video conference. Branch manager reports that preparations are complete and clarifies that the meeting aims to address the newly emerged class gate in Dogok-dong. The following scene, a prison transport carries Jun Young. Seated in handcuffs, he questions who could have murdered Siakwu. Even a top-tier assassin could not have managed such a feat. The thought unsettles him as he worries that something major is unfolding, his mind fixed on Choyoung. At the same time, Choyoung can barely force herself to eat, blaming herself for everything that happened. She shoulders all the guilt for the recent events. Nurse gently insists she must eat at least once a day if she wishes to survive. Otherwise, they will be forced to place her on intravenous nutrition. Tears roll down her cheeks as she feels utterly helpless and insignificant, overwhelmed by despair. Back in the meeting room, officials discuss which hunters are available. Jang-soo of the Fortress class reports that their trump card, Ryu Seoyen, is still away training. Cho Han-wook, vice captain of Marvel Clan, adds that his captain Jo Hanel is in Silicon Valley developing an aura weapon. The branch manager then asks the S-rank trio, who cleared the B-rank dungeon, if they can join the next operation. Chul casually says he is in, claiming there is little choice anyway. Changsik also agrees, mentioning he still needs to fulfill his dinner promise to Baek Haran. Baek Haran laughs and argues that they already went on a date. Changsik protests that it did not count since Dongchul tagged along, sparking playful banter among them. Dongchul cuts in, assuring the manager he will take responsibility and requesting support from all available A-rankers. The president orders preparations for 100 A-rank hunters and 100,000 ether cores, some object to the massive expense, saying it equals a full year's budget. But the president silences them and promises generous rewards, stressing the mission's importance. Among the attendees, Jake sits quietly with a sinister smile as he plots something wicked. After the meeting, public notices urge nearby residents to evacuate to the association's air defense shelters. Heavy clouds gather and rain pours down as the hunters make final preparations for the looming battle. Everything is set. They assemble before the gate, whispering about its sudden emergence. Anxiety spreads, and many A-rankers admit they only joined because the S-rank trio is present. Feeling the tension, Dongchul jokes with Changsik about his dinner plans, then rallies everyone with determined encouragement. After giving tactical advice, he leads them into the dungeon. Inside, they are greeted by an unexpectedly tranquil landscape. Dongchul orders them to test communications and spread out for reconnaissance. The team divides into smaller groups, including Harren and Changsik, to gather as much intel as possible in the unknown terrain. Each hunter checks their earpiece to confirm clear signals. Meanwhile, Chanho repeatedly tries to reach their hero. When Disung finally answers, Chanho vents his frustrations about his situation. He is currently busy moving into a newly purchased home. Getting straight to the point, he tells Disung about the sudden rank dungeon and that all B rankers and above were summoned. The hero notes the gate is near his new house and asks why a single gate triggered evacuation orders. A friend recounts the devastating rank gate incident from 5 years ago. While heading toward his new residence, he wonders aloud if clearing this crisis could earn him promotion to S rank. Chanho jokes that S rank status seems to be his only ambition. Inside the gate, vicious blood wolves appear. Acting as scouts, the hunters share enemy positions through comms. Suddenly, the pack surrounds them. Humanity was once said to be nearing extinction, till ether cores, dropped by slain gate monsters, became a revolutionary energy source. Therefore, the number of ether cores powering aura gear often determines a raid's success. Encircled, Dongchul orders everyone to activate their aura equipment with ether cores. Lure the wolves away. Changsik reluctantly uses his wide-range aggro skill. The white-haired hunter draws the beasts toward himself. Dongchul, backed by Baek Harren, readies his strike. With energy fully charged, he boasts that this one-time skill costs over 1 billion ether cores. Surrounded by lightning, he slams Thunderbolt into the ground. The electrical blast instantly annihilates the surrounding wolves. Then Baek Harren activates her speed ability, empowering all the hunters. Fueled by boosted morale and strength, the team moves to eradicate the remaining monsters. Outside the city, chaos reigns as Hongma remnants gather. Scout warns them that police are approaching, causing panic to spread among them. They scatter while a curly-haired man is halted by a police vehicle. Under glaring headlights, a voice orders surrender or threatens false drug charges. The man brandishes his dagger, prepared to resist. Instead, a notorious hunter steps out laughing at the pitiful state of Hongma's leaders. Mockery angers them. Looking revitalized, Jincheol invites them to follow him. Seeing a man once thought dead alive again leaves them stunned. Smiling through his stitched face, Jincheol offers them a new path forward. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon, the raid appears complete, and hunters wonder if a rank gate was cleared without losses. As Harren heals him, Dongchul jokes he could clear endless gates with her support. Harren sighs and launches into a lengthy complaint about how costly her skills are in ether cores. Dongchul jokingly claims her nagging is powerful enough to make his ears bleed. Changsik keeps up his routine flirting, making the moment awkward. Nearby, a hunter extracts a rare B-rank ether core from a corpse, only for his upper body to be torn apart instantly. His companions stare in horror at a massive white wolf with 4 shining eyes. Outside, tension hangs thick in the news analyst voice concern as the triple S-rank team takes unusually long. A reporter announces 10 hours have passed and more rankers are being dispatched. Watching coverage, the branch manager fumes that World Association reinforcements have yet to arrive. Since entry is impossible, they can only station backup outside and hope for victory. Inside, the hunters begin by launching a volley of arrows at the enormous beast. Affected, it charges and raises its claw to obliterate the squad. The white-haired swordsman blocks the strike in time. He activates a skill, but the beast's hardened claws absorb the blow entirely. Without pause, the creature swipes at Changsik again. The sheer force makes him cough blood. As the beast attempts the finishing strike, Dongchul intervenes at the last second. Harren heals the multiple wounds on Changsik's body, and he still finds time to flirt with her. The Ocean Clan beauty scolds him to focus, since she has exhausted her ether cores. Fully restored, the White Knight charges back to support Dongchul, channeling all his strength into one blow. Korea's top hunter brings down the white monster in a single strike, earning cheers from everyone around. Janhwa Dongchul grows irritated with the youngster who keeps stealing his spotlight. Suddenly, a piercing roar tears through the air and rattles everyone's ears. Their horror, a humanoid wolf steps forward, condemning the hunters for trespassing in its realm, while countless white behemoths gather behind it. The hunters' morale collapses instantly. Changsik stands frozen in disbelief. Dongchul quickly orders everyone to regroup. Gate begins to fracture, sending shockwaves of panic across the association and leaving the clerk and branch manager stunned. They fear this means the raiding party has been wiped out. Though despair sets in, the manager swiftly commands reserve deployment and demands immediate support from overseas hunters. Inside, the wolf leader rallies his massive pack and proclaims the beginning of slaughter. Inside the gate, Captain Kai Hong assembles the backup forces. As he calls out the unfamiliar clan names, he feels disheartened by the presence of questionable B-rank members. Eventually, he announces the Disung clan. The moment he spots our hero, he recognizes him as the rank hunter the president has been seeking. While reading the operational briefing, Hisung sulks about his friend not answering, only to realize he ignored the calls himself. Thunderous crack from the gate fracture echoes through the city. Everyone grows anxious, yet Demon King smiles with anticipation. Within the gate, fallen hunters lie scattered among slain wolves. Even the elite fighters, resistance proves insufficient. The overwhelming might of the beasts crushes them. Dongchul struggles desperately to pull a hunter to safety, yelling at him to focus if he does not want to be torn apart. Meanwhile, Korea's top hunter cuts down wolves relentlessly. Trained, he wonders how long Dongchul's group can endure. The memory flashes back to when Dongchul received an S-rank defensive relic. Branch manager explained it was crafted with an S-rank ether core and gifted by the president. Dongchul worries about its immense cost. Manager assures him the president considers hunter safety priceless and extracts a promise to bring everyone home alive. After a brief pause, Dongchul jokes about the president's many children and swears to shield the entire squad. Back inside the chaotic dungeon, retrieves the artifact once he confirms all teammates are nearby. Placing it firmly on the ground, a massive protective dome envelops the group, propelling the lunging wolves on impact. While boasting about advanced German engineering, Wolf King soars upward and slams down, driving its axe violently into the barrier. The shield quivers like gelatin. Fear grips the hunters as they worry it may shatter. The fearless S-ranker mocks the beast's futile assault. When asked about the plan, he casually says they will simply wait it out. The spiky-haired hunter insists persistence always wins, forcing Changsik and Harren to listen. As confusion spreads among the team, suspicion arises. Hooded Hands member activates his hidden relic. A new gate fracture suddenly manifests. The Wolf King's focus shifts toward it. Hunters are stunned by the unnatural phenomenon. Peering into the human realm through the rift, the White Wolf King smirks and declares that this time monsters will hunt humanity. As chaos unfolds, giant wolves pour into earth and tear through weak soldiers. Pandemonium erupts when the Wolf King lands in the city center. Single axe swing unleashes a shockwave that blasts away the frontline troops. Attempting reconnaissance, the drones sent forward are shredded instantly. The Wolf King unleashes its howl ability, which completely disrupts the association's visual feed. Enraging the branch manager. With limited options, he identifies the monster's next target and orders the reserves to move in immediately. Nearby, a familiar vlogger launches his drone and begins streaming from a rooftop. Dongchul sensationalizes the disaster to boost his viewership. Though safely distant, he boasts about bravery to impress his audience. His confidence shatters when a massive wolf appears drooling above him. Destroying his fake courage, a severed hand falls from the beast's jaws. The terrified vlogger collapses as the monster leaps toward him. He screams hysterically until our hero intervenes and slices the wolf's head clean off. The shaken vlogger looks up at Disung, clad in magnificent armor from head to toe. Ignoring him entirely, our hero advances straight toward the Wolf King surrounded by its pack. He taunts the wolf monarch, calling its army stray mutts fouling his home. Furious, the proud Wolf King lunges directly at him. Hell Ruler blocks the devastating axe strike effortlessly. Meanwhile, civilians sheltering nearby watch a live stream on their phones. Ironically, despite losing official drones, vlogger monopolizes coverage as his stream surpasses 1 million views. Reckless and greedy, he keeps filming without concern for safety. In the control room, the clerk opens the stream and shows it to the manager. Everyone is stunned to see the rank hunter confronting alone the foe that overwhelmed 3 S-rankers. Back at the battlefield center, he watches the wolves assemble as if forming a team. Suddenly, the massive white beasts charge simultaneously. Enraged, Disung releases blazing hellfire from his sword, incinerating the wolves to their very flesh. Annoyed, the Wolf King sweeps his axe to extinguish the flames. Finally asserting authority, the king calls back his forces, declaring a one-on-one duel with the hero. Amused by its boldness, the Hell Ruler tells it to defeat his hell beasts first. He thrusts his sword into the ground, and dark energy begins surging outward from Disung. The Wolf King and the Vlogger Kid gape in disbelief as an enormous dragon suddenly manifests overhead. And that is only the beginning. Responding to their master's call, additional hell creatures start emerging, terrifying the branch manager and Captain Kai Hong's reserve squad. Seeing our hero supported by his mighty summons, the wolf do nothing but snarl anxiously, throwing the Wolf King's own taunt back at him. The Demon King commands his minions to wipe out the pack while he handles their leader. The colossal dragon swoops down. Captain Kai Hong and his men cautiously approach Disung's summons. They watch in awe as the dragon tears wolves apart with brutal swipes. Kai Hong cannot tell whether the majestic white beast is ally or enemy. The other 2 summons pursue the once fearsome wolves like playful pups, dispatching them with ease. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, civilians glued to the livestream stare in shock as monsters butcher other monsters. Overwhelmed, the branch manager calls Chanho to represent the Disung Guild. Skipping pleasantries, he demands information about the legend himself. At the same time, The legend continues mocking the Wolf King for amusement, advancing toward it with deliberate menace. The enraged beast answers with a crushing strike, blocks it effortlessly and with a chilling smile unleashes a barrage of counterattacks, completely overpowering the arrogant hound. Amused, he compliments the rank boss that once barked loudly without bite. Suddenly, the proud monster twists acrobatically in an attempt to break free from the Demon King's grasp. Invited to continue, the Wolf King tucks its tail and bolts away at top speed. Our hero is momentarily speechless, yet it appears the Wolf King knows its strength feeds off chaos. Refusing to let it flee, the Demon Lord catches up and mocks it for running upright. Kicks it mercilessly, sending the mighty king tumbling like a clumsy pup. Not satisfied with the humiliation, he blocks its escape, ordering his dragon to seize the wolf, leaving the stunned creature gaping as enormous. Claws drag it across the ground, scraping its fur away. Standing over the scorched wolf, he gruesomely carves it open to retrieve its core. At that moment, the 3S rankers also emerge from the gate. Dongchul grumbles about the absence of reinforcements. Heron rushes to heal survivors and urges Korea's top hunters to unite against the Wolf King. Dongchul dashes off, leaving Beck Heron exposed. She senses demonic energy and strikes. Small cry escapes as a wolf lunges at her. Naturally, no one allows the Ocean Clan's beauty to perish. The beast's severed head rolls away, cleanly removed by our shining knight. Heron stares at him in awe. He barely notices her and bluntly asks if she is a hunter. Astonished that the monster troubling Korea's strongest fell in one blow, she is speechless and Changsik charges at the man, stealing his crush's attention. Isung sidesteps smoothly. Heron and Dongchul both call out to the top hunter about his odd behavior. White-haired swordsman looks bewildered, amazed that a stranger evaded his strike so easily. He admits mistaking him for a monster. His remark makes everyone pause thoughtfully. It clarifies that among all monster auras he has sensed, Disung's is by far the most intense, impressing the Demon Lord. Recognizing each other's strength, they exchange introductions. With that, the catastrophe concludes. Scene shifts to a gathering of S ranks with the association president. Dongchul smiles, grateful the costly artifact preserved many lives. Changsik insists the gate fracture deserves greater scrutiny. Meanwhile, Beck Heron cannot stop replaying Disung's transformation from coma patient to powerhouse. Yahello, the masked S-ranker, remains silent. President raises the key question of promoting Disung to S-rank. No one objects, and Heron even jokes that the others could enjoy vacations if he handles everything. Changsik acknowledges his feat of solo clearing in a rank gate. Masked S-ranker finally remarks that Disung already surpasses S-rank standard. Elsewhere, on his viral channel, the vlogger kid interviews a bald elder claiming close ties to the hero. The Disung Guild headquarters, Janho watches in amazement as his friend trends across every platform. Soon, the hero himself steps into the office. Chanho greets him with exaggerated enthusiasm, making Disung wonder if he is delirious. Getting straight to the point, Disung asks why he called. Chanho reveals they are obtaining his brand new license. Porters from every network gather outside the association building, awaiting his appearance. The star arrives accompanied by his loyal friend. Fans in the crowd swoon over him while Chanho suggests waving to supporters. The moment he lifts a hand, screams erupt as women beg him to marry them, leaving him awkwardly stunned. Inside, the refined president thanks Disung for his contribution. Chanho laughs, saying they merely fulfilled their duty. The president orders his secretary to present the gleaming S-rank license. All present marvel at the rare document. The president congratulates him and offers to grant one request. Seizing the chance, the Demon Lord grins and asks for unrestricted access to every gate. The clans are displeased, outraged at the thought of him monopolizing all gates. The president recalls Yahello's counsel and admits they cannot deny their most valuable hunter. Disung humbly requests permission for his summons to clear gates alone. The elegant elder is stunned that a single summon could conquer a dungeon. Scene shifts to a gothic girl named Ryu. Ryu Sioyan scrolling through her computer and seeing the protagonist dominating online headlines. Fortress Clan's Hell Witch becomes captivated by him. Convinced he might cure her, she cries out in excitement. After half a year of isolation, she stuns her father by finally stepping outside her bedroom. Ryu Sioyan sets out on a journey to track down the hero she admires. At the same time, delegates from various clans swarm the branch manager like irritated parents arguing in a crowded mall. They argue that Disung monopolizes the gates, leaving scraps for minor clans and destroying their income, insisting the situation is completely unjust. Even though he anticipated the backlash, the manager watches calmly and politely asks what solution they expect from him. A proposal surfaces to restrict Disung from entering high-tier gates and require him to partner up for rank raids. Meanwhile, oblivious to the resentment building around him, our protagonist is busy getting beaten in online matches. Chanho keeps ringing his phone over and over, and he eventually decides to answer the call. His closest friend scolds him for ignoring the calls, and the so-called demon lord defends himself by claiming he was occupied with something crucial. That important task turns out to be gaming, and like a strict parent, Chanho immediately drags him to the clan headquarters. Now seated inside the clan office, his trusted friend explains the mounting complaints about their dominance over gate assignments. Ho details how smaller guilds are collapsing because Disung's summons take all the work. So the clan is limited to B-rank gates and may only attempt to rank ones with allies. Yet satisfied with his earnings, Disung casually instructs Chanho to focus solely on bidding for rank gates. Chanho modestly boasts that with just the two of them sharing profits, he has made a fortune and even purchased the clan building outright. Wearing a sly grin, the demon lord advises targeting only the most lucrative gates to maximize revenue. His sharp business mindset leaves Chanho genuinely impressed. Changing topics, he asks whether his equipment has finally been sold. Chanho replies that items incompatible with ether cores are tough to move, and the hero, hoping to turn them into real estate for his family, wonders if there is any workaround. Chanho mentions Park Dong-hyuk, a famed master of aura engineering. He explains that Dong-hyuk is acquainted with the leader of the Soul clan. Unfortunately, Jincheol is behind bars, cutting off that path, though Chanho remembers someone else who could connect them to Dong-hyuk. The focus shifts to the Heart clan as they skillfully cooperate to clear a sea. Rank gate now that the hero is no longer claiming them all. Just as they prepare to exit, their leader notices shadowy figures closing in. It turns out to be cheater number 14, glaring at them with open disdain. With a wicked smile, he commands his undead forces to slaughter the hunters. The Heart clan members, shaken, question whether their assailants are even human. Feeling overwhelming peril, the leader orders everyone to brace for a battle with no retreat. Yet within moments, they're motionless. Corpses are strewn across the battlefield. Jincheol absorbs the fallen leader's aura and takes on his physical form. The story cuts to the demon lord's new estate, where his family is absorbed in a news report. They hear that 12 people have vanished, prompting his sister to joke about alien kidnappers, while their mother anxiously urges her daughter to stay indoors for safety. She then asks her son if he is hungry, and the demon lord, known for his enormous appetite, receives a generous serving of meat from her. Setting changes to a ritual altar where human hearts roast as though placed inside an oven. The serial killer begins a dark ceremony with his followers. Jincheol steps up to obtain a sinister blessing from him. Revived cheater number 14 burns with vengeance against the hero, convinced his new abilities will ensure revenge. The next scene shows a young boy kicking a soccer ball. Abruptly, a massive chasm forms in the sea, capturing his attention. His parents rush to stop him from nearing the hazard as onlookers gather and argue over the sudden gate appearing in such an unusual spot. A clerk reports the incident to the branch manager, who grows tense upon realizing it is the toughest ocean type, a rank gate they have faced. Asks if notifications have been sent to all clans requesting assistance. She confirms that the 5 leading clans have already submitted bids, adding that each proposal shares identical terms. The explanation for this coincidence is Dongcheol recently visited Disung's headquarters to speak with director Chanho. Songcheol suggests forming an alliance to raid the gate together. Changsik unexpectedly walks in and joins their conversation. Chanho looks baffled as multiple S-rank hunters gather at his building without warning. Spotting Dongcheol, Changsik provokes him by recalling his claim about taking time off to be with children. He then offers Chanho the same joint operation proposal, volunteering to handle all costs for intelligence and preparations. Elsewhere, the Ocean clan seems to be thinking along similar lines. In their strategy room, leader Beck Heron convinces her members she wants to support Disung out of gratitude for saving her life. Teammates readily agree, raising no objections at all. At the Marvel clan headquarters, a fierce debate erupts between the vice captain and captain over teaming up for the raid. Captain Joe Hannell states he wants to personally meet Disung to evaluate his strength, which appears to exceed even the S-rank standard. Back with the hero, he assigns his shadow soldiers to guard duty. He orders his 2 strongest shadows to protect his family while he is away, and they pledge absolute loyalty and readiness to die fulfilling the command, as the minions are. Demon Lord exits the Pantheon, and the Hell Witch Ryu Seoyin confronts him, asking if the portal is the secret behind his mysterious power. She introduces herself proudly as a core member of the Fortress clan. Disung casually calls her Fortress Kid and demands to know why she sought him out. She steps closer, locking eyes with him and requests his help before driving away. As he approaches, he reflexively shoves her aside, only to realize she has turned into a dark magic doll. He wonders if she possesses stealth techniques like a ninja to pull off such a trick. Suddenly, he senses a demonic presence from the doll and questions whether they share a connection. Later, the clans assemble along the shoreline preparing for the Coming mission, they notice a dragon flying toward them, and as it comes closer, Disung vanishes from sight and descends from atop the dragon, touching down smoothly before the gathered hunters. While the crowd is amazed at someone riding a dragon, the hero complains internally about the uncomfortable flight. He notices the same stealthy girl from before, muttering curses and biting her finger in irritation. He walks over and asks her if she too originates from hell. Confused by his question, the Hell Witch simply nods along with whatever he implies. Oddly, she feels calm near him and can block out distractions, so she asks to accompany him inside the gate. Before he can answer, her longtime rival Beck Heron arrives. Their hostility is clear on the witch's face as tension rises between them. They start to fight, but the hero halts them with a nearly invisible shockwave attack. With the dispute resolved, it becomes time to head toward the gate. The Hell Witch refuses to leave his side and insists on boarding his boat, which he finds extremely irritating. Tension spikes as the serial killer enters the scene, likely plotting to sabotage the hero or even target his mind. As their boats cross into the gate, the air grows heavier and storm clouds gather overhead. Karen activates her renowned detection ability, known among hunters for its remarkable precision. She detects monsters closing in and immediately withdraws from them. She swiftly prepares everyone for the incoming assault. However, rather than grotesque beasts appearing, the hunters are met by tiny, adorable spirits instead, leaving them so enchanting that no one considers them dangerous. Out of nowhere, a tremendous surge of water crashes over them. An enormous queen Jiger rises from the depths of the sea. The horrifying sight alone sends many hunters into sheer panic. Creature lashes out with innumerable tentacles, taking control of the white spirits and using them to drag the hunters closer. Thankfully, the hero unsheathes his dagger and steps in to rescue them from certain death, focused only on returning home quickly by defeating the boss. Abruptly, the monster plunges back underwater and vanishes. Though unwilling, Sung turns to the Hell Witch seeking her help, promising to resolve her issue in return. He instructs her to draw the monster out from hiding. She agrees without hesitation and moves to carry out the task. Meanwhile, the hero calls for the Ocean Clan leader and asks her to deal with the airborne threats. Eren at first seems puzzled by his statement, but soon glances upward and notices a swarm of insect-like creatures descending from above. While the hunters clash with the monsters, Jinchial secretly advances his sinister plot. He activates his stealth ability and slips into hiding while declaring that he will hunt the hunters, the Hell Witch, having prepared herself, dives boldly beneath the waves, determined to prove her worth. The scene shifts to a selected coffee shop. Ho Young meets Chanho by invitation. Upon arriving, he sees her already seated and waiting. They exchange polite greetings, setting a respectful tone. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, they see the Hell Witch using her scent tracking skill to lure the monster back up to the surface. Isung spreads wings from his back and sheathes his blade before charging toward the creature. System notifies him that Flame King's breath has evolved, enabling flames to rain down. Without delay, he activates it and hurls a gigantic fire sphere straight to the monster's open jaws. The beast snaps its mouth shut, believing it has swallowed something. Moments later, blisters form across its body, leading to a tremendous explosion. Witnessing this display, the Hell Witch realizes the hero is far stronger than she anticipated. She yells at him to honor his promise and cure her. He replies that she must wait since several monsters still remain. Meanwhile, Hyern continues battling the flying creatures. She uses her aura ability to enhance her team's power and morale. At the same time, Jinchol's squad finalizes their wicked scheme, and he steps aboard Beck Heron's vessel, planning to eliminate the famous hunter before turning on the hero. As Jinchol nears Beck Heron, he feels a dark presence approaching, and his anger turns to tension when he realizes it is Disung. Annoyed, the hero walks toward Lady Heron's boat. Asking about her current progress, she answers that she is doing everything she can. Disung approaches, he resurrects her. The revived cheater number 14 seizes the chance to strike and fulfill his revenge. Just as he believes this is his opportunity, Hero's Saju eyes activate, detecting every hostile presence within a kilometer. He switches to scorching flame mode and launches a blazing fireball aimed not only at the monsters, but also at the monsters, at Jinchial's group as well, creating chaos. The Ocean Clan falls into confusion as their allies are suddenly attacked. Beck Heron demands answers, yet before he can explain, Jinchial appears before them, his stealth nullified, furious at the hero for exposing him. Nearby hunters stare at Jinchial, unsure who he is. Disung asks whether he is a surviving sea monster, but resurrected cheater desires nothing but vengeance. He injects a substance that shrouds him in a sinister aura. Coughing harshly, he spits black fluid before plunging into the ocean, while hunters recognize him as Hongma Clan, though he was reported dead. Suddenly, thick black mist surrounds the ship, blinding the hunters and tentacles, emitting dark energy surge upward from the sea, impaling several unfortunate hunters. One strikes at Lady Heron and shatters her barrier. The hero reacts instantly and grabs it, barehanded saving her, then twists it until the creature retreats, forcing the monster to rise from the sea with a painful roar. Jincheol transforms into an S-class Jiger King, confident in his revenge. Gathering his full power, he unleashes a devastating strike at the hero. Back at the cafe, Chanho assures Choyoung they will sacrifice everything to rescue her director if she helps them. Determined to save her superior, Chu Yu, Young asks what kind of assistance they expect from her, and Chanho bluntly asks if she can connect them with Dr. Park Dong-hea. He replies that the doctor's location is classified and suggests speaking to her director directly. Meanwhile, the monster knocks every hunter into the sea. He considers using his ultimate skill, but hesitates since it might harm allies. He allows Jincheol, now the Jiger King, to wrap him tightly in its tentacles. Rakio strikes fiercely at the hero, determined not to fail in killing him this time. The Ocean Clan stands frozen until they notice the hero flying above them, ready to face the threat. Astonished, Heron asks how he managed to rise like that. Disung tells her to keep her distance from his attacks if she values her life. Racing across the sky, the hero unleashes his extreme fury ability, forming a vast inferno that engulfs the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Jincheol is caught within it and blasted into fragments, swearing he will await the hero in hell. Spectators burst into cheers and shock at the astonishing triumph. Suddenly, a system alert informs Disung about the haunts, granting him new abilities such as stealth and transformation, along with mastery over ether aura. As the gate collapses, the bald man arrives with his Porter clan, humorously called Rice Cake. This time he brings company, including a live streamer who now proudly flaunts 1 million subscribers. He recounts his first Porter experience at the aquatic gate and introduces the bald leader to his audience. An impressed viewer donates $100,000, sending the chat into frenzy. Focus shifts to the Fortress Clan training grounds where the head of the Hell Witch drags the Demon Lord along to cleanse lingering spirits. Annoyed yet playful, he flicks her forehead, which only worsens her irritation, as he explains there are no ghosts but a suppressed spell instead. He questions where she obtained such a sealing magic. Beaming proudly, she admits entering an awakening portal. He asks him to keep it confidential and explains such portals can appear within monster gates. Driven by her wish to awaken, she risked entering one despite the danger. He wonders if similar portals might exist in hell, when suddenly, urgent Pantheon alert reports a celestial trespassing in the Ghost King's realm, forcing him to act. Tells the Hell Witch their agreement is settled and readies himself to depart immediately. Meanwhile, inside a prison cell, a visitor requests to see Captain Jincheol. As the door opens, Cho Yoon Young stands before him, prepared to discuss important matters. Presence reassures Captain Jincheol, relieved she is unharmed. She asks about Dr. Park's location, and the captain shares what he knows, hinting the doctor might repair her aura but warning of possible Hongma ties. Back in the Pantheon, upon arrival, the Demon Lord is notified that a servant has joined him. He wonders who it might be, only to see the Hell Witch standing behind him. Startled, he asks how she managed entry. Yu Seoyen eagerly declares she wants him as her master to train her magic. Checking her status panel, he feels irritation since she could interfere with his carefully laid plans. He discovers the prior seal marked her as a servant, and by overriding it, he has claimed her as his own. Though reluctant at first, he senses something favorable. With no alternative, he brings her along to the Ghost King's domain. As teleportation completes, he finds himself shackled to a wall, while the Hell Witch glances around in awe at the tools and devices scattered nearby. He calls for her assistance to free him, explaining the chains suppress his power completely. He says she will attempt it, and to his astonishment, quickly unlocks the restraints. Intrigued, he asks how she managed it. He proudly displays a key crafted through magic, as if forging it were effortless. Peering out a window, he points to a towering monster, a giant jailer known as the Wraith Collector. The Hell Witch asks to face it alone. The narrative shifts to a garage where Charlie Cho Young arrives by car and invites Chang Un-ho to accompany her to Dr. Park's laboratory. Meanwhile, Dr. Park reads headlines and notices news about his pawn Jincheol. Yet he remains calm, confident he has plenty of replacements. His laptop alerts him to Choyoung entering the building, and he smiles with satisfaction, revealing he anticipated her visit and views her as a test subject. Back in the Ghost King's territory, the Hell unleashes a stream of debilitating curses, crippling the warden until it falls. Dropping to its knees helplessly, Demon Lord swiftly finishes it off. After clearing the quest, he earns a skill point intended for Ryu Seoyen. Gothic girl proudly claims her powers have grown in hell, paying little heed to his warning that she keep her dolls ready as greater danger looms. Shocked that he already knows her abilities, she follows him cheerfully and soon reach the tomb maze and receive another mission prompt. Before entering the draining labyrinth, the ruler of hell boasts he memorized the layout, though just in case. He asks her for a doll, explaining he will summon her once he reaches the opposite side. Joking that he would sacrifice her if needed, she teases him about his kindness. Ignoring her chatter, he charges to conquer the maze and rushes forward directly, smashing through a wall and triggering numerous traps that activate the life-draining curse. Though it drains him faster than expected, he is deemed deterred and continues pressing ahead, sliding beneath a guard's strike with expert precision. Seeing the exit ahead, he dashes for it. Unaware of a lurking ambush, he is struck by another guard, forcing a counterattack that further saps his vitality. Mobilized, he sees thorned vines lunging toward him, determined. Refusing to perish, the hero suddenly disappears from sight. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Choyoung and Chanho park outside Dr. Donghyuk's lab. Chanho remarks how hidden and difficult the location is. Soyoung mentions she has visited once before, and they discover a massive elevator at the entrance when suddenly shutter lifts, revealing the doctor's unsettling assistant, Nam Jae. Daewoo steps forward to welcome them. Meanwhile, our gothic witch is occupied experimenting with her magic when suddenly he hears her master's voice calling her name, and upon hearing it, she once again fears she must teleport and promptly confirms her objective before instantly warping away. She materializes before a monster poised to attack. Disung quickly tells her to calm down, revealing he is disguised. Though uneasy, he proceeds to unlock the hidden stairway leading beneath, down into the underground hall of the Ghost King, where our demon Lord finally receives the quest to defeat the supreme boss. The pair quietly slip into the chamber, but upon seeing the boss already altered, he realizes they may have arrived too late. It turns out that heavenly corruption has changed the Ghost King, leaving our disguised hero explaining that in his current form, he cannot finish the boss. Instead, he relies on the Hell Witch's abilities and immediately upgrades her suicidal instant kill skill. She stares in astonishment as her status window shows her former ultimate success rate rising, while the fatal penalty remains bolded. Like a child thrilled by a birthday gift, she beams with joy without caring about the risk. He orders her to use the technique on the Ghost King. Hearing his encouragement, Seo Yan fearlessly prepares and summons a voodoo doll to act. The ruthless Demon King observes closely, hoping she clears the task for him. Seconds after she crushes the doll's life, the Ghost King crashes to the floor with a heavy thump. Hyesung feels exhilarated until he notices Ryu Seoyan lying unconscious behind him. Still, having done her part, the hero moves to end the weakened boss himself while enhancing himself with blood neutralization, predicting the enemy's next strike and charging to slay his former subordinate. When their blades clash, his weapon is sent flying away, and his chest is pierced as his soul is drawn into the sword of sin. Thus the Ghost King believes he has won and mocks his apparently lifeless foe. Back on Earth, Jung apologizes to the assistant for bringing someone unannounced. Startled, the eerie scientist politely asks who it might be. Roaring up in a sleek sports car, the man makes a dramatic arrival. Cho Young introduces him as Korea's 5th-ranked hunter and Marvel clan chief. Yahello respectfully states he hopes to collaborate with Dr. Donghyuk, since both specialize in aura engineering. Iwoo silently curses the interruption, yet maintains composure and greets the masked S-ranker. However, Yahello ignores him outright and greets Chang, Han-ho, and Choyoung instead, promptly instructing the assistant to lead them to the doctor. Assuming Han Yul came as protection, Yiwoo's desire to experiment on her grows stronger. He guides them to a laboratory room and tells them to wait before departing. Chanho senses the place feels strained. As a precaution, the Marvel leader suggests activating aura shields. Choyoung explains Jun Young advised bringing Han Yul for safety and notes Chanho could have sought help from the masked engineer. Suddenly gas seeps into the chamber, and Han Yul immediately recognizes it as a deliberate trap. He rams his shoulder into the sealed door, forcing it open with brute strength. Trio rush out only to be met by a horde of mutated orcs. Without hesitation, Han Yul summons a violet blade and a brilliant aura whip that slices through the advancing enemies, cutting down the monsters effortlessly. Alarmed, Chanho and Choyoung question why beasts roam free as their leader recognizes the malicious scheme at play. Watching through a monitor, the sinister assistant smirks, delighted to test his enhanced subjects exposed to the gas. Meanwhile, the ruler of hell resides within the sword of sin as new souls enter and ghouls rush forward to consume them. Unaware the hero has regained his body. With a presence more terrifying than any monster, he declares that they will be the ones devoured instead. The Ghost King approaches his unconscious servant, raising his blade to strike, but the sword suddenly takes control and he looks up in confusion as it begins to speak before turning against him and thrusting to the Ghost King just as he had done to Disung. Receiving the same fate, the Ghost King is sealed within his own sword ending. This mission filled with unexpected twists. Disung rubs his head annoyed at solving every issue in hell. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, revealing his father as the final adversary staring directly into his eyes. The strange celestial possessing the Ghost King asks his identity, displeasing the Demon King, who mocks it for questioning him in his own realm. Realizing he faces Hell's ruler, the radiant being launches an attack that is effortlessly dodged as the demon king severs the celestial's arm and watches its shocked expression twist in horror while the demons beg their king to punish the invader for them. Hearing him converse with demons leaves the celestial stunned, since only Heaven's Supreme should communicate with the exiled race. Curious about this Heaven's Supreme one, the hero listens, but their exchange ends abruptly as chains bind. The divine entity which begins to plead for forgiveness for failing, yet Heaven remains cold and merciless, offering no compassion. A bizarre spectacle confuses him as chanting apostles execute their own. They pay no attention to his questions. Enraged, he hurled himself forward and cleaved through all three in a single strike, leaving the creature staring in shock at the sight of someone dispatching the apostles so effortlessly. Moments later, however, it screams in agony as blood pours from the deep gash in its body. The system then declares the mission accomplished. Weeping over being forsaken by the Supreme One, the Celestial gradually withers before Disung's gaze until it shrinks into a newborn infant, leaving him stunned. He silently observes as the infant slowly transforms into an egg. Not knowing his next move, he reaches down and grabs the egg, hesitating as he debates cracking it open, when suddenly a screen pops up announcing that the egg contains a demonic creature fit to serve the Demon King. Fascinated by the message, he wastes no time starting the incubation. Flames wrap around it as a 60-minute timer materializes before him. Back on Earth inside the laboratory, Chanho demands to know why Yi Wu would carry out such atrocities. With no response forthcoming, Cho Yang concludes that Yi Wu seized the facility for cruel research and is probably holding Dr. Dong Hyuk captive. As their realization dawns on them, one of the extreme test subjects notices their presence, glaring at the horrific creature while the other two recoil in sheer terror. Newell identifies it instantly as the product of a human and monster fusion. The being, sporting a warped human face dripping saliva, rambles about preferring Choyoung's head to its current grotesque one before taking the chance. Choyoung fires her weapon and puts the monstrosity down. Brief diversion gives the clan leader an ideal moment, and with a rapid, devastating strikey blast, the twisted head clean off, enraging the orc-like brute. Haniel attempts another assault, smashing down with his massive mace and sending the masked hunter crashing into a wall. Noticing Choyoung shooting at him, the orc drools at the idea of reclaiming her head for himself once more. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Ryu Seoyen nervously guards Disung's egg until it at last breaks open, revealing a delicate fairy-like being. The tiny figure rises into the air and inquires about its master. Rather than answering, Disung interrogates it about its species and the heavenly realm, much to his irritation. The hovering companion insists it remembers nothing of heaven, annoyed at how disappointing the reward appears. The Demon King reaches for his blade, but Ryu Seoyen, who has long desired a pet, begs him to spare it and softly encourages the small creature to demonstrate its usefulness if it wants to survive. In response, it conjures a celestial shock. Though Disung remains unimpressed, the Hell Witch exaggerates her excitement dramatically. The bored hero scans the merchandise lining the shelves. Fortune Journal catches his eye, and the little being explains he can exchange quest points for it to preview the future. The system adds that he is allowed to see up to a full day ahead once each week. Upon hearing that, he immediately confirms the purchase. A scroll appears before him and unveils critical information that changes everything. Revelation makes him instantly adopt a grave expression. Immediately, without delay, Disung exits Hell and instructs SAE to return home, as the Hell Witch teases that he should not neglect his student, yet he calmly advises her to concentrate on fixing her doll. She continues pestering him, turns around wearing a chillingly serious look. Silence falls over her at once. Back in the lab, although Haniel appears unconscious, thin streams of smoke begin rising from beneath his armor, revealing a sleek cyberpunk design. Korea's top, fifth-ranked hunter rises furiously. Ready to unveil his trump card, he rockets toward the orc and slams a steel-clad fist into the mutant's face, warping it beyond recognition. Before the orc can strike back, his Iron Man-like armor releases an energy blast from his knuckles, obliterating the creature's upper torso. Witnessing the spectacle, Chanho recalls rumors that Haniel is outfitted entirely in aura tech. Drained, the Marvel clan leader admits his ether cores require a recharge, which leads Chanho to realize they are stepping directly into Yi Wu's trap. But this result was not what the mad scientist anticipated. Since Jae Wu had planned to take them alive, he now releases his most lethal experiment. As Haniel's systems begin recharging, a door slowly creaks open in an ominous manner, and from darkness steps Yi Wu's masterpiece, a goat-headed humanoid watching, the repulsive hybrid clutching a cleaver. Cho Young realizes it is another human-beast fusion. She moves to confront it, but Joe Hanel cautions that it is probably an S-rank monster. The mob, the masked hunter, and the hideous goatman exchange a stare before the cyberpunk warrior launches to combat. Haniel's punch nearly connects, yet the boatman slips aside effortlessly, grabbing his wrist and forcing Haniel to admit it surpasses him in speed. With crushing strength, the monster flings him away, ripping his armored wrist clean off through sheer power, while Chanho stares in shock as Cho Young charges boldly toward the enemy. Raised in her grip as predicted, the beast disappears instantly, appearing behind her and smashing her into the wall. Thankfully, the Marvel clan leader's aura protector activates just in time to shield her. Refusing to surrender, the S-rank hunter uses the distraction to charge an energy cannon with his remaining hand. Fortunately, the goatman bounds across the walls like a ninja, cutting off his last hand before slamming him violently and driving Korea's number 5 hunter into the floor. Enraged, Chanho orders the hideous goatman to cease its attack. The creature teleports directly in front of Chanho, mocking him as a frail human, pretending to be courageous while putting on a brave face. Chanho declares he knows someone capable of effortlessly killing the monstrosity. Unbothered, the goatman swings its cleaver down at him, only for the strike to be stopped by a shifting shadow that leaves everyone stunned, as the silhouette stepping out of the darkness turns out to be Desung. While he lightly asks Chanho if he is still breathing, the goatman moves to finish Cho Young. The demon lord dispatches another shadow to intercept the deadly blow, drawing the goatman's focus toward our hero. Hero experiments with his newly gained stealth ability, making his body fade completely from sight. The confused goat frantically scans the area before releasing a piercing scream in an attempt to track him by sound. He notes with interest that the goat is acting more like a bat than a beast. Meanwhile, inside his control chamber, Diwoo becomes irritated as he watches a major obstacle threaten his grand design. The final measure, he slams the massive forbidden red button to deploy his Chimera units and the lab system, declares that 30 minutes after their release, the facility will initiate total self-destruction. Yiwoo flees the premises, convinced that not even the top hunters can withstand his monsters. After hearing the warning, the hunters' team suddenly finds themselves encircled by swarms of twisted human-monster hybrids. Choyoung remarks that the lab has effectively become a production plant for monsters under that deranged scientist. Out of nowhere, Haniel suggests the creatures were likely born from injecting humans with awakening serums. Even so, with their former bodyguard down, Chanho seeks help from his ally at first. Initially, the Demon King considers incinerating everything, but in the end, chooses instead to relocate them to the Ghost King's domain. 3 companions gape at the overwhelming display of power. Yet, the Lord of Hell goes further. He calls forth. He summons an army of spirits and orders them to wipe out every foe in sight. The 2 forces crash together in savage combat. Sung assures his allies of their safety before disappearing. Reappearing once again, meanwhile, back at the laboratory, Yiwoo had attempted to escape using the elevator, only for it to break down unexpectedly. Shadows slide through the doorway as the hero peers in at him. The mad scientist stands frozen in terror, staring at his sworn enemy positioned before him like an immovable pillar. Like a true lunatic, Yiwoo grins and dares the demon lord to kill him. Grabbing him by the collar, our hero lifts and demands an explanation for the horrific mutation research. Yiwoo remains speechless, prompting our hero to activate his newly learned Ghost Eyes ability and dive into the depths of the madman's consciousness. He observes fragments of the past, where Yiwoo nearly dies beneath the stare of a colossal floating eye, as several brief flashes of the Jinchul trials reveal a masked bishop seemingly granting Yiwoo access to Han's body. After he presents sacrificial offerings, having uncovered enough, he hurls him against the wall, understanding that the scientist sacrificed countless innocents to prolong his own life. Sung resolves to personally ensure he suffers for the remainder of that extended existence. With just 60 seconds before the lab explodes, a man in a white coat abruptly appears, using a master key to cancel the self-destruct program. To his astonishment, the hero suddenly materializes behind him. He is perplexed to encounter yet another goat hybrid, who then introduces himself as Dr. Donghaya. Shortly after, the hunter squad assembles to meet the doctor. He conveys deep remorse and accepts blame for the situation. The goat doctor further states there is sufficient proof to indict his insane assistant, like children judging a stranger at first glance. Chanho mutters in disbelief that it is truly the doctor, but Choyoung affirms that the voice is unmistakably his. However, Haniel marvels that the doctor's consciousness remains stable despite full fusion with a monster. The doctor seems more intrigued by Haniel's mechanical body and recalls Choyoung's aura wound, claiming to possess an ampule capable of fully healing her. But before he can continue, the hero interrupts with the question troubling everyone. What exactly did he do to become a goatman? Buck turns pale as he confesses that he served as the very first subject of the monster fusion project. He defends his choice by saying it was the sole method to confront ever-stronger monsters, leading him and Yiwoo to test on terminal patients. He adds that an accident during the trial cost him his original body despite the experiment succeeding. Sung voices irritation that the doctor remains clueless about hands. Chanho inquires who hands are here. The explanation follows that the cult is behind the recent abnormal gate appearances. Meanwhile, Yi-Woo regains consciousness to discover himself. Stripped bare and chained within hell, he starts to lose control, screaming for someone to end his life. A prison guard of the Ghost King prepares his heated blades ready to play the miserable man endlessly. The scene then shifts to Han's gathering place where all four bishops sit engaged in grave discussion. The Eastern Bishop, Elheim, reports a surprising event that occurred in the East. The other bishops, especially the Southern Bishop Azar, show strong curiosity about the details. He quickly reveals that 2-dimension takers he deployed in Korea have been lost. The remaining bishops argue over how such a thing could happen and what it implies. The Southern Bishop urges the others to dispatch their highest-tier dimension takers to handle this new menace, then stands and declares his intent to resolve it personally, while Elheim tells him to calm himself and questions why he failed to act sooner. In response, Azar retorts sharply, asking if Elheim doubts his strength against what he believes is merely an awakened human. Elheim clarifies that the target is far more than a simple aura-awakened individual, leaving the other bishops stunned for a brief moment. Meanwhile, the Hunters Association president meets with a branch chief. The chief reports that according to investigations, a group named Hands is behind the ongoing kidnappings, and as the president demands confirmation, the branch manager states the intelligence came from their top hunter, Sung. Sensing the grave danger ahead, the president orders the manager to have Jin Kai Hong conduct a covert investigation, stressing that public exposure would spark panic. The scene then cuts to a detention facility where Jinchial waits for Choyoung. He notes that she has done all she could and invites her to join him for some tofu if she wishes. Ho Young mentions wanting her captain to meet someone and presents a goat, explaining that it is actually the Dr. Park he once knew. Jinchial looks bewildered as he sees nothing but a goat standing there, with no sign of the professor he expected, and mocks him for sinking so low as to become a goat while lounging on his bed. Inside the car, the captain rubs his temple and ridicules the goat doctor, admitting he never thought he would hold a conversation with a goat and that the whole situation feels bizarre. The setting changes to a familiar place, reminiscent of earlier incidents, and this time, serial murderer targets a girl named Mijang to harvest her brain, stepping in to block her escape route. But before he can act, Inspector Zhang Wu suddenly steps in, declaring that he has captured the culprit behind the abductions. He orders the woman to fall back and requests reinforcement from Captain Jin Kai Hong. Zhang Wu gets ready to fight, yet upon seeing the killer's calm and guarded posture, he questions whether he can actually. He is puzzled by how relaxed the murderer seems. Killer taunts Zhang Wu, calling him a hunter who once stabbed and killed his own superior, and with that, he successfully provokes Zhang Wu's fury. Zhang Wu realizes the criminal is linked to Li Xiaoku and shouts that he should have been the one to end him personally. With those words, he unleashes rapid strikes, all of which the killer evades with ease. Much like a character gifted only with supreme evasion, he slips past every blow, and in his rage, Zhang Wu throws his full power into the assault, only for his shock to grow when the murderer catches his weapon barehanded, slices across the inspector's throat. Despite his fierce will to survive, Zhang Wu senses the cold edge too late and understands his neck has been cut, leaving him dead on the spot. The killer briefly wonders if he slipped up, remembering he was told not to harm association members. However, he recalls that Yiwu, who warned him, has vanished, easing his concerns. After killing Zhang Wu, he casually walks away to hunt down the girl who escaped. The scene shows that he's dead, then shifts to the branch manager reviewing Zhang Wu's final recording. It becomes evident that the footage captured the killer moments before the inspector's death. He asks whether Kai Hong discovered the killer's identity, and Kai Hong explains the man is Chong Sik, ranked as a D-class adventurer. He further reveals that Chong Sik, along with Jin Chul and others, has joined a covert group called Hands. He then asks about Yi Wu, and Kai Hong reports that according to Chanho, the man died at the research center. The manager, furious over the chaos, orders Kai Hong to notify every S-rank hunter and send them to eradicate the organization. The scene moves to Disung's building, where Dongchul returns to meet Chanho again, immediately stating he is seeking financial support. He explains his plan to build improved housing for the children in his care and promises full cooperation in return for funding. Dongchul shakes Chanho's hand, surprised at how smoothly things are going. However, Chanho cautions him not to celebrate yet, saying the final approval depends on Disung. Story shifts to Hope Orphanage, where Dongchul calls the sister to outline his plans, mentioning he contacted Disung's clan for support and is organizing a major fundraiser. She voices concern, but he reassures by saying that clearing even one S-rank gate with other elites would secure huge rewards. While talking, he suddenly notices someone approaching the orphanage from outside. Instinctively, he urges the sister to rush everyone, including herself, into the monster shelter, warning that he senses immense danger drawing near, his tense expression making the urgency clear. As he steps outside, he sees a muscular blonde man calmly walking toward him. Dongchul immediately launches into a high aerial strike. However, the muscular man blocks effortlessly, fully aware of Dongchul's S-rank status and ready for the battle ahead. Dongchul feels unease when his move is easily countered and gathers his resolve, reminding himself he must push beyond his limits. Blonde opponent retaliates with a long-range attack, creating a troubling pressure around him as Dongchul realizes the enemy excels at distance combat. Meanwhile, a strange dark mist spreads around the house as a woman approaches. As the fog seeps indoors, Ryu Seoyen grows drowsy and collapses unconscious, lying helpless on the floor. Suddenly, her voodoo doll springs to life. The woman types in the door's access code and steps inside, conjuring a staff in her grip. She proclaims the house a shrine for the dead. Entering the living room, she freezes at the sight of a hideous doll clutching a knife. Uneasy, she questions why such a grotesque doll is present. Like something from a horror film, the doll licks the blade in a disturbing manner. To eliminate it, the intruder casts a spell, setting the doll ablaze. The crazed toy charges at her even while burning. The woman raises a protective barrier as it closes in. The Disung doll hacks at the shield with its knife, vowing to chop her into pieces. With every strike, cracks spread across the barrier. The intruder panics upon seeing it weaken and loses her footing and falls, giving the possessed doll the chance to stab her repeatedly. The sinister toy revels in her blood and screams. Her cries echo outside, but no one comes to rescue her. The Hunters Association. The branch manager receives reports of battles erupting across the city. Staff inform him of Changsik fighting an unknown opponent at Han River Park, and that Dongchul is also engaged with a mysterious challenger. Reports leave the manager anxious, as he wonders if these enemies belong to Hansen. He orders a unit to assist Dongchul at the orphanage immediately. Meanwhile, at Han River Park, Changsik's foe admires the strength of Korean hunters. The Darkman appears calm and untouched. In contrast, Changsik looks battered and exhausted. The mysterious enemy activates a magnetic storm technique to finish the clash, launching it toward Korea's top hunter, who panics as his body is dragged toward the force. Changsik finds himself powerless and unsure how to respond. Suddenly, the magnetic pull ceases as if by miracle. Even the Darkman seems confused by the abrupt stop. Beck Heron suddenly slides in to back up Changsik. The top hunter sighs in relief at the arrival of support. Heron asks whether the Darkman belongs to Hans, but she quickly realizes Changsik knows nothing, not even about the urgent notice sent to S-rankers. Soon, several suited men arrive, addressing Changsik as their leader. Meanwhile, the enemy grows irritated at the interruption and attacks anyone in his path. He unleashes a massive shockwave blast from both arms. Heron instantly raises a radiant shield. The luminous barrier successfully blocks the incoming strike. Even so, the sheer force of the wave terrifies the surrounding men. Changsik orders his men to hand him his sword at once. With the weapon gripped firmly, he prepares to finally conclude the prolonged battle. Realizing he has exhausted a great deal of energy, the attacker chooses to retreat swiftly. Once the danger disappears, Changsik's fatigue overwhelms him. He collapses unconscious, throwing his subordinates into panic as Beck Heron urges them to rush him to the hospital immediately. In the orphanage basement, the children hide with the sister while chaos erupts above, and she reassures them that the director will be all right. One child mimics Dongchul's mannerisms, making the others giggle and easing their fear. Above ground, Dongchul remains cornered as he desperately deflects the relentless projectiles aimed at him. Frustration builds as he fails to spot any opening in his opponent's attacks. The blonde assailant fires more projectiles skyward, clearly preparing to finish his clash with one of Korea's elite hunters. Dongchul steels himself for the next deadly move. His foe activates a technique known as blood rain, summoning countless spear-like arrows made of blood from above. To survive, the director counters with his thunderstorm skill. Despite that effort, the blood spears pierce through mercilessly. When the dust clears, the director is seen impaled by numerous spikes, still clinging to life and refusing to die there. Eventually, his body can no longer endure, and he collapses. Thug's hand trembles as the fight concludes. His power fades, revealing he has depleted the authority of the giant blood. Sensing something amiss, he promptly withdraws from the scene. At Ryu Seoyen's home, she discovers signs of a corpse amid a pool of blood. Through that, she taps into the lingering memories of the incident and realizes her grotesque doll was the one who protected her. Back at the hero's apartment, his mother watches the news reporting the strange battles at Han River Park and Dongchul's orphanage. The alarming reports deepen her anxiety since her son has been away for days. She hurriedly searches the couch for a phone. Jisoo enters and reassures her that Chanho said Disung is fine. Mother asks when they last spoke and what her son has been doing. Jisoo responds carelessly, implying she has no interest in her brother's affairs. Angered, her mother scolds and hits her, prompting the girl to cry out. On a rooftop, a shadowy and ominous figure stands silently. The camera reveals him as the serial killer, plotting to murder one family member and kidnap another. When the apartment lights suddenly cut out, he moves toward a window, ready to massacre the unsuspecting family. Channels his power to force his way inside, but is violently repelled in the attempt. Disung's mother sleeps peacefully. The pendant around her neck glows, activating the home's protective barrier. The killer grows furious and uneasy upon realizing a defense field is in place. Without warning, a spear shoots out and pierces him instantly. He coughs up blood as searing pain overwhelms his senses. The spear drives him farther away from the building. One of Disung's summoned creatures appears and orders him to stay quiet. Terror grips him when he sees the summon without its master present. As the monster prepares to throw him off the rooftop, he hurriedly offers explanations. However, the creature states that Disung will interrogate him personally. The scene transitions to a moonlit sea. The waves suddenly churn violently, and a colossal sea serpent rises from the depth. System message declares the protagonist's body fully liberated, as Disung stands atop the serpent radiating lethal aura. His hair now white, signaling a return to his former self. He receives a report from his summon about an intruder targeting his mother. View shifts to the great iron castle, where the killer is bound before a throne awaiting judgment. Trembles in confusion, unsure of his location. Footsteps echo as the hero approaches to question him, briefly distracted by demons praising him before promising to deal with them later. Then turns his attention to the frightened captive and demands the identity of his master. At the Han's southern altar, Elheim meets the two attackers of Changsik and Dongchul. He questions them about their mission's outcome. The blonde reports Dongchul's defeat, while the dark fighter admits he failed to kill his target. He insists Changsik would have died if not for interference. The bishop reveals that Guzman has died and Sagat has disappeared. As the two absorb the shocking update, Bishop morphs into a grotesque being with an oversized. He grants them apostle authority and commands them to eliminate Disung at once. At a university hospital, two guards stand watch outside their leader's recovery room. Changsik regains consciousness despite intense pain. Noticing this, the staff alert the doctor and the association chairman. He clutches his head, struggling to understand where he is. The woman explains he suffered shock from severe aura depletion. He tries to rise, but she urges him to remain still. After sitting up, he asks about Beck Heron and learns she rushed to Dongchul. A subordinate scolds the man for revealing that information. This only heightens Changsik's worry as he asks if something happened to the director. The men hesitate, wearing grim expressions. One finally admits Dongchul is in critical condition after his fight, and Beck Heron hurried there. Despair fills Changsik's eyes upon hearing this. He forces himself out of bed to see his friend, but the woman warns him he must continue recovering. Still stubborn, he demands to know the director's room. In Dongchul's ward, Beck Heron repeatedly channels healing energy. Ai Hong tells her the external wounds are already treated. Yet Beck Heron clutches his hands in fear, refusing to accept he might be dying. The door suddenly swings open. Changsik enters to witness the grim scene. Dongchul lies unconscious while her healing seems ineffective. Kai Hong explains he is not dead, but in a coma and brain dead. Changsik blames Hans and demands to know their identity. Kai Hong assures him the association is tracking the attackers. Suddenly his phone vibrates loudly. Upon answering, he is told an S-rank gate has appeared. Beck Heron and Changsik immediately grow uneasy when they hear the announcement of an S-rank gate. The atmosphere tightens as Kai Hong continues receiving updates over the call. The view shifts to a colossal gate manifesting in the city center, spreading panic among civilians. The association headquarters, staff scramble to figure out how to respond. The immense scale of the gate and the fear in the room make it clear how dire the crisis is. Branch manager worries that most elite hunters are incapacitated, leaving mainly support types available. He declares a red alert and orders all registered hunters to mobilize against the threat. Employees rush to contact every hunter they can reach. The manager stares blankly ahead, praying they can contain the disaster. Meanwhile, at the Iron Castle, the captured killer is subjected to brutal interrogation by the hero, drains his memories to uncover hidden information. Disung glimpses visions of a Han's bishop orchestrating events. After stripping away the prisoner's memories, he wonders if that bishop will be his ultimate adversary. Back in the city, cars line up at toll gates as people attempt to flee. A reporter explains citizens are escaping, but traffic jams are severe. In the opposite direction, buses filled with hunters head toward the gate. The reporter adds that Changsik and Dongchul cannot join the assault due to injuries, and the association remains silent about S-rankers. At Disung's family apartment, his mother sees Jisoo dragging a large suitcase and questions her. Jisoo insists they must evacuate immediately because chaos reigns outside. Their mother scolds her for trying to leave without Disung, but Jisoo reminds her how powerful he is. A loud knock interrupts them. They open the door to Disung and notice his white hair. While he asks where they plan to go, Jisoo explains they intend to evacuate due to the S-rank gate and urges him to run if things worsen. He tells his mother to stay inside with his sister, assuring them their home is currently the safest place in Korea. He promises to defeat the monsters and return unharmed. His mother agrees, though Jisoo still appears uneasy. With that, Disung heads out to confront the threat. Military vehicles position themselves throughout the city. Soldiers hurry toward the gate to reinforce defenses. As tanks near the structure, Disung stands atop a nearby rooftop. He gazes at the gate as dark energy radiates from him. He suspects it may be a trap set by his enemies. Back at headquarters, anxiety grows as staff study the S-rank gate. The manager pounds the desk, frustrated by the mounting complications. Clerk informs him that the Disung clan has requested sole rights to clear the gate. Overjoyed, he shouts without realizing it, and quickly regains composure and apologizes. Orders other forces to remain on standby as support, and instructs the clerk to announce the news immediately. Tanks continue advancing toward the site. Hunters gather along the streets organizing formations, with ranged units at the rear and defenders up front. Some hunters tremble, fearing they will be sacrificed. Suddenly, an alert notifies them that the Disung clan has begun attacking the S-rank gate. The ground vibrates as a summoned dragon roars overhead, its low flight nearly deafening them. Awe spreads among the hunters as they realize the hero has arrived. At headquarters, the manager watches Disung approach the gate. He entrusts the crisis to the Demon King, hoping for success. A reporter at the scene observes the Disung clan tackling the gate alone and prepares to broadcast live. Meanwhile, Disung flies directly into the gate. He lands in a frozen wasteland, remarking on the extreme cold before a Han's lackey attempts to shoot him down. The attacker pours all his strength into striking the demon, yet Disung answers with his dragon's fiery breath. Blue flames descend as the foe counters with a magnetic storm. Too weak to resist, the Darkman fails to repel the flames, and the impact erupts in a massive explosion. Through the smoke, Disung sees the enemy attempting escape. He dives down in pursuit. The hunter retaliates with blood spears, hoping to repeat Dongcheol's fate. Disung draws his blade and incinerates the spears, then smashes into the foe's hiding place. With a cold glare, he orders him to step out, and the Darkman emerges. The two confront each other amid a raging blizzard. Foe claims Disung's power surpasses that of ordinary hunters. Disung dismisses the talk and demands he finish quickly. The enemy activates Titan's advent, likely bestowed by the bishop. His body swells with massive muscle, tearing apart his clothes and making him resemble a wrestler. Yet Disung senses little change in his strength. Empowered, the Darkman prepares to unleash overwhelming force. He summons a giant meteor aimed at Disung, but the hero treats it as trivial. Disung releases even greater magic, intensifying his. The enemy is stunned by such immense power. Suddenly, a second Han's lackey appears behind him, suggesting Disung's ability has a flaw. Disung already senses him and warns the blonde not to rush to death. The man realizes he was detected from the start. As the meteor descends, Disung uses wrath to split the rock in two. Darkman is cleaved apart in the process and dies. The Demon King defeats him effortlessly. Watching this, the blonde trembles and admits even Elheim cannot match such power. Before he can act, Disung seizes his throat and electrocutes his mind with thunder. He sternly questions him about the bishop's eyes. Suddenly, one eye materializes beside them. Then several more appear in the air. Disung grins at the sight of the floating eyes. He throws the blonde aside, no longer needing him. The bishop's eyes note that Disung's power differs from ordinary awakened users, deciding to test him, but first, they petrify their own lackey, turning him to stone. The man pleads desperately before becoming a lifeless statue. The hero casually wonders aloud whether it is finally his chance to enjoy himself. He summons an enormous sphere of fire and orders the bishop to show his real form. With blazing attacks, he targets the eyes and detonates them one after another. Amid the chaos of the clash, the man who had been turned to stone is smashed to pieces as the fight rages on. When the haze from combat fades, he senses the foe is still alive. He calls out, telling the bishop to stop hiding and come out at once. An eye reappears and questions Disung about his origins. He replies that he will answer, but only after receiving a response first. Thinking he seeks a bargain, the bishop prepares to negotiate. Kang Wu then demands to know what the bishop intends to do. Elheim confesses his fondness for bargains, yet cautions that he will rip out Disung's heart if given an opening. Disung prepares himself to pose his question. Instead of speaking, he activates his spectral vision. He dives into the eye's memories, though the bishop insists such tricks are useless. Demon King coldly replies that he would never trust a creature like him. In those memories, he witnesses a fierce war on the Titan world called Hecatan. A radiant, angelic being descends from above, seemingly commanding a host of giants. They are ultimately massacred, and the entire planet is obliterated. Spacecraft then streaks through hyperspace. It emerges within the region known as the Hands Nebula. There, a colossal entity informs his followers that Hekaton's bloodline has perished, and only they remain. Restore their race. He opens a gateway to Earth and orders a gate cube to be installed. Their objective is to saturate Earth with ether energy. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., global leaders assemble. Hero observes them bargaining with the Haunt species for eternal dominion over Earth. In exchange, the aliens promise immortality and grant them the powers of the nebula. The vision abruptly ends when the bishop removes his eye and identifies the source of Disung's strength. He declares that it originates from the demon beast nebula. He even questions whether the hero rules that domain. Back inside the S-rank gate, Disung reflects on the bishop's 1,000 years of memories and wonders if this foe was truly the final adversary. Strange scenes leave him unsettled and confused. He also realizes the gate contains no monsters at all. Notices the charred remains of the petrified man, slowly fading away. Outside in the city, Beck Heron and Han Ul wait with other hunters before the gate. The branch manager approaches the S-rank team and expresses gratitude for overseeing the preparations. He is astonished to see Han Ul using both arms again, and the hunter explains he fitted temporary gear so he could continue fighting. Heron inquires about Disung's time inside, and the manager answers that 3 hours have passed. He prays for the hero's safe return, aware a second disaster could strike if he fails. Ryu Seoyen interrupts sharply, offended by any suggestion that her master might lose. He questions whether they have forgotten just how overwhelming his strength is. Clearly annoyed by her, Beck Heron asks why she is even present. The girl reveals that Han's assassins paid her a visit as well. Beck Heron and Han Ul are left utterly stunned by the revelation. The manager asks what became of those attackers. Ryu Seoyen calmly states her doll eliminated the assassin. Explains she crafted a superior doll beyond her cursed ones, though it was drained after the battle. To revive it, she claims she will push Disung to become even stronger. Suddenly, the hunters notice the gate's color shift, signaling it has been cleared. The manager and S-rank hunters stare in disbelief at the sight. Inside, Disung grips 2 shining crystals. A system message informs him he has acquired great meteorite power and 2 ether cores capable of producing an S-class Great Awakener. His first thought concerns how much profit those crystals might bring. After reconsidering, he opts to experiment with them. Soon, the hunters outside begin shouting his name. Watch as the Demon King exits atop his magnificent dragon, prompting thunderous cheers. Ryu Seoyen waves enthusiastically, trying to catch his eye. Gazes at the adoring crowd below without much reaction. As he descends, the hunters step aside, marveling at his ability to solo an S-rank gate. He approaches the branch manager, who greets him. Representing the association, the manager offers sincere thanks for his efforts. Surrounding hunters echo their appreciation and continue applauding. Though he appears tired of the fuss, he secretly feels awkward under the intense spotlight. Ryu Seoyen edges close again, asking what creatures he encountered inside. Beck Heron and Han Ul also await his response. He simply states that there were no monsters within. The manager struggles to comprehend how that could happen. Disung clarifies that he faced 3 individuals instead. One had blue eyes, another black, and the last white. Karin deduces the black-eyed one attacked Changsik, while the white-eyed foe battled Dongka. Even so, the manager finds it absurd that an S-rank gate lacked monsters and promises a thorough investigation. Han Ul recognizes 2 of them as his attackers, but remains clueless about the blue-eyed figure. Heron sternly asks what became of those 3. Disung replies that he killed 2, while the blue-eyed one escaped. He adds that the escapee appears to lead the assassins, though a greater mastermind exists, and he needs time to sort his thoughts. Ryu Seoyen presses him again, asking if he gained anything from the gate. The others are equally curious about any rewards he secured. He feigns a headache and claims exhaustion to avoid the topic. He advises them to consult Chanho for further explanations. Before his unhinged disciple can request anything, he vanishes swiftly. The rest are left confused and lacking answers. Soon after, media outlets broadcast reports praising his solo S-rank gate clear. The achievement elevates Korea's reputation and shifts its global standing. In Yangchil's room, the streamer celebrates wildly, proclaiming Disung the world's strongest hunter. He introduces himself as head of Disung's fan cafe and recalls supporting him since the Gangnam Gate event. Displaying a world map, he explains why the feat is monumental. While many nations have cleared S-rank gates, none have done so single-handedly until now. He insists Disung deserves the top global ranking. Some viewers disagree, arguing the gate contained no monsters. Enraged, Yangchil shouts at his screen in outrage. He resolves to call on Di Seong for details about the gate. The information he receives leaves him utterly stunned. Elsewhere, Choyoung is overwhelmed by constant calls from news agency regarding the incident. The barrage drains her, and she struggles to grasp the frenzy. Non-stop ringing gives her no relief and nearly drives her mad. At the Disung clan headquarters, Chanho repeatedly tries calling him, but Disung rarely answers, pushing Chanho to the brink. In desperation, he texts that an urgent press conference is necessary. Meanwhile, Disung sleeps soundly, unaware of his vibrating phone. Chanho fumes, believing Disung should not have tackled the gate alone. The scene shifts to the altar of the Han's blood demons in space, where Ramesh, the high priest of Hecate, kneels before towering statues. Elheim appears and informs him of trouble arising on Earth. Ramesh inquires about the nature of the issue. The bishop reveals that the ruler of the demonic nebula is present on Earth and has uncovered their scheme by reading his memories. The priest reacts with astonishment at the revelation. In a fit of fury, he strikes his staff hard against the floor. He informs Elheim that no more gates will be allowed to form in Korea. He then orders the bishop to ready himself for an impending war against the heavens. Melheim respectfully acknowledges the command. At the headquarters of the World Hunter Association, desks are stacked with magazines praising the hero for single-handedly conquering an S-rank gate. Officials sit in anticipation, waiting for their leader to begin. Darren Anderson, president of the World Hunter Association, opens the session to address the Korean S-rank gate incident. Anderson gestures toward the screen, which displays Disung's face alongside the gate. The image zooms closer as he explains that Disung cleared the S-rank gate alone. Natsukawa Shinji of Japan's Central Communications cuts in, noting that Japan ranks gates by monster level rather than aura. Since Disung's gate contained no monsters, Shinji argues it should not qualify as S-rank and insists a genuine S-class gate cannot be handled by one person. China's Vice Chairman Xinrong comments that the gate resembles one of their internal hunter evaluation sites. Another delegate advises restraint, pointing out that Korea's association chairman is present. Park Young-ho feels the pressure mounting, but chooses to stand firm. Anderson announces that an investigative team will be sent to verify the S-class closure and invites Young-ho to speak. Korea's chairman reveals they have obtained critical data about Disung and calls for international action. He directs everyone's attention back to the monitor to watch the first video. Later, a vehicle arrives outside the Disung clan headquarters. A swarm of reporters instantly recognizes Chanho inside the car. Choyoung informs him about the reporters and asks how they should proceed. Chanho is clearly exhausted from dealing with the media. Even so, he steps out to face them. The reporters immediately bombard him with questions about whether the cleared gate was truly S-rank and what Disung's stance is. He finds their tone both annoying and disrespectful. Chanho assures them the matter will be addressed soon and asks for patience. The journalists continue pressing, questioning whether the gate was really empty. Choyoung cuts in and helps Chanho push through the crowd into the building. Once inside, he thanks her for stepping in. As he disappears indoors, reporters redirect their questions toward Choyoung. She politely declines any interview requests. At the hero's apartment complex, his mother and sister encounter another group of reporters searching for Disung. Reporters spot them and rush over for comments. Jisoo shields her mother from the aggressive crowd. One reporter tells the mother her son saved the nation and asks for a statement. She looks puzzled, unsure why they are calling him a national hero. Nevertheless, the reporters push for remarks about the S-class gate. Jisoo blurts out that her brother told them not to evacuate. She explains he insisted their home was safest, and there was no need to flee, which the reporters eagerly record. They then question her about his hair color change and whether it reflects his mental condition. Jisoo keeps talking non-stop until someone shouts her name. Turning around, she sees her brother telling her to take their mother home immediately. The reporters quickly shift their focus to him. They overwhelm him with rapid-fire questions. A reporter demands he comment on the gate being empty. Disung orders silence and warns that anyone speaking will be barred from the press conference. The room quiets instantly as reporters fear exclusion. He snaps his fingers. An electric pulse surges out, frying every camera and recorder. He declares that recording devices are forbidden during the conference, promises full disclosure in a week, and asks them to disperse. With no alternative, they reluctantly comply. Meanwhile, Young-ho boards a plane home. He reflects deeply on the earlier meeting. Jin Rong had suggested capturing the Han's creators, but Young-ho privately wants to assess Disung's power himself. He proposes inviting Disung to speak, so they can confirm Korea truly has such a remarkable hunter. Shinji supports the idea, believing strong ties with Korea are crucial if Disung is genuine. Another official agrees they should summon him for more clarity. Young-ho, however, states that will not be possible. Anderson responds that the Federation will deploy 5 S-class hunters for gate defense. He again suggests inviting Disung before finalizing policy. Young-ho notices their real interest lies solely in Disung. After locking eyes with Anderson, he firmly refuses to cooperate. Gazing out the window, he vows they will not manipulate Korea. Back at the Disung clan, he asks Choyoung if she originally intended to join his clan. She expresses gratitude for him saving her twice, and he checks on her recovery. She explains her aura core is destroyed, preventing her from hunting, so she wants to work for him until she regains strength. Despite her explanation, he oddly repeats whether she truly cannot work as a hunter. Choyoung reveals monsters killed her parents, and she aims to reclaim her power and seek vengeance on those behind the gates. Chanho enters complaining, only to be surprised by Disung's presence. He hands over an invitation from the Global Hunters Association. The letter invites Disung to a conference to share his experience and provide key information, which Choyoung reads aloud. Chanho beams with pride at the idea of his friend meeting world-class hunters and wonders if he is included. Disung bluntly refuses to attend. Chanho urges him not to decide so quickly. Disung argues the hands are too dangerous and fears disaster if they strike while he is away. Chanho realizes even 5 S-class hunters might not rival Disung's strength. He then asks how the press conference will be handled. Disung glances at Choyoung, claiming he has a plan, leaving her nervously sweating. At the conference hall, reporters pack the room, cameras flashing non-stop. Choyoung opens the event and hands the microphone to Chanho for a briefing. As the clan leader introduces himself, camera lights continue bursting in his face. After finishing, Choyoung invites questions from the audience. Numerous hands shoot up. She selects a journalist seated in the front row. Reporter Lee Jimin introduces herself and poses a question. Disung steps up to the podium. Jimin asks whether he knew details about the gate, since he advised his family not to evacuate. Responds that he had no advanced knowledge. He adds confidently that he is strong enough to stop any gate that appears. The statement captivates reporters, though Chanho worries about his bold wording. A second journalist is chosen, asks what opponent Disung faced if there were no monsters. Disung replies that he battled a powerful eye. The reporter looks puzzled by that answer. He quickly clarifies that he fought the enemy amid the snow. Chanho takes over, stating the enemy's identity remains classified until the association releases an official statement. Still unsatisfied, the persistent reporter presses further, asking whether there is any tangible loot proving the gate was not empty. Disung reaches into his dimensional storage and decides to reveal what he obtained from inside the gate. Pulls out a crystal and announces that it is an S-class awakening core. The journalists erupt in chaos at the revelation, scrambling to break the massive story. Watching from home, Seoyoung is stunned by the enormous size of the core. Changsik and the other S-rank hunters are equally astonished by the sight of the awakening core. Erin admits she has never encountered such an item before. The camera shifts to Jung-ho and the branch manager, both left speechless as they observe the broadcast. Dongchul beams with excitement, eager to taunt those who claim the gate held nothing. Disung extends the crystal toward Choyoung. He stares at it nervously, confused about why the vice leader is directing it at her. The hero offers her an opportunity to return to life as a hunter. He declares to everyone that he will test the core on the spot. Choyoung suddenly understands that the true purpose of the conference is to use her as the subject. He reminds her that he promised Jincheol he would restore her and bring her into his service. Her hands tremble with anxiety. Despite her fear, she accepts and swears to repay his kindness. The moment she takes the crystal, a brilliant light engulfs the hall. The reporters instinctively cover their eyes from the glare. System prompt asks if the Demon King wishes to register Choyoung as his servant, and he agrees. The crystal merges completely into Choyoung's body. When it ends, she senses her aura flowing again, though it feels different from before. The press watches in shock as her awakening becomes reality, already speculating on the crystal's value. Chanho anxiously studies Choyoung, now reborn as an S-class hunter. He wonders if this marks the beginning of the Disung clan's dominance. The hospital, Dongchul's door is plastered with notes from orphanage children wishing for his recovery. Inside, the children plead for him to wake up, while a nun tries to soothe their tears. The door swings open and Disung steps inside. Children recognize him immediately and question his presence. Reporters somehow trail him into the ward, as he offers Dongchul something worth more than the 400 billion he once demanded. The media waits eagerly for what comes next. Changsik and Baek Haran enter, and she orders the reporters aside. They approach as Disung raises the crystal over Dongchul's bed. The two hunters feel the crystal's immense power and hope their friend will revive. Disung announces he will demonstrate the resurrection of an S-class hunter. At Seo Yan's apartment, she struggles to revive her eerie doll without success. She requires a stronger medium from her master, and though the magic circle channels energy, it fails to restore the doll. Determined, she resolves to seek her master directly. Back in the hospital, the children and nun gasp as the director's body begins to rise. A system window appears before Disung, and he confirms Dongchul's registration as a servant. Power surges violently, shredding the director's clothing. Cameras flash non-stop as reporters capture every second of the revival. Once finished, Disung announces the event is over. He teleports away instantly, leaving everyone stunned. Moments later, Dongchial's eyes flicker open. He drops back onto the bed and assumes a combat stance, thinking the battle continues. His friends laugh, and he questions why he is still alive. They inform him that he has been brought back. He admits he senses changes after awakening as an S-class hunter. Then he abruptly asks why he is completely naked. At Disung's family home, his mother and sister are startled when Ryu Seoyen appears with numerous gifts. His mother explains that her son is away working. Jisoo peeks into the bag and notices they contain luxury shoes. Their mother feels the presents are excessive. Ryu Seoyen insists they are tokens of gratitude for saving her from illness. He even calls the mother her godmother, shocking her. Meanwhile, Jisoo digs through the bags and finds a rare limited edition sneaker pair. Delighted, she calls Ryu Seoyen her sister in return. Ryu Seoyen then requests a favor from Jisoo. Jisoo misunderstands and grows suspicious. Ryu clarifies it is not what she is imagining. She explains she needs a powerful medium infused with Disung's demonic energy. She adds it is typically found in a men's restroom, deepening Jisoo's misunderstanding. Jisoo initially refuses and suggests another request, but Ryu stops her. She urges her to examine a slip of paper first. Upon seeing it is a rare concert ticket, Jisoo struggles between loyalty and fandom. Ryu tempts her further by revealing that her favorite idol JK belongs to her clan, proving her desperation. Ultimately, Jisoo agrees in exchange for the ticket. Both girls tear up with joy, thrilled their wishes may come true. Ryu reassures her doll's spirit that revival and awakening are possible. Back at the Disung clan headquarters, Uncle and Choyoung spar intensely, showcasing their newfound power. S-class duel is fierce and mesmerizing. Impressed, Chanho asks if any cores remain, but Disung reminds him he belongs behind a desk. Watching them, the leader proclaims the clan now stands as Korea's strongest. Still, Disung believes they are not ready to face the hands. The leader complains about lacking gates to display his abilities. Observing training, Disung considers strengthening himself further. He returns home and is warmly greeted. He questions why his sister is acting overly kind and remarks her eyes resemble gate monsters. Offended, Jisoo storms away, yet he remains suspicious of her behavior. He heads to the shower to unwind. As he dries his hair, Jisoo quietly slips into the bathroom behind him. She wonders if he truly is an S-rank hunter since he failed to notice her. Suddenly, he appears behind her, startling her into a scream. He questions why she is using his bathroom when she has her own. She lies, claiming their mother asked her to clean. Confused, he watches as she shuts the door, leaving him baffled. Inside, Jisoo tries to steady her breathing. She regrets betraying her brother over a pop group. Gathering courage, she prepares to find the needed medium. The following day, she meets Seo Yan at a cafe. Jisoo hands over an envelope and asks her to confirm its contents. Ryu Seoyen grows, excited, sensing the strong aura from within. Jisoo explains she collected it from the bathroom and requests the ticket in return. Feeling the energy radiating from the envelope, Ryu believes her doll will achieve a superior awakening. She gives Jisoo the ticket, who daydreams about finally meeting JK. The two girls feel pleased with their exchange and continue chatting for a while longer. Shortly afterward, Seo Yan returns home and begins reviving her Chucky doll. She chants the demon god's name and begs him to infuse her toy with power. At the same time, the protagonist senses an eerie presence while spending time with Chanho. Before long, the doll absorbs an immense amount of demonic energy. Its lifeless eyes flicker and regain their glow. Yu Seoyen beams with joy upon seeing her treasured doll restored. She eagerly throws her arms around Chucky. The hideous doll promptly smacks her away. Chucky scolds her for delaying his revival and insults her intelligence, acting utterly ungrateful. He stomps on her head while declaring he will drench the world in blood, and Ryu Seoyen is baffled by his insane behavior. Eventually, she restrains the doll by pinning it down with metal rods. She admits she failed to discipline him properly and resolves to teach the demonic brat some manners. Suddenly, her phone vibrates as her master calls. She lights up with excitement, like a child receiving candy. Moments later, she appears in the pantheon beside Dongchul and Choyoung, who are confused about their sudden arrival, while she eagerly asks what hellish place awaits them. Sung bluntly informs the two newly awakened hunters that they are still far too weak. Dongchul and Choyoung fall silent because they know he speaks the truth. He explains they must grow significantly stronger but his most troublesome servant interrupts him. She announces that she has something important to present. He places the demonic doll on the ground. Chucky grumbles at being called ugly, though his appearance says otherwise. Ryuseoyan boldly claims the doll is their child, revealing her wild imagination. Dongchul and Choyoung are left stunned, wondering if their master and the eccentric girl are serious. To make matters stranger, Chucky stands and calls Disung his father. The doll suddenly dashes toward him. Disung casually swats the foolish toy away before it can touch him. Ryuseoyan scoops up her doll and tries to calm it down. The protagonist is fed up and puzzled by her bizarre antics. The other hunters remain speechless at the absurd scene. Disung quickly shifts focus, announcing it is time to strengthen the clan. Recreates the territory of the Lord Spider Queen. The surroundings transform into a dense forest. As Dongchul struggles to comprehend the sudden relocation, Choyoung draws her guns, sensing nearby threats. System window appears, informing them they can view their status using the command. Seoyeon and the others check their roles and statistics. Dongchul remains bewildered and jokingly asks if Disung is some wandering spirit. Seoyeon explains they are inside the Hell Training Center and must stay alert. Seoyeon stays vigilant. Soon a swarm of spiders advances toward them. Disung instructs them to survive until the time limit expires. Excitement surges through Dongchul as he anticipates the fight. Girls prepare themselves for combat. The hero signals for the battle to begin. The spiders charge recklessly at the hunters. Meanwhile, Youngho scans the latest news headlines. He notices an article about Dongchul and Choyoung's reawakening. The landline rings, announcing the branch manager wishes to meet him. The manager steps into the office. Youngho asks about the current situation. The manager reports an urgent call from the World Hunters Association. They plan to host the World Hunter Federation meeting in Korea and want Disung invited. Youngho requests the attendee list. Branch manager hands over the document. Youngho is astonished to learn that the world's top hunter, Aslan Anderson, will attend. He notes that Aslan is not only #1, but also the association president's younger brother. At the presidential office, President Lee Kang-chen meets with Youngho. Over tea, Youngho recalls their old clan days before it disbanded. Kang-chen remarks that being president surpasses his former role as chairman. Youngho then informs him about the federation being hosted in Korea. Kang-chen is surprised the event comes without conditions. Youngho warns they must stay silent about the Hands group and reminds him that gates are like national gold mines. Explains that without ether cores, the country's energy supply would collapse. Youngho resents Darren's refusal to take responsibility if the Hands appear, and suspects overconfidence due to a slam. Kang-chen adds that the United States will discreetly monitor the situation. He asks how they will protect both economic growth and citizens' safety. Youngho proposes preparing their highest-ranked metal, namely Disung. With Disung, they need not envy nuclear arsenals. The president agrees and insists Disung attend the conference, leaving Youngho to persuade him. Later, Disung and Chanho discuss the medal offered to him. Chanho explains it is the highest national honor. Disung suspects it is merely a leash to control him and refuses the conference. Chanho mentions tax cuts and enhanced pension benefits. The promise of 30% revenue catches his attention. He finally agrees to participate. Chanho adds they were the first notified about the Federation. Disung admits he does not even know what it entails. Chanho clarifies it is where global rankings are announced. Disung finds it dull, though the medal ceremony will occur there. The idea of attending solely for a medal irritates him further. Chanho then asks about the other hunters. Disung replies that they are currently training. At the Hell Training Center, Ryuseoyan dominates the spiders. She activates a skill that drastically slows them. This allows Chucky to unleash his violent tendencies. Crazed Doll leaps onto a spider's back. He mocks them as insignificant pests. He drives his blade through its shell. The spider screeches in agony. Choyoung steps in with her firearms. She obliterates enemies in rapid succession. Her shots freeze the spiders in place. Dongchul charges forward and delivers the finishing explosion. He gathers them with magnetism and strikes with lightning. He repeats the sequence until none remain. Afterward, he praises Choyoung's ice techniques. He compliments his destructive prowess in return. A system alert appears, and Seoyeon announces it is time to face the spider boss. Meanwhile, Disung browses gate prices in disappointment as they plummet, fearing he may soon be broke again. Yangchil storms in and excitedly announces that the Hunter Federation Conference is set to take place in Korea. The older man doubts the benefit, but the streamer explains that branding themselves as the exclusive Porter clan for the Disung clan would bring endless requests and global expansion. Hearing this possibility immediately sparks Daesun's interest. Yangchil adds that Disung's official rank will be revealed during the event. That exposure would naturally draw attention to their Porter clan as well. The old man decides to seize the opportunity instead of wallowing in defeat. Since Disung is participating, Yangchil asks him to help create content during the conference. Disung agrees and plans to discuss the details with Chanho. Meanwhile, in Darren's office, he informs his visitor that the Federation Conference will be held in Korea, as requested. The visitor is revealed to be Karina, the female bishop of the hands. Karina places a dark cube on his desk. Darren instantly recognizes it as a gate cube. Karina rises to leave and instructs him to hide within the gate with his organization. He asks her what she intends to do next. She fades away. She tells him she will fulfill his deepest desire. Her voice echoes that she plans to carry out population control. With that, her presence vanishes entirely. Darren moves to his desk and places a call. A person on the other end answers. He orders him to assemble everyone because catastrophe is imminent. Later, a plane lands at Incheon International Airport. Reporters crowd the arrival gate, eager to greet distinguished guests. Class hunters from around the globe exit one by one, marking an unprecedented gathering of elites. A broadcaster mentions they are particularly eager to see Aslan, ranked number 1. Cameras flash wildly as Aslan finally appears. All eyes turn toward the entrance awaiting the top hunter. The world's strongest hunter is nothing like people imagine. Covered in makeup like a circus clown, he looks absurd. Nevertheless, he commands attention as the spotlight follows him. At home, Disung's mother admires how handsome he looks. She adjusts his tie. He is surprised by her excitement. Jisoo calls out, upset that she cannot find the dress Seo Yan gave her. Their mother helps her. Disung's phone vibrates. Chanho informs him the car is ready and tells him to come down with his mother. At the venue, flags display the faces of various S-class hunters, including Disung. Yangchil begins streaming, telling viewers he is at the historic gathering. He promises them unmatched coverage of the event. Inside, hunters sit alongside family members awaiting the ceremony. Disung is seated with his mother and Chanho. He appears eager for the event to end. A hunter in a black suit studies him, wondering if he is truly the famed Disung. Michael Jang of the World Hunter Association steps up as host. He invites President Lee Kang-chin to begin the medal ceremony. Disung's family is amazed, and Jisoo wonders if the president will personally present the medal. Crowd applauds as the president arrives. Jang calls Disung to the stage. His family cheers loudly, embarrassing him as he walks forward. Kang-chin formally decorates him with the medal. The president asks him to safeguard Korea, leaving Disung puzzled. Kang-chin clarifies he should continue as he has been. He poses for photographs amid continuous applause. Even so, Disung feels as though he is being restrained. His family beams with pride over his achievement. Yangchil cries dramatically while streaming every moment. As Disung returns to his seat, cameras keep flashing. He is intercepted by the strange Aslan, who congratulates him. Disung asks who the odd-looking man is. Aslan introduces himself flamboyantly, appearing even more eccentric. Expecting awe, he is instead ignored as Disung walks away. Suddenly, Aslan's watch flashes red with an alarm. Black-haired hunter urgently informs Disung that an S-class dungeon has appeared in Tokyo. Panic spreads as hunters receive alerts of S-rank gates emerging worldwide. Jang stands stunned by the chaos. Kai Hong approaches the stage to report global emergencies. He proposes suspending the Federation meeting. Amid the uproar, Disung remains calm, wonders if the hands have finally begun their move. He enters the Pantheon realm and is greeted by his fairy companion. He instructs her to open the heavenly shop. A golden store filled with rare items appears before him. He swiftly purchases the future journal. The book begins recording upcoming events. As it writes, he questions why Korea is untouched by gates. He suspects his enemies are deliberately avoiding him. Scene shifts to streets in the United States. Traffic flows normally. Citizens go about their peaceful routines. Suddenly, a monstrous creature appears, inciting terror. The beast towers over the fleeing crowd. People scramble desperately to escape. More monsters block every possible route. Terrified citizens pray for salvation. The Sky Gate continues spewing horrors. In Tokyo, destruction is already underway. Packs of wolf-like monsters rampage through the streets. Hunter lures them into an ambush and signals his ally. An explosion erupts, releasing blue smoke. Beasts are engulfed in it. The hunter dives down and orders the attack. Ninja-clad hunters join and strike swiftly. They manage to slay one wolf. Another wolf detects their position, leaps across buildings, and reaches their rooftop. One hunter is moments from being eaten. Subordinate intervenes and cuts the beast down. The severed head flies past the shaken hunter. He thanks Captain Tetsuka for the rescue. Tetsuka stares at the gate anxiously, fearing endless reinforcements. Back in Washington, devastation reigns and hunters lie defeated. An injured hunter drags himself forward in a desperate attempt to survive, but a towering troll crushes him underfoot, flattening him without mercy. While the creature revels in its triumph, another hunter suddenly cleaves it cleanly in two, using radiant photon blades. Someone proposes withdrawing to regroup with Aslan, so they can launch a counteroffensive against the monsters. The commander shouts an order for all forces to retreat back to Philadelphia. At the Hunter Association headquarters, the branch manager monitors the worldwide turmoil unfolding across multiple regions. He observes that South Korea remains untouched despite the numerous gate fractures emerging globally. His aide informs him that other nations are seeking Korea's assistance since it has avoided the crisis, leaving him uneasy about what would happen if a gate appeared on Korean soil. Contemplates whether deploying domestic hunters would be a practical solution. Addressing the woman as Kim Ah-hung, he inquires about the S-class hunters who attended the recent summit. He reports that Japan's Tetsuka and China's Chin-young will have entered battle via aircraft, while American and European elites are preparing to join soon. His phone suddenly rings, revealing Chan-ho's name on the screen. Upon answering, the clan leader instructs him to assemble all S-class hunters for a conference with the Daesung clan. Elsewhere, Aslan casually strolls down a street despite his nation being in chaos, acting completely out of touch. Pulls out his phone for a selfie, announcing that he is currently in Bukshan Hanak village. Two passers-by recognize him and question why he isn't aiding America during its crisis. Aslan responds by asking them to snap a photo of him instead. The men agree, and he flashes them an unsettling grin in gratitude. The perspective shifts to the Daesung clan headquarters. All the gathered S-rank hunters sit assembled, waiting to hear from their leader. Daesung begins by opening discussions on how to confront the Han's group. Chan-ho admits confusion over the reference to the Titan's resurrection. The branch manager speculates whether extraterrestrials might be behind the gate fractures. Daesung clarifies that each gate functions as an altar where human lives are offered as sacrifices. To verify this, Changsik asks if the Titan will revive once enough sacrifices have been made. Baek-haran points out that due to travel limitations, they could realistically aid only one nation. Hanul places a mysterious gate cube on the table for everyone to examine. Angchul remarks that the object resembles the Absolute Protector. Hanul explains that he researched the cube alongside Dr. Donghaya. Through experimentation, they converted it into a teleportation device capable of cross-continental travel, and Jinchial is currently distributing cubes to strategic sites. Angchul grumbles that they should be fighting instead of meeting, while Baek-haran suggests coordinating with each clan's top hunters. Hanul responds that the cube cannot yet transport large groups of people. The branch manager questions how this development improves their predicament. Skepticism turns to shock when Daesung declares that everyone present will move together with him. He warns that it would be disastrous if a gate fracture formed in South Korea during their absence. The protagonist checks his system interface, reviewing a wraith swap skill that allows him to exchange positions with a summoned spirit. The clan leader recalls how his friend previously displayed an unusual power at the research center. Daesung states that this ability lets him dispatch Chan-ho to danger zones and retrieve him instantly. Hunters stare in disbelief at how overwhelmingly powerful he appears. Recognizing the balance between aiding other nations and safeguarding their own, the branch manager believes Daesung can achieve both objectives. He authorizes the protagonist to proceed with the plan. As Daesung prepares to depart with the group, Ryu Seoyen suddenly interrupts him. Instead of offering strategy, the childish girl proposes inventing a flashy team name like the Avengers. Baek-haran ridicules her for suggesting something so trivial during a serious briefing. Daesung humors her and invites her to reveal the name she has chosen. She proudly proposes the name K-Cats. Choyoung keeps quiet but privately finds it adorable, while the rest remain speechless. Daesung accepts the silly title, simply to move things along quickly. The setting transitions to China's Shandong province. There, a swarm of ferocious minotaurs marches through devastated streets. Hunters form a defensive line and ready their weapons to attack. The command, volleys of arrows soar upward before raining down upon the creatures. Even pierced by arrows, the minotaurs continue their advance until colliding with frontline defenders. Young hunters tremble at the sight of the monstrous beast, shout defiantly at the monsters in an effort to rally their courage. Combat erupts as hunters are flung aside like insignificant insects. Just as a minotaur prepares to split a soldier's skull, female hunter vaults over them and makes a dramatic entrance. Activating Heavenly Dragon's form, she devastates numerous monsters in a single sweeping assault. The dust settles. She urges the troops to hold firm for their homeland. Inspired, the soldiers rally behind leader Chin. Meanwhile, the relentless minotaurs keep surging forward. From headquarters, Jinrong observes the conflict unfolding. He fears this battle could spell the downfall of his beloved nation. Department head Jin Long enters with urgent information. She announces that Korea will dispatch 7 S-rank hunters if certain terms are accepted. Letter specifies that Korea demands all byproducts and ether cores from slain monsters in exchange for immediate support. Back at Korea's association office, the branch manager receives confirmations from nations agreeing to the deal. He instructs Jung to pass the updates to the newly organized K-Hunters. Apparently, the name KCATS is considered too ridiculous for official use. China, ruined streets are littered with fallen hunters. The Minotaurs have massacred the majority of defenders. Yet Yang Wu reminds herself that she still survives. Monsters rush toward her position. She steadies herself, exhausted but determined to resist. Suddenly, the charging beast is obliterated before her. She realizes Korean hunters have arrived as reinforcements. Isung studies the gate as endless monsters continue to spill out. Heron applies her healing magic to young Wool. Changsik dashes past to engage the advancing enemies. He advises the Chinese hunter to rest while they temporarily take over the fight. The Korean team begins unleashing their refined abilities. Xian transforms the battlefield into adhesive terrain that ensnares the monsters. Young fires enchanted bullets that freeze the Minotaurs solid. Changsik cuts through the immobilized beasts with swift blade strikes. Dongchul summons a raging lightning storm into the fray. His immense power utterly obliterates the remaining creatures. After most enemies are eliminated, Ul deploys robotic spiders to extract ether cores and store them securely. This approach allows them to secure ether cores directly on the battlefield. Unexpected explosion erupts behind him. Turning around, he confronts the S-class Minotaur King Ugnos, whose blazing flames and ominous presence radiate menace. The sheer aura is enough to rattle Changsik and Dongchul. Ugnos slams his massive axe into the earth. A blazing wave of fire streaks toward the two hunters. Aaron swiftly raises a barrier to shield everyone from the fiery assault. The two men express gratitude, knowing they would have perished without her quick defense. Aaron urges them to ready themselves for a counterattack. However, Yang Wall advises retreat, revealing that the monster annihilated her entire unit. The Chinese hunter is stunned when our hero arrives alone, fully prepared to confront the beast, and Disung even taunts the Minotaur. Yang Wall watches in even greater disbelief at the bold display. Within a split second, he dashes straight toward the creature and releases a torrent of fire at it. Nose effortlessly absorbs the blazing attack and sneers that such flames are meaningless against him. Without warning, he swats the protagonist aside, hurling him violently into a nearby structure. The monster proclaims himself sovereign of all demonic beasts and belittles our hero as nothing more than a buck. Choyong attempts to assist by shooting enchanted bullets, yet the projectiles fail to penetrate the raging fire barrier. A wave of dread washes over her as she realizes her attacks are ineffective. The beast continues to wreak havoc across the area. Suddenly, Disung shifts both himself and the monster to another battlefield. Dongchul clarifies the situation to a bewildered Changsik. Ugnos now finds himself stranded in an unfamiliar realm alongside the demon. The system window reveals that the Demon King can unleash his full mana here, leaving Disung puzzled at why this foe demands such effort. With a single swing of his blade, he releases a surge of black fire that trembles through the very ground of that dimension. Ugnos is utterly erased by the dark flames, unable to absorb their power. Afterward, the Demon King secures an S-rank ether core, and the system instructs him to eliminate the Soul Gatherer at the altar, prompting him to wonder if unlocking the Demon God before the Titan's return will cost all his points. Meanwhile, back at the Gate Fracture, a Chinese hunter is revealed as the Soul Collector, claiming it is his first ritual and believing it will grant him immortality. Our hero abruptly drives a blade through the man's chest and questions what reward he expected from such betrayal. With his dying breath, the man pleads for the Titan to accept his offering. Sensing a surge of immense power, Disung retreats swiftly. He witnesses a colossal hand emerging from the gate to claim the sacrifices. Suddenly, Disung finds himself surrounded by total darkness. Titan's hand seizes the collected souls and disappears back into the void. The protagonist intends to confront the Titan directly, slashes through the space beside the fallen taker, only to be stunned when his strike has no effect whatsoever. Titan's hand reappears and grants power to the Chinese traitor. As the man absorbs the bestowed strength and ritual plate clatters onto the ground, Disung returns to the city and questions whether the domains shifted when the offering was taken. He then notices the traitor has morphed into a monstrous entity. The transformed man declares himself a fragment of the Titan and mocks the protagonist as a feeble worm. The creature lunges forward to strike, but Disung effortlessly dodges before contact is made. The Demon King materializes beside the enemy and slams him face first into the ground. He rains down relentless punches to silence the arrogant foe. At the end of the beating, the traitor's face is grotesquely swollen. Even after such punishment, he insists that death will reunite him with the Titan for rebirth. Isung grabs him by the hair and questions his wish to return to the Titan, hinting he has a far worse destination planned. The traitor suddenly finds himself restrained on a table within Hell's torture chamber. The executioner prepares to subject him to endless torment. Back in the city, Ryu Sioyan and the others regroup with the Demon King. Young informs him that the immediate threat has been handled. With Disung unharmed, Dongchul demonstrates to Changsik why there was never cause for concern, revealing who the true monster really is. Dongwal stands astonished that Disung single-handedly defeated the S-class beast. Aaron attempts to check him for wounds, but Ryu Seoyen quickly pulls her away from the man she adores. Afterward, Disung declares he will handle the gate boss, while the others focus on rescuing trapped hunters. The team is left speechless, questioning if he truly intends to face the boss alone. Meanwhile, he remains resolved to stop the Titan's resurrection at any cost. Later, Yangchul addresses his audience online, announcing major news. As he clicks his mouse, he claims the information comes directly from the Disung clan. He uploads footage of the Chinese battle, leaving viewers stunned. He explains that the hunters are a new unit formed to assist other nations, adding that Chanho was his source. He stumbles upon a broadcast reporting that the K hunters cleared gates in China and India and are now heading toward Europe. The scene transitions to the dark side shelter inside a gate. Military forces are stationed there, organizing their positions. Aslan steps through the portal and is welcomed by soldiers. One soldier approaches him respectfully and inquires about the whereabouts of his brother. Inside a tent, masked individuals meet with association officials. A soldier informs Darren of his brother's arrival, which clearly surprises him. Aslan leisurely sips wine while criticizing the grim dimension around him. Darren approaches his sibling. The top-ranked hunter warns that remaining there will bring serious trouble. He demands an explanation from his younger brother. In Tokyo, the city lies devastated and in ruins. Fallen hunters are buried beneath shattered debris. Tetsuka and his squad struggle to hold the final defense line, ordering some to cover the rear as others retreat to the third barrier. The hunters hurriedly evacuate while carrying their injured comrades. Captain remains behind, prepared to sacrifice himself, leaving the others with no choice but to abandon him. Later, Karina informs the high priest that their altar is collapsing quickly and that the Demon King is advancing. Ramesh reacts with fury upon hearing of the Demon King. Bishop explains that the dimensional altar has shifted into a spatial teleportation altar. The high priest orders her to dispatch Southern Bishop Azure to the remaining altar to stall for the Titan. In Tokyo, Japanese hunters flee in desperation. A female hunter carries her wounded ally, only to despair when a gate suddenly materializes before her. Fortunately, Korean hunters emerge from the portal. However, they appear severely nauseated, suggesting teleportation is far from pleasant. Ryu Seoyen seems completely unhinged, and Choyoung urges her to calm down. As the group struggles to regain composure, Disung alone stands unaffected and contemplates creating a stronger auto-hunting deck after witnessing their weakness. Japanese hunter is stunned to see him and his team. She receives confirmation through her earpiece that the K hunters have arrived via teleportation gate. Rushes toward Disung and pleads respectfully for him to rescue her captain. Speaking Japanese, she is not understood until Ryu Seoyen translates and reminds him to activate his translator. After hearing the plea, he instantly teleports to locate Tetsuka. Seoyen reassures the girl that Disung's strength will ensure her captain's survival. With tears streaming down her face, the girl bows in gratitude. Amid the chaos, a helpless hunter is trapped between the jaws of a massive wolf-like beast, and within moments he is torn apart and swallowed. Tetsuka is utterly exhausted, as his aura reserves have nearly run dry. He struggles to steady his breathing while bracing for death. The monster's close in, ready to feast on him. He shuts his eyes and resigns himself to fate. The creatures lunge forward to rip him apart. Suddenly, their heads are sliced clean off in an instant. Tetsuka is speechless when he sees Disung looming over him with a terrifying presence. Yet the sight of the Demon King clearly unsettles him. Our hero checks if he is all right, but with his translator broken, the hunter cannot understand a single word. He spots danger approaching and shouts a warning to Disung. The protagonist turns around and notices a train hurtling straight toward them. It slams down and erupts into a massive explosion. Despite the blast, both Disung and Tetsuka remain unharmed. The smoke, a glowing green sphere, shoots directly at the protagonist. He casually bats the sphere high into the sky. The orb unfolds to reveal the Southern Bishop. The main character instantly senses that this foe originates from another realm. He propels himself upward to strike the bishop, prepares to counter with his own attack. Their collision triggers a thunderous explosion in midair. Tetsuka shields himself from the rising smoke, and when his vision clears, he is stunned to see both fighters completely unharmed. The protagonist acknowledges that Azur is no ordinary opponent. The bishop grotesquely enlarges his head and fangs while ranting about his hunger and thirst, revealing his disgusting gluttony. The hero attempts to switch domains, but fails due to the bishop's overwhelming energy. While Disung is momentarily stunned, the bishop engulfs his body, swallowing him whole in a single gulp. Faced with this crisis, Tetsuka is unsure how to react. Azur glances at him and fires a beam from his mouth. The attack misses as he focuses on containing the protagonist inside. The female hunter from earlier rushes in searching frantically for Tetsuka. She repeatedly calls out his name in panic, till he answers her from behind. Tetsuka casually drinks a soda and assures Masaki he paid for it. He reports back to the others, while Ryu Seoyen struggles to believe her master was swallowed. Captain remains uncertain whether Disung lives or has fallen. He informs Han-ul that the Han's bishop consumed the protagonist and vanished. Changsik proposes splitting up to track the bishop, but Baek-Haran warns that such a move would be reckless. Ryu Seoyen insists confidently that there is no need to search. Meanwhile, at the Darkside shelter, Darren shares a bottle of wine with his brother. Aslan questions whether the S-Rank Corps impressed him. Darren remains unfazed and explains that Aslan underestimates the true might of the Han's aliens. He believes even Disung cannot halt their ultimate objective. Aslan rises to leave, reminding Darren that he has given his warning. Darren responds confidently that everything is proceeding as planned. Back in Tokyo, Ryu Seoyen summons the Chucky doll. The doll clearly resents being called forth. He informs the hideous toy that his father is missing, though Chucky shows no concern. Even Changsik and Dongchul are irritated by the doll's obnoxious behavior. Chucky questions who would dare abduct the Demon King. He suddenly turns as he senses the protagonist's fury. The other hunters cannot perceive anything unusual, so Chucky directs them toward where he feels the presence. Inul asks what lies in that direction. Tetsuka explains that it is Mount Fuji. The hunters ascend the mountain until they reach its summit. Chucky indicates a deep crater pulsing with the Demon King's rage. To everyone's shock, the doll leaps into the hole without hesitation. The others hesitate, unable to see the bottom of the abyss. Tetsuka wonders how such a massive crater formed. Choyoung fires a flare into the air, alerting the remaining hunters. Inside Azar's stomach, the protagonist attempts to activate his movement skills but finds them sealed. Corrosive stomach acid begins to pour over him, gradually worsening his condition. He releases a surge of mana to repel the acid and shield himself. Outside, the southern bishop meditates to suppress the hero's power. The doll locates the bishop deep in concentration. Changsik and Dongchul debate who should strike first. However, Chucky charges recklessly ahead, announcing his presence to the bishop. Despite stabbing repeatedly, he cannot even scratch his opponent. Azar identifies him as a cursed doll. Dongchul quickly pulls Chucky back to safety, as Changsik lunges forward at lightning speed. Fortunately, their combined attacks fail to harm the bishop. Azar rises to retaliate, yet whatever the Demon King is doing inside him causes intense nausea. When he vomits, blazing fireballs spill from his mouth. As the hunters scatter, Dongchul notes the attack resembles Disung's aura technique. When the blast detonates, Changsik slips through the smoke to deliver a lethal strike. Azar opens wide to swallow him. Just as he is about to be consumed, Dongchul rescues him at the last second. With both hunters clear of danger, Choyoung arrives and unleashes a volley of magic bullets. The projectiles begin freezing Azar's legs in place. Dongchul follows up with crackling lightning, unleashes a devastating strike against the bishop. This provokes the bishop to gape wide and begin spraying corrosive acid everywhere. Just before the acid can reach them, Baek-Haran swiftly raises her shield and blocks the attack. She stands guard over the group. Seo Yeon dashes forward to strike, and they shout for her to come back. Yet she refuses to retreat, intent on reclaiming her master. She stabs the voodoo doll's head, hoping to end the bishop's life in a single instant. The system alerts her that the skill will convert to one called Faint if the opponent's soul is overwhelmingly large. The blow lands on Azar and inflicts intense agony. Right before he collapses unconscious, the hunters are stunned that Ryu Seoyen could accomplish something so devastating with a single strike. She herself is shocked that the ability activated, proving she charged in recklessly without a guaranteed strategy. In Philadelphia, civilians are strangely behaving like empty-minded zombies. Creatures emerging from the gate stroll by them without launching any attacks. A monster questions its leader about sparing the humans, and the chief replies that the Titan desires only the souls of true warriors. On closer inspection, threads are attached to the townspeople, manipulating them like marionettes. Controlled humans grow more frenzied and rush headlong toward the monsters. The trolls begin swatting the humans aside. Chief Monster considers the entire situation absurd. One man clings desperately to a creature. The beast notices the man's body engulfed in flames, as if he desperately needs a freezing bath. Moments later, the man detonates violently into fragments. The chief commands his troops to locate whoever is manipulating the civilians. Additional blasts erupt one after another, taking several monsters down with them. Atop a skyscraper, Aslan is revealed as the one pulling the strings. Spotting the hunter, the chief bounds onto the rooftop and swears to end Aslan's life. Instead, the hunter activates a power that seizes control of the troll's consciousness. In an instant, the monster turns into one of Aslan's obedient puppets. He commands it to slaughter its own allies. Back within Mount Fuji's crater, the Korean hunters remain uncertain whether Azar has truly perished. Dongchul urges Changsik to consult Ryu Seoyen, since she delivered the decisive strike. She explains that the bishop merely fainted and is still alive. Panic erupts when Chucky climbs atop Azar and pries open his mouth. Doll insists that Disung is unquestionably inside the bishop's stomach. Ryuseoyen wonders what that hideous toy intends to do once inside. Meanwhile, Han-ul hands the doll an item before it ventures into the belly. When Azar finally regains consciousness, he discovers himself shackled tightly in heavy iron chains. He vows vengeance and strains to snap the restraints. At the same time, Changsik prepares to strike the massive blob. A teleportation portal abruptly materializes before them. Ryuseoyen feels relieved at the sight of it. The protagonist steps through with Chucky, praising them for managing to rescue him. Without hesitation, Disung orders everyone to escape as he hurls Chucky upward and bolts away. Hunters are bewildered that their strongest ally is the first to retreat. They follow in haste, though Dongchul is puzzled why their hero has not leaped out yet. Azar suddenly appears behind them and shatters the chains that bound him. Disung instructs the Fortress Clan youngster to immobilize the bishop. Ryuseoyen reacts swiftly and slides backward to create distance. She summons her voodoo doll, turning the earth beneath the bishop into sinking sand. Azar gradually begins to be swallowed by the ground. Even so, he warns that escape from him is impossible. Tetsuka catches up to the main character and questions his decision to flee instead of fight. Disung answers that battling inside the crater would guarantee their deaths. As Azar sinks deeper into the quicksand, he stretches out his enormous hand to snatch the hunters. A radiant glow shines from above the crater. Just in time, the hero erupts skyward atop his wraith dragon. A massive explosion detonates behind them. Fortunately, the hunters escape unharmed at the last possible second. The dragon carries them to safety, while the Demon King dives back toward the mountaintop. Ryuseoyen calls out anxiously for her master. He lands firmly and demands that the bishop show his true form. Azar's colossal hand erupts from beneath the earth, followed by his grotesque, massive visage. The Demon King realizes that the enormous mass before him is the bishop's authentic form. Azar rises from the crater, now towering 1,000 times larger than the hero, as if all his excess finally manifested. The hunters stare in disbelief, questioning whether this giant is the same foe they battled moments earlier. Captain Tetsuka grows alarmed and insists headquarters must be notified immediately. Meanwhile, the Demon King releases an immense surge of mana and ascends to confront his adversary. Concealed within the clouds, he maneuvers stealthily, making it difficult for the bishop to track him. At the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, Shinji trembles with fear upon seeing the colossal bishop displayed on the monitor. His aide informs him that Tetsuka reported Disung is currently fighting the gigantic creature. Back at Mount Fuji, Disung unleashes a torrent of dark flames from his blade toward the bishop. Yet Azar opens wide and employs gluttony to devour the incoming attack. In this exchange, the Demon King's dragon circles high overhead. Disung taunts the bishop to attempt consuming his next strike as well. The dragon gathers energy and fires a concentrated mana beam at the enemy. Blast pierces straight through Azar's arm, inflicting severe pain upon him. The other hunters cling tightly to the dragon as it continues its assault. Eventually, Azar's body begins to swell grotesquely, till it ruptures apart, the bishop ultimately destroyed by his own appetite. A system notification appears confirming the bishop's defeat and awarding the Demon King the power of gluttony, along with enough points to unlock his demon god transformation. The hero scans the interface to admire the gleaming rewards he has obtained. As he opens access to the Pantheon, Ramesh observes the Titan's very first heartbeat, colossal womb containing an enormous fetus, positioned before the high priest within the desolate plains of another realm. The priest realizes that the Titan's heartbeat is accelerating rapidly. He watches as Azar's spirit manifests and fuses with the Titan, bringing life to the giant infant's eyes. As Calm returns to Mount Fuji, Tetsuka struggles to accept that the conflict has truly ended. Beck Heron asks Ryuseoyen about her master's whereabouts, and it turns out the girl forgot to mention he went to inspect matters at the Pantheon. He encourages everyone to relax and enjoy themselves until the protagonist comes back. Nevertheless, Tetsuka graciously offers them access to top-tier facilities and hospitality. Dongchul quickly inquires whether there are any nearby hot springs. Meanwhile, Disung reviews the various items stored within the Pantheon. He ultimately chooses to sell off all surplus equipment and ether cores. Afterward, he allocates every achievement point he has into boosting the implementation rate. Still, it stops short of a perfect 100%, and he believes defeating one more bishop will let him complete it fully. Disung proceeds to initiate a video call with Chanho. Clan head praises him for successfully taking down the bishop. The Demon King then inquires about their next destination. Chanho explains that the World Hunter Association has begun mobilizing hunters worldwide, so Disung's team can safely return to Korea. The hero questions their previous absence, and even Chanho admits the sudden deployment feels suspicious. Disung criticizes the association for prioritizing infrastructure over protecting ordinary people, then asks what the rest of his clan members are currently up to. The setting transitions to a luxurious hot spring resort. The Korean hunters are relaxing there and enjoying a well-earned break. Hangsik curiously asks why Han-ul continues to wear his mask. In response, Han-ul removes it. Everyone is stunned by how strikingly handsome he looks without the mask. He appears more beautiful than many women, yet Han-ul admits he dislikes his own face, which is why he usually hides it. On the women's side of the baths, Ryu Seoyin soaks comfortably when Choyoung asks what her master is doing inside the Pantheon, and then wonders aloud what exactly the Pantheon is. The Fortress Clan youngster explains that it serves as the Disung clan's hidden headquarters. Choyoung adds that it also functions as a separate dimensional training ground. Ryu Seoyin teasingly tells Baek Haran they are no longer rivals, since she unlocked a hidden technique in the recent battle. Choyoung cautions her that activating abilities in this place could be dangerous. Unbothered, the carefree girl ignores the warning and unleashes her ultimate move. Display leaves the other girls speechless. At the same time, an employee guides our hero toward the men's bath area. As he enters the locker room, his servant doll suddenly materializes beside him. In an instant, the girls are mysteriously transported into the same bath as the protagonist. 1 month later, Kai Hong appears on a news program to discuss the aftermath of the gate fracture crisis. He introduces himself and explains that the situation is finally entering a phase of recovery. The host questions him about the heavy losses other nations suffered due to Korea's delayed assistance. Kai Hong coolly replies that he did not come to participate in a quiz show. Elsewhere, citizens stage protests demanding Aslan's removal and the resignation of the World Hunter Association's president. Crowds flood the streets, shouting for Aslan to be executed. Reporters cover the unrest live, predicting the demonstrations will persist. One protester shares that he lost his family in the disaster. He says the tragedy made him lose all faith in the World Hunter Association. Aaron observes the angry masses from his office window. He confides to Karen that the entire ordeal has only brought him shame. Bishop reassures him that the hands always honor their commitments. He places small pellets on the desk, calling them Titan flesh, and claims consuming them grants eternal life. The association president is astonished by the power radiating from the substance. Karen declares that the world will soon transform into something entirely new. She tells him that if he wants more Titan flesh, he must eliminate Disung. After vanishing, she leaves Darren contemplating how to approach the hero. Back at the Japanese resort, Tetsuko expresses heartfelt gratitude to the K-Cats for supporting his nation. He and his fellow Japanese hunters bow respectfully to thank the Korean team. With the mission accomplished, the protagonist encourages everyone to relax, eat, and celebrate. As the group enjoys their food and drinks, Ryu Seoyin suddenly asks the other girls an awkward question. The hero swiftly intervenes, ending the discussion and promising brutal training for his foolish subordinate. He insists it was merely an accident, but he vanishes instantly, dragging the silly girl along. Meanwhile, at the Rice Eaters Porter clan headquarters, the secretary receives an unexpected phone call. Isung overhears her mention of the Japan Hunter Association. He decides to take the call himself. Introducing himself, he begins discussing Japan's byproduct processing operations. After ending the call, Secretary excitedly asks if they will be traveling to Japan. The bald clan leader confirms he will go, but instructs her to remain behind and guard the office. Back at Mount Fuji, Han-ul informs them that the teleportation cube is likely buried or destroyed. Disung proposes flying on his dragon, but Haran insists they act normal and board a plane instead. Changsik also feels uneasy about riding a dragon and tells the hero to go alone if he insists. Tetsuka arrives in a sleek Toyota, offering them a complimentary ride. Most of the group quickly pile into the vehicle, leaving Cho Young alone with the protagonist. She worries deeply about Seo Young, but reassures herself that the girl will manage. Unfortunately for the Fortress Clan child, he is battling an endless swarm of monsters within the Pantheon. Later, Yangchul streams the moment Tetsuka publicly thanked the K-Cats. His viewers immediately adopt the nickname K-Cats instead of K-Hunters, and he laughs at how catchy it sounds. Suddenly, his phone begins to ring. He answers to hear the Porter clan leader informing him about Japan's request. Yangchul is thrilled that the old man will handle the byproducts and congratulates him warmly. The elder invites him to create content in Japan, and the streamer gladly accepts. The scene shifts to Haenda Airport. Crowds move in and out as flights arrive and depart. The aircraft carrying the K-Cats prepares for departure. They appear to be seated comfortably in luxurious first-class seats. The protagonist joins them, experiencing first class for the very first time. He sits beside Darren, who begins communicating with him telepathically. President formally introduces himself to the Demon King. The hero questions why telepathy is being used. Darren explains that he has a unique proposal to present. This immediately sparks the protagonist's curiosity. Darren claims the current world will soon collapse, and a new one will arise. Disung silently considers his word. Darren offers him the chance to rule this upcoming special world. The hero shows no interest in the offer. Realizing Disung doubts him, the president suggests discussing it further at association headquarters. Still uninterested, the hero remarks he has already been pretending to own a ruined world. The president stands and criticizes Disung's thinking as that of a common criminal. In response, the Demon King suddenly uses telepathy himself. Darren is stunned, and the hero asks if he belongs to the dark faction, implying he knows more than expected. Ignoring the accusation, Darren leaves his seat. Now certain of the hand's alien location, the hero eagerly anticipates confronting them. Meanwhile, Darren heads into a concealed chamber. There, his superiors feast on Titan flesh, praising it as the finest meat they have ever tasted. Its effects show instantly as their aged skin peels away, and they grow visibly younger. They realize immortality is genuine, though one laments missing his chance to eat some. Darren explains it was the final portion, and seeks approval to use the legacy to secure more Titan. Superior approves his request without hesitation. Still, he resents having to bow to a pack of senile elders, and as he leaves, he vows to settle the score once the legacy is his. The headquarters of the Disung clan, the hero officially suspends the activities of the K-Kates until further notice. John Ho expresses sincere gratitude for everyone's dedication and effort. Just as the protagonist prepares to stand up, Aaron calls out, requesting access to their exclusive training facility, and Changsik eagerly echoes the same desire. However, Disung explains that entry to the Pantheon requires formal registration as his servant. He advises them to return home and rest, then reach out again in a week. The hunters are thrilled at the prospect and look forward to trying the elite training ground. Clan leader reminds them that each clan must dispatch members to manage byproducts in the Euro-Asia region, noting that Disung's clan already sent someone to Japan. Han-ul mentions that the Joseon clan has likewise headed to China. Changchul is amazed at the swift mobilization, and Changsik points out how lucrative the venture is. Choyong then inquires about Seo Yeon's situation. Disung replies that she likely could have returned home if she had cleared the Pantheon boss. Scene transitions to a bustling harbor where cargo containers are being unloaded. Disung watches closely as his shipment is brought ashore. He calculates that the volume of byproducts could earn him billions. At that moment, Yangchul approaches to ask when they can begin filming content. Disung suggests they commemorate the occasion with a photo together. They then travel toward Mount Fuji, where Yangchul officially launches his live stream. The audience responds with overwhelming excitement. He informs viewers that he and Disung will explore the mountain to collect valuable byproducts. The elder proudly showcases a protective suit developed by his clan. He explains that the gear is designed to defend against monster assaults. Noticing the old man dominating the broadcast, Yangchul decides to venture deeper into the mountain instead. The story shifts to a barren region within hell. A younger Disung is seen fleeing from a terrifying creature. He manages to conceal himself in a hidden spot. There, he wonders if death will force him to restart his endless journey. Demon King jolts awake from the nightmare, puzzled by these recurring dreams. Turns out he is on a family vacation, unexpectedly accompanied by Ryu Seoyan. His mother encourages him to join his sister in the water and enjoy himself. A group of mischievous kids approach and ask if he is Han Disung. Realizing he is the famed hero, they excitedly request to see his dragon. Word spreads quickly across the beach, drawing crowds eager to see him. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, the protagonist begins sweating nervously. He recalls Chanho's warning about fame and regrets ignoring it. Surrounded by people, he struggles to figure out how to respond. He shifts focus toward them as they eagerly ask for autographs. Some want handshakes, while others make outrageous requests. The hero reflects that popularity can be intoxicating and difficult to handle. Back at Mount Fuji, Yangchul and the elder continue delving into the mountain's depths. A generous viewer donates a large sum and urges him to push further into the cave. Donations keep pouring in, but Yangchul insists he cannot advance any farther. As viewers persist, he squeezes through a narrow path, discovers something shocking, and urgently calls Disung down. A brilliant glow illuminates the old man's face. He stands before a mysterious gate cube. He informs Yangchul that they have uncovered a gate. A viewer immediately donates 100 million won, instantly turning a lucky subscriber into a millionaire. Following day, Beck Heron and Changsik arrive at an ordinary training center rather than the promised special one. The facility doors slide open, revealing their fellow hunters approaching. Dongchil tells them to be patient, since the protagonist will arrive shortly. Ryu Seoyen offers to summon her master with her doll if he ends up late. Right then, the hero appears and warns her against such foolish thoughts. He announces that the training session will commence immediately, realizing it would be complicated to formally bind Heron and Changsik as servants. Disung transforms the surroundings into a hellish plane. Changsik and Heron are astonished at how effortlessly he reshapes the environment. Choyoung recalls having been in a similar landscape before. Ryu Seoyen confirms it was the location of her previous training. Heron teases her for being dragged there after causing trouble for her master. The protagonist cuts them off, saying idle chatter is over and special training begins now. The girls are eager to learn what this intense training entails. Considering their struggle against powerful bosses, the hero decides to alter their regimen. Changsik admits the gate boss was extremely challenging. Isung draws his sword and declares himself their training target. The hunters are stunned by his bold declaration. Without hesitation, he launches the first strike. His flames erupt in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, deep within an underground lair of the Hands, aliens. A portal opens and Disung peeks through cautiously. He and Yangchil leap from the gate into a sinister cave. The younger man asks their location, but the elder cannot tell in the darkness. Yangchil suggests retreating due to a bad feeling, yet the elder insists they wait. He assumes it is merely an F-rank gate and believes he can handle any monsters easily. Suddenly, a massive red substance bursts from the ground. Yangchul screams at the sight. Crimson, sticky mass spreads across the cave ceiling. Disung orders him to stay quiet and remain behind in case escape becomes necessary. The old man advances cautiously to examine the anomaly. He peers downward. He is horrified by what he sees. Numerous corpses are piled at the bottom of the pit. The victims weakly beg for mercy. Terrified by the gruesome scene, the elder tells Yangchul they must retreat at once. Turning to flee, he collides with the northern bishop. Volks demands to know how they infiltrated the cave. Disung shouts for Yangchul to escape immediately. Volk shifts his focus toward the streamer. Yangchul dashes toward the portal. The bishop lunges in pursuit. Yangchul successfully slips through the gate. Volks attempts to follow, only for his hand to pass through. He realizes it is a dimensional gateway. Turning back to search for Disung, he finds the old man gone. The bishop grows irritated by the troublesome humans challenging him. As Yangchil tumbles out from the portal, he urgently tells his audience that Disung is in grave danger. He immediately cuts the live stream. The scene switches to Chanho being interrupted by a sudden phone call. He answers and hears Yangchil crying frantically on the other end. The streamer explains that the old Porter clan leader is trapped inside the gate and has been taken captive. This news sends Chanho into a panic. Meanwhile, the K-Hunters continue their intense training session against the Demon King. Changsik's strikes are effortlessly deflected. Yangchil's punches lack the force to even shake the hero. Choyoung darts in from his blind spot to launch a surprise attack. Disung acknowledges her growth, but remarks it is still insufficient to challenge someone of his level. Protagonist unleashes one of his abilities, triggering a massive explosion around him. The hunters are shaken, fear creeping into them from the overwhelming blast. Karen raises her shield to guard everyone from the scorching flames. Stepping out of the fire, the hero praises their improved coordination, yet he points out they still lack a decisive finishing strike. Frustrated, Changsik fumes over their inability to defeat him. Beck Heron scolds Ryu Seoyen for being ineffective, as her curse techniques fail against her own master. The protagonist receives a call from the clan leader and demands to know the situation. With visible distress, Chanho insists his immediate assistance is required. Back at the Disung clan headquarters, several black vans arrive, and armed soldiers step out. They line up swiftly, awaiting their commander's exit. One soldier opens the vehicle door. A woman steps out with authority. Returning to the training center, Seo Yeon looks as if she might explode from frustration. She rushes off toward the restroom. Irritated, Disung questions Chanho about why the Porter elder wandered into a gate. Clan leader replies that both Korean and Japanese associations have been notified and will handle it. The Demon King informs the others that he will head to Japan temporarily. Hunters are confused by the sudden announcement. Without further explanation, Disung turns to leave. He halts abruptly upon spotting soldiers escorting the woman. Chanho demands to know why they are blocking the path. The woman introduces herself as Seo Onmi, an enforcement officer from the World Hunter Association. She claims they are investigating the recent gate incident and requests his cooperation as a witness. Enraged, the clan leader questions whether this order came from the Korean Association. The Demon King suspects Darren orchestrated this attempt to seize him. Onmi corrects his disrespectful tone toward the association president, though he remains indifferent. Karen states she has never heard of the World Hunter Association, possessing enforcement authority. Onmi declares Disung a suspect in the gate disaster. Her accusation angers the hunters, who prepare for a possible confrontation. Manhwa firmly asks her to withdraw peacefully. Seeing negotiation fail, Onmi orders activation of the legacy device. Outside, soldiers pull the lever on a massive golden apparatus. A magical seal forms beneath the entire clan headquarters. Panic spreads as the hunters realize their aura and abilities are completely suppressed. The hero remains composed, aware he could shatter the seal but concerned the building would collapse. Onmi states their powers are sealed and promises leniency if he cooperates. He agrees on the condition that the other hunters are spared. However, he insists on making a final phone call first. He contacts Seo Yeon, who is casually buying ice cream. Chuckling, he asks if she has awakened a new ability, and she proudly says it is called Disung Summoning. He orders her to activate it immediately. Unfortunately, when truly needed, she admits she cannot use it. Afraid he will scold her for running off earlier, she pleads for more time. He urges her to summon him at once, promising no punishment. Instead, the foolish girl hangs up, leaving the protagonist furious at her reckless behavior. Onmi then asks if he is prepared to accompany them. Donkal and the others refuse to comply. Aaron warns that any move against the hero will be treated as hostility toward the fortress clan. Onmi's troops ready themselves, but she allows Disung to decide. He accepts there is little he can do to protect the headquarters. As he attempts to activate a skill, he vanishes instantly, stunning everyone present. Group wonders about his disappearance, and Haran realizes Ryu Seoyen finally used her summoning skill. Onmi orders a search for the escaped target as soldiers scatter. She instructs the remaining hunters to stay where they are. With no alternatives, they comply. Elsewhere, Chairman Jung-ho receives an official letter from the World Association. He breaks the seal and reads its contents carefully. The letter accuses Disung of involvement in the gate incident and demands Korea's cooperation. Shocked, the chairman believes the association has gone insane. He orders his aide to contact Chi-hong immediately. Meanwhile, the hero reappears in the city beside his servant. She offers him an ice cream cone and apologizes shyly. Disung accepts it and takes a lick, then scolds her for failing to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Turning away, he tells her to follow closely. Back at the clan headquarters, the enforcement squad continues their search. Kai-hong arrives with reinforcements to confront the association forces. They claim they are conducting official duties and warn him not to interfere. Kai-hong is furious that foreign agents act freely within his nation. The soldiers interpret his stance as hostility and prepare for combat. The leader gives him one final warning to stand down. Instead, Kai-hong orders his troops to ready themselves. His men draw their energy blades. Just before battle erupts, Disung appears. The enforcement squad spots him and rushes to detain him. In response, he teleports himself and the entire enemy unit to another realm. Kai-hong is left speechless as the soldiers vanish without a trace. The enforcement team finds themselves in a barren wasteland called the Cemetery Garden. As they struggle to understand their surroundings, a band of torturers materializes before them. Convinced the hero orchestrated the gate fracture, they prepare for combat. The soldiers charge toward the monsters. Fierce battle erupts between the two sides. Vines erupt from the earth and begin snatching the soldiers one after it. As the troops are brutally overwhelmed, they shout for the hero to show himself. Soon only a single soldier remains standing. Demon King appears before him. Disung unleashes his power and seizes control of the man's soul. The soldier resists with everything he has. He quickly falls under the Demon King's dominance. With that done, the protagonist teleports back to his headquarters. Kai-hong is stunned by his sudden arrival and demands to know what happened to the enforcers. Disung calmly replies that he detained them for interrogation. A thunderous roar echoes above and he looks up, only to witness part of his headquarters erupt in flames. Changsik and Choyoung are pursuing Yunim as she attempts to flee the scene. Meanwhile, the hero's main concern is the safety of his treasured building. The awakened S-ranker fires a barrage of magic bullets at Yunim. She deflects the shots while encasing herself in dark armor. Changsik slips behind her unnoticed and slams her hard into the ground. When the two hunters land, they realize Yunim has already escaped. Changsik notices the hero is gone, meaning he has begun chasing her. Yunim dashes through the city streets in retreat. Chill runs down her spine when she hears the hero's voice close behind. Disung strikes her neck, sending her skidding across the pavement. She crashes hard, leaving him free to decide her fate. Black armor fades away. Disung considers handing her to Chanho so he can depart for Japan without delay. Meanwhile, Yangchil sits before the gate, praying the old man is still alive. Unbeknownst to him, Tetsuka and Masaki watch from afar. the girl worried but her captain admitting they can do little. At last the hero arrives. The surrounding hunters instantly sense his presence. Yangchil's eyes light up with hope upon seeing him. Isung apologizes to Tetsuka for the chaos caused by his porter. Yangchil rushes over, tears streaming down his face. The desperate boy pleads for him to save Disong before it is too late. The protagonist tells him to release his grip and calmly explain everything. Yangchil recounts how an alien captured the old man during a rescue attempt. Isung deduces the culprits must be the Hands faction. Tetsuka offers to deploy support forces. The hero declines and asks the captain to escort the streamer far from danger. He then steps into the gate alone. Yangchil gasps as he vanishes, and Tetsuka wonders if he possessed stealth all along. Inside the gate, Disong hides within a pit, hoping rescue will come. He believes he can endure for several days if necessary. Suddenly, the red mass lashes out with spreading veins. Whispers invade his mind, and he apologizes helplessly, unable to fight back. As the veins extend toward him, the hero slices through them and demands to know what this thing is. Salvation has finally arrived for the old man. Yet before he can intervene, the northern bishop ambushes him. Disung blocks the strike, but the force hurls him into a nearby wall. Volk smiles, pleased that the protagonist has appeared. Karen emerges as well and launches her assault. Fires a powerful beam at Disung before landing. When the smoke clears, he stands unharmed. Karen urges Volks to perform the invocation, though he warns it will restrict them. The protagonist brushes dust from his clothes and unleashes his own devastating techniques. Karen manipulates the red substance within the pit. The anguished voices grow louder in response. The old man writhes under the mental torment. Female bishop notices the hero, remains unaffected. Her actions only fuel Disung's rage further. Releases a massive wave of mana, shaking earth and air with his aura. The bishops shield themselves against the shockwave. They realize how much strength he had concealed. With murderous intent blazing in his eyes, he prepares a lethal strike. One swing of his blade unleashes chaos, and the bishops tremble before his might. At that same moment, the titan within the womb slowly opens his eyes. In the underground altar, a massive explosion erupts from the hero's attack. From the black essence, hordes of undead soldiers rise to assault the bishops. Karen claims such weak minions cannot stop them, though she is clearly struggling. Hero mocks her, saying she should experience her own blood being drained and flesh torn apart. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the bishops struggle to respond. Meanwhile, the high priest approaches the titan, saying he must depart briefly to face the threat. The titan points toward the battlefield and unleashes a tremendous blast. The energy empowers the bishops, allowing them to wipe out the undead swiftly. Raising their planet, they crush the creatures with ease. The bishops revert to their colossal original forms. Isung summons the souls of his fallen minion, including the formidable Ghost King. As they rise from the ground, he commands his army to charge. The Ghost King engages Karen in fierce combat. Elsewhere, the Titan breaks free from the womb to join the battle. Ramesh warns that his resurrection is incomplete. Ignoring the caution, the Titan advances toward the Demon King. At the same time, Disung brings down black flames to end it all. But just as they descend, the Titan intercepts the attack, leaving the hero stunned. Volks recognizes the Titan and calls him Hekaton. With one massive hand, the Titan smashes the ground, annihilating the Demon King's entire army. Devastation surpasses anything witnessed before. Disung cries out as everything around them crumbles into dust. Barely makes it out alive, yet the place where he was concealed has been completely ruined. The main character starts doubting whether his abilities can even scratch a being as overwhelming as the Titan. Soon after, he spots the elderly man shouting desperately as he clings to life. Without hesitation, Disung dashes forward to rescue him before disaster strikes. Unfortunately, Hekaton's attention shifts toward the frail old man. The sight of the towering Titan almost causes the poor man to collapse from sheer terror. The hero suddenly materializes before his porter, shielding him from Hekaton's assault. Unleashes the Flame King's fiery breath through his blade to divert the giant's focus. Seizing the chance, he grabs the old man and bolts through the gate just before the Titan can intercept them. Moments later, the portal shuts tight. Isung steps out on the other side, clutching the gate cube, realizing he currently stands no chance against the Titan. The narrative then transitions to the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association. A luxurious vehicle pulls up at the entrance. Security personnel step forward and request identification from the passenger. Yet as the tinted windows slide down, everything changes. Guard freezes in shock upon recognizing the individual inside. Meanwhile, inside one of the interrogation chambers, Anum is restrained by specialized equipment clearly designed to suppress her abilities. Across from her, Kai-hong calmly types on his laptop as he takes a seat. Watching from behind the glass, the branch manager questions why the enforcer was so intent on detaining the hero. Ah Young rushes in with urgent information, but when she glances through the window, she understands instantly that she has arrived too late. The branch manager's face pales when he spots Aslan gripping Kai Hong firmly beyond the glass partition. The so-called top-ranked hunter casually snaps a photo. He taunts Yunmi for her miserable condition, provoking Kai Hong's fury. The enforcer demands to know whether Aslan intends to release her. The manager storms inside and scolds Aslan for his disrespectful behavior. Simultaneously, Kai Hong warns him to let go before his patience completely runs out. Aslan releases him without delay and effortlessly removes Yunmi's restraints. The manager accuses the jester-like hunter of ignoring proper protocol in freeing a detainee. Still burning with anger, Kai Hong decides to test the strength of the world's top ranker and swings a heavy punch toward him. Yunmi also readies herself to engage in battle. Aslan intervenes before chaos erupts, urging both of them to settle down. In an instant, Kai Hong feels his powers vanish entirely, leaving him stunned. Yunmi insists they must examine the hero's abilities, since they far exceed those of an ordinary awakened. Kai Hong dismisses her claims, arguing that Disung is the very person who saved them all. Aslan concedes that the protagonist performed admirably and proposes that the Korean Association officially assess his power. Though Kai Hong protests, the branch manager agrees to the proposal. He informs Aslan that the association will deliberate and provide an answer soon. Aslan then departs alongside his entourage for the moment. Kai Hong, however, resents the manager for allowing them to leave without resistance. The manager questions whether the hunter could have truly done anything even if they had tried. Equally frustrated, he admits there is little they can do at present. Yunmi thanks her troops for their hard work. He instructs them to return to headquarters and await further orders. The soldiers comply promptly and head back as directed. Returning to the protagonist, the system advises him to rest due to his severely drained mana as he evaluates the aftermath. Yangchil rejoices over the safe return of the elderly man. Etsuka approaches Disung to inquire about the gate situation. The hero explains that the teleportation cube appears faulty and is linked to Han's central base, but since he possesses it, the giants cannot attack right away. While expressing gratitude to the Demon King, the old man asks how he might repay him, only to be told that the battle itself brought sufficient rewards. Afterwards, Yangchil requests that the hero attend a gathering organized by his fan club. Disung is baffled by what he considers a rather ridiculous request. The elder clarifies that the hero's supporters now span the globe, and meeting them would enhance the Disung clan's reputation. To everyone's astonishment, Disung consents and even decides to invite all KCATS members. The young streamer is overwhelmed at the sheer scale of what this event might become. Back at Han's headquarters, Hecatan plunges his hands into the chaotic crowd. He scoops up the suffering victims writhing in despair. He consumes them to restore his strength and mend his wounds. Later, Ramesh and the two bishops kneel before him as the high priest apologizes for the insufficient blood supply, blaming the Titan's premature revival. The Titan still craves even more bloodshed. The focus returns to the hero, visibly irritated. The camera widens to reveal the branch manager, attempting to justify the situation. And so, the Demon King refuses to accept intimidation by Aslan as a valid excuse. After offering an apology, the manager explains that Aslan demands the association assess his powers. Hearing this nearly drives the protagonist to murderous rage. However, the manager cannot explain the World Association's unusual conduct. When Disung inquires about their intended course of action, the manager admits no decision has been made yet and suggests declining the World Association's demand. AI Young points out that the World Hunter Association is leveraging the Ether Core integration license, a technology vital to the global energy sector, and legally under their control. With little alternative, Disung consents to the verification process. However, he insists it take place during his fan gathering. The manager and his aide are left utterly perplexed by his statement. Sometime later, within the ruins of Mesopotamia in Iraq, an intense glow radiates from deep underground. The core stands an enigmatic edifice known as the Tower of Babylon. Numerous small robotic machines are extracting ore throughout the ancient site. Hulk supervises the entire mining operation, holding an ore-like weapon capable of suppressing aura energy. He reflects that the Gate Cube's material also originates from Babylon. An associate informs him that the Korean Association plans to evaluate Disung's abilities under one condition. Explains that both he and Aslan must attend the upcoming Heroes fan meeting. The bishop questions why such a fan event even exists. At Yangchil's home, he announces to his audience that he has survived hell and returned. Porter clan leader joins the broadcast and greets the viewers warmly. When the young streamer checks his live audience count, he is stunned by the staggering number of viewers tuning in. As he recounts the events, the viewer count continues climbing rapidly. Credits their survival entirely to the protagonist, explaining that Disung arrived on the third day of the old man's captivity. Yangchil then invites the elderly man to describe in detail what occurred at the gate. The old man recounts the terrifying scene in the pit, admitting he could only watch helplessly as others endured unbearable pain. During the retelling, Yangchil notices international viewers joining, with the chat filled with complaints about missing relatives and unexplained disappearances. Elder continues, saying he endured until the hero ultimately appeared to rescue them. Suddenly, Yangchil receives a call directly from the hero. The Demon King instructs him to link the phone's speaker to the stream's microphone. He switches to speaker mode and positions the phone near his audio equipment. Isung greets the fans and encourages them to save their questions for the upcoming event. He announces it will take place at the World Hunters Association headquarters, but before he can continue, the server abruptly crashes, ending the broadcast midstream. The young streamer shares the news with Disung, and the Demon King praises him for his excellent work. The moment the hero calls out his name, the young man breaks down in tears. Meanwhile, the hero is already plotting to eliminate the scum within the World Hunter Association, before turning his attention to the alien threat. At the headquarters of the World Hunter Association, the president sits inside his office, alongside his brother. Glances toward Yunam, who is present as well. She reports that the Babylon ore has been spread across the floor, and assures him that once the magic circle activates, even elite hunters will be reduced to ordinary humans. Aslan questions his brother about whether he has abandoned the idea of imprisoning and exploiting the protagonist. Eren, however, intends to transform the fan gathering into Disung's burial ceremony. At the Hunter's Hall, Jinchial triggers a teleportation cube, enabling the hero and his team to pass through. Disung remains steady. The girls are still struggling with lingering dizziness. Choyoung reunites with her former clan leader, who admits he has been living comfortably thanks to her support. He expresses deep gratitude to the hero for looking after Choyoung. He also mentions that Dr. Dong Hyuk is thrilled about the gate research and expects major breakthroughs soon. Aslan arrives shortly after and greets the protagonist. Disung and Jinchial clearly show their displeasure at seeing the clown-like hunter. Meanwhile, the girls are stunned by the presence of the world's #1 ranked hunter. Aslan attempts to make small talk, but the hero barely understands or cares about what he is saying. Disung directly demands to know who authorized Aslan to take custody of his prisoner. Choyoung grows uneasy, sensing impending trouble. Aslan shrugs it off and explains that he is merely following the president's orders. Out of nowhere, he exposes his own brother as the mastermind and urges Disung to eliminate him. The hunters are stunned by this unexpected betrayal. The hero questions what kind of scheme this jester is playing at. Aslan then invites them to accompany him to a 7-star hotel suite he arranged. The hunters watch in silence as he casually walks away. Back at the association headquarters, it becomes clear that Yunim reports to Darren that the hero has headed to the hotel room prepared by Aslan. Darren orders tighter security and surveillance on anyone approaching Disung, though Yunim wonders why he plans to seize the hero during the fan event. He explains that exposing the Demon King's true identity will be more impactful with a large audience watching. When the day of the fan meeting finally arrives, hundreds of eager fans flood the venue, while reporters with cameras and bright lights prepare to document every moment. Attendees pour inside. A news reporter begins covering the lively scene outside the Hunter Hall. She interviews a man named Harry, who introduces himself as an A-rank hunter from Chicago, states that he intends to gather intelligence on the aliens to avenge the loved ones he lost. After concluding the interview, the reporter wraps up her segment. Behind the stage, Disung speaks to his team before the event begins, and they listen attentively. Once every seat in the hall is occupied, Yangchil steps forward to greet the audience, hoping his nerves will not overwhelm him. Gathering his courage, he introduces himself as the host of the fan meeting. The audience erupts in cheers as he officially kicks off the event with the hero. Other hunters who could not attend tune in from their homes to watch the broadcast. Yangchil enthusiastically invites Disung onto the stage. The hero walks out accompanied by Ryu Seoyen and Cho Young. Taking the microphone, Disung begins speaking to his supporters. Suddenly, the hall plunges into darkness, confusing everyone present. The spotlight returns to the main stage, and the crowd bursts into applause once more. However, the protagonist grows irritated as the cheers prevent him from speaking. Choyoung informs him that their adversaries have initiated their scheme. Gate materializes abruptly at the center of the stage. From it emerges a crimson beast. Panic spreads through the crowd at the terrifying sight. As more monsters pour out, Some fans assume the hero created the gate, while hunters among them find their abilities suppressed by the magic circle. Disung cannot help but admire the ingenuity of this trap set against him. Through his earpiece, he contacts Han-ul and orders him to dismantle the magic circle. Han-ul agrees without hesitation and moves into action. In a hidden underground chamber, fuels the magic circle using a power core device. Noticing the energy draining, she instructs a subordinate to swap out the ether core pack. As the man moves to replace it, another individual quietly steps aside to unlock the door with a keycard. He swiftly slides the card into the access panel. By the time realizes there is a spy among them, it is already too late. The doors swing open, allowing another squad of soldiers to storm in and ambush the enforcement unit. Chaos erupts as both sides clash in fierce combat. The enforcement officer dons her black armor and joins the fray to defend herself. Han-ul charges into the chamber and confronts her directly. Yunim attempts to overpower him using her agility and strength, yet he skillfully deflects every strike she launches. Other troops attempt to assist Han-ul in battle. The woman cuts them down effortlessly. While keeping her occupied, Han-ul orders his subordinate to disable the magic circle immediately. The soldier rushes toward the sealing mechanism, controlling the circle. Back on stage, the unleashed monsters rampage, sending terrified fans scrambling for safety. Suppressive magic circle around the hero begins weakening faster than anticipated. He informs Ryu Seoyen that the seal restricting them has been broken. Grinning mischievously, she uses her ability to turn the floor into sinking quicksand, mobilizing the monsters as they struggle helplessly. Choyoung follows up by firing enchanted bullets, shifting the momentum of the fight. The grotesque creatures find themselves cornered and uncertain of how to respond. Witnessing the hero battling the beasts, the crowd realizes he was not responsible for the gate. They begin cheering loudly, urging him to wipe out the monsters. Throwing a dagger, Disung decides to treat the chaos as a light warm-up exercise. Meanwhile, Darren is overwhelmed with fear as his scheme unravels unexpectedly. Yunim rushes in to report that a traitor has compromised the sealing device. Soon after, the sound of intense combat echoes from beyond the door. The hallways and staircases are littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. Dongchul and Changsik are responsible for clearing them out as they hunt for the association president. Suddenly, glowing threads of light appear from thin air. Harren quickly deploys her shields to safeguard her teammates. Aslan steps forward, pretending that his abilities are malfunctioning. Changsik stays behind to confront the clown, while the others continue searching for Darren. Before Aslan can continue spewing his nonsense, Changsik lunges at him with full force. The clown ensnares him using shimmering aura threads. Leaving Changsik humiliated, he then feigns weakness, claiming Korea's top hunter is too powerful, allowing the others to proceed. Harren and Dongchul remain unaware of his true intentions, but seize the opportunity to push toward Darren's office. Dongchul strikes the door with bolts of lightning, yet the barrier remains intact, resembling the impenetrable absolute protector to him. As he continues smashing at the door, Beck Harren suddenly senses a presence approaching from behind. Inside the office, Yunim urgently advises Darren to flee, warning that they cannot contain the hero if his abilities remain unsealed. Darren chooses to retreat through the gate cube, intending to return later to reclaim the Babylon. Before he can make his escape, however, a blade slices cleanly through the door. Terror immediately tightens its grip around the president's heart. The shattered door collapses, revealing the Demon King standing before them. Isung coldly asks if they truly found it amusing to sabotage his fan event while confronting the trembling president. Elsewhere, the remaining 3 hunters are occupied with Aslan, as Changsik unleashes his aura technique against the clown. Yet Aslan effortlessly deflects the attack using his thread-like abilities. No matter how fiercely Changsik swings his blade, Aslan slips away from each strike and swiftly closes the distance. Korean hunter retreats in a flash to avoid being cornered. The top-ranked hunter admits that Korea's finest is indeed formidable. Changsik begins to tire as he realizes Aslan's strength far exceeds his expectations. Clown casually reveals that he actually holds the world's second rank. Changsik is baffled by the absurd claim. Aslan explains that he could claim the top spot if his brother and the hero were to eliminate each other. Soon after, they notice fans being escorted out by Choyoung and Soyin. The 2 women work tirelessly to guide civilians to safety as panic spreads through the fleeing crowd. Aslan observes the evacuation with sharp interest. Back inside, Darren praises the hero for breaching the so-called absolute barrier. The Demon King warns him to be wiser about choosing his enemies next time. Assuming he survives, Darren questions whether Disung is even human, sensing similarities between him and the Han's aliens. The protagonist counters by accusing Darren of striking bargains with those very aliens. Darren insists that the hero's immense strength must have originated from the Haunts faction. Points out that the summoned beings under Disung's command emit aura patterns identical to gate monsters. He further demands an explanation for the ominous energy radiating from the hero's body. Dongchul and Haran begin to worry that the situation might turn unfavorable for the Demon King. The rector steps forward to confront Darren, who demands to know the man's identity. The elder boldly declares himself Korea's top hunter. Dongchul proclaims that Disung stands as the greatest hunter in existence. He accuses Darren of being too blind and corrupt to recognize the truth, which makes the president feel belittled. In response, Darren insults the elder as nothing more than a worthless hunter. Enraged by the insult, Dongchul loses control until Baek Haran restrains him. Disung calmly remarks that Earth differs from Hell and claims people like Darren only speak honestly after being beaten down. He vows to deliver a punishment the president will never forget. Darren activates his super-awakened paladin form, transforming into heavy armor while wielding a hammer and shield. The hunters shield their eyes from the blinding radiance. Empowered, the president lunges forward to crush the hero with his hammer. Disung counters using his aura nullification skill to completely negate the strike. Display leaves Darren astonished. A powerful rebound sends the president staggering backward. The hero questions his shock, noting that he merely used aura techniques like any other hunter. Follows up with a crushing punch to Darren's face. The impact launches the president straight through multiple walls. Darren lands violently on the stage, blood streaming from his nose. He scrambles upright without delay. Realizing he is bleeding fuels his fury even further. Disung activates a stealth technique, catching the president off guard. Darren is battered repeatedly, as if he were nothing but a training dummy. Desperate, he erects a protective barrier. Demon King slices through the shield without difficulty. The shattered barrier collapses instantly. Disung brings his sword down for a decisive strike. As Darren attempts to defend himself, his hammer is knocked from his grip and sent flying. Disung mocks him, questioning how someone lacking faith can claim to be a paladin. President desperately pleads for his life. Ignoring him, the hero drives his blade straight through his chest, then ignites the man's body in blazing flames. The fire consumes him completely until nothing remains. Achieving full implementation, Disung breaks the seal on his demon god form, releasing a terrifying surge of aura that amplifies his presence. The radiant energy bursts outward from the building, extending far beyond the planet into the depths of space. His body becomes encased in imposing, dark armor. He is astonished that the seal has lifted so soon after his short time on Earth. Using his newfound power, he imprisons Darren Anderson's soul, his expanded soul prison easily containing it. He resurrects the soul as a loyal servant, turning the former president into his subordinate. Later, a news broadcast covers the gate incident at Hunter Hall and invites Darren to comment. The president publicly credits the hero and his team for bravely resolving the crisis. Meanwhile, higher-ups within the World Hunter Association question why Darren is praising Disung instead of delivering the promised benefits. Their discussion is cut short when the door suddenly opens. Protagonist steps inside to greet them. One man frantically calls for their guardians to intervene. Several individuals rush in, surrounding the hero with 4 elite guards, though he remains completely unfazed. Elder boasts that each guard surpasses S-rank level strength. Before they can react, fiery chains erupt from the Demon King and bind them. The flames instantly reduce the guards to ashes. He calmly asks whether they have exhausted their childish schemes. The remaining men are overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of dread. Soon after, Disung exits the building, having slaughtered everyone inside. He meets his servant Darren and questions why only 3 officials were present. Darren explains that those who consumed Titan flesh would avoid returning there and would likely hide deeper once they learn of the deaths. Demon King sarcastically wonders if he should help them hide better by putting up warning signs. Moments later, the entire building erupts in a massive explosion. Disung departs calmly with his subordinate. Scene shifts to a dim bar tucked inside a shadowy alley. Aslan sits alone sipping wine, mourning his brother's grim fate. Yunam approaches, having escaped, and asks about the president's condition. Aslan informs her that Darren has likely become Disung's controlled pawn. Shaken and confused, she asks what their next move should be, and the clown questions whether she seeks revenge. She reflects on how Darren raised and cared for her since she was orphaned. Aslan advises her to let go, stating that the hero's aura far surpasses anything they can handle. He struggles to accept his words. Suddenly, the bar door creaks open. Everyone inside collapses unconscious, except for the hunters. Aslan admits he has never sensed such overwhelming aura before. A woman wrapped in golden bandages steps forward and introduces herself as Baratial, ranked 3rd within the Celestial Order. Yunam begins trembling uncontrollably. She soon collapses unconscious, just like the rest of the patrons in the bar. Baratial remarks that humans are strange beings, fragile in body yet driven by ambitions that reach across the universe. Trembling in fear, Aslan asks whether this celestial was dispatched by Disung. He calmly reassures him that she has come with the intention of saving the planet. The sight of everyone lying unconscious around them, however, suggests otherwise. Arachil senses the planet's core resisting her presence and attempting to expel her. Meanwhile, Aslan struggles to remain standing under the crushing weight of her aura. Placing a hand on his forehead, she speaks of the sinister stars of Hands and Earth's iron prison. He leaves a mark upon the clown and tells him their paths will cross again. The setting shifts to the realm where the Hands Titan resides. Hecaton tears off his own arm and splatters blood across the ground. From the spilled blood, grotesque beings begin to take shape. Within moments, the Titan forms an enormous army and declares his thirst for more blood. He orders Ramesh to open the dimensional gate at once. The High Priest warns that Earth's creatures are rich in ether, and killing them prematurely would ruin their larger scheme. Unmoved, the Titan roars at Ramesh to proceed regardless. Realizing the danger, the High Priest schemes to have the bishops secure viable breeders and urges patience, claiming the gate requires time to activate. Ramesh instructs the bishops to begin preparations for opening the portal. In the Pantheon dimension, the system informs the hero that he can freely use Hell's abilities there. He can also create up to 4 apostles, and though his servants stand before him, they are unsure whether this gathering is for training. As he faces them, Ryu Sioyen notices a sinister grin spreading across her master's face. He announces that he intends to increase their strength tenfold. The director questions how such an extraordinary boost is even possible. Disung engulfs them in roaring flames. They strain to defend themselves from the intense heat. The fire grows hotter, pushing them toward their limits. The protagonist commands them to endure the ordeal. Unable to withstand it any longer, Ryu Sioyen begs him to stop. He insists it is necessary, reminding them they have only 72 hours before the Han's invasion. Back at the Korean Hunter Association, Chairman Jung-ho steps out with his aide, who informs him that the appointed time has arrived. He enters a conference room and joins the branch manager along with other officials. The display screen lights up with Darren's image. Chinese Chairman Wang Wei states that Darren has convened a doomsday session, implying he must relinquish his role. Darren announces he will step down after the meeting, though Japanese and European delegates push for his reinstatement. Russian Chairman Mikkel declares that accountability will depend on the meeting's outcome. Jung-ho grows irritated as political maneuvering overshadows the crisis at hand. He silences them so the president can explain the true purpose of the assembly. Darren expresses gratitude before revealing that the Han's invasion will strike globally in 3 days. Some attendees struggle to process the shocking announcement. Mikkel challenges Darren to stand firmly behind his claim. Darren responds that the warning came directly from Disung, whom he trusts completely. Jung-ho finds the president's unwavering faith unusual and wonders what changed him. Even the Korean branch manager suspects something significant occurred during the fan meeting. Wang Wei inquires whether Disung was responsible for saving Shandong. Other leaders ask if he was also the one who rescued their cities. Aaron orders the full mobilization of the World Hunter Association and urges all nations to prepare for war. Days later, the streets are crowded with hunters awaiting battle. Haran asks Changsik if he feels anxious, but he admits he is more intrigued than afraid. Believes war will truly erupt this time, unlike her doubts. He then asks about the deployment of domestic and international teleportation gates. Haran explains that gates have been set up in major cities worldwide to shorten defensive distances and allow faster support. Still, Changsik has yet to see the man who predicted the invasion. Learning Darren is on a special mission, he asks about Seo Yan and Dong Chio. She replies that they are currently carrying out assignments. Changsik remains puzzled about the hero's true intentions. In a large school building, the gymnasium now serves as a shelter for civilians. Anxiety fills the room as people fear the coming war may end them, while one blonde man questions why everyone is panicking. He receives a call from his friend Jiuk, who claims to be at home. Jiuk believes staying home is safer, assuming monsters would target crowded areas first. The blonde man regrets not doing the same, annoyed by long restroom lines. He shows little concern for others as long as he remains unharmed. Suddenly, he hears Jiuk shouting about a gate appearing nearby. Numerous gates abruptly manifest across the sky. An aura shield activates over the city. Hunters ready themselves for combat. Endless waves of dark creatures pour from the portals. Defensive forces charge their aura cannons in preparation. On command, the cannons unleash devastating beams that vaporize approaching monsters. Seeing the cannons succeed, the troops continue their relentless barrage. Eventually, some monsters break through and crash onto the streets. Heavy landings crush structures and devastate parts of the city. Jiuk, who believed himself safe at home, suddenly confronts one of the Titan's minions as it unfolds menacingly before him. More creatures descend into the city. Hunters engage swiftly, cutting them down, and one declares the monsters easy prey. Confidently assures his allies that victory will be simple. Yet the sinister minions begin merging into larger forms. Fear grips the hunter as the fused creature towers before him. It annihilates him in an instant, leaving the remaining hunters shaken with terror. At headquarters, officials watch countless gates appear nationwide with no sign of decline. A staff member reports defensive lines established around shelters, though certain zones remain unprotected. Young adds that both gates and monsters are multiplying rapidly. The situation spirals into utter chaos. The manager feels completely powerless to resolve it. On the battlefield, Baekhyun enhances Changsik's abilities with a supportive buff. Empowered, he unleashes his ultimate technique and soars upward, destroys several monsters and draws the others' aggression toward him. Activating a massive taunt, he keeps their focus locked on himself. Baekhyun criticizes him for using such a risky tactic at that location. The Titan's minions fuse repeatedly until a colossal beast emerges. Without hesitation, Changsik charges straight toward its head. Baekhyun panics at his reckless move. Meanwhile, in Beijing, China, Shaolin monk hunters battle the invading Titan minions within the country. Citizens regain hope upon witnessing the hunters stand against the creatures. A monk urges civilians to evacuate quickly due to the danger, though many stubbornly resist. The monk hunters continue their fierce struggle against the invading forces. Lesser demons repeat their fusion tactic, merging together into an even larger abomination. The hunters swiftly arrange themselves into a counter formation to disrupt the creature's evolution. However, one of the monks struggles to keep pace with the coordinated pattern. Because of that weak link, the enlarged minion breaks through and assaults them with ease. Realizing the danger has escalated, the civilians finally flee in panic. Wall arrives on the scene to reinforce the struggling fighters. In Japan, Tetsuka and his ninja unit are locked in their own fierce confrontation. Channeling his aura, he unleashes a storm of shurikens that cut down numerous enemies in one sweep. He then commands his squad to advance, and as they surge ahead, the monsters once again merge into a single grotesque entity. This time the fusion results in a massive three-headed serpent. The beast strikes rapidly with its heads, forcing the hunters into a desperate scramble. As his allies falter, Tetsuka vaults skyward to deliver a decisive blow. Mid-descent, the serpent's three heads fuse into one enormous skull. Sudden shift catches Tetsuka off guard and leaves him vulnerable. The focus moves to the Tower Palace at Disung's residence. Their winged monsters swoop toward the terrified residents. A defensive squad fires relentlessly at the incoming creatures, yet their bullets fail to penetrate the monsters' hide. Moments later, the protective barrier surrounding the house shatters. Panic spreads among the civilians. When they glance outside, the parking lot is already crawling with enemies. The vile beings rampage through the area in search of victims. The hero's family hides quietly inside their apartment, scarcely daring to breathe. His mother silently prays that her son will come to their rescue. Just as a monster prepares to smash through the door, a blazing beam strikes it down. Summoned Wraith materializes to defend the family, identifying the attackers as remnants of the Chaos Legion and summoning Iron Fortress soldiers to eliminate them. Undead warriors rise from the ground and clash fiercely with the Titan's spawn. After clearing the threat, the spirit reports the victory to Disung, who remains furious that the hunters failed such a simple task. He orders the Ghost King to stay put until his arrival. Determined, Disung prepares to punish those who dared threaten his family. He turns toward his loyal followers, horns now protruding from their heads, forms transformed into lethal warriors. He opens a portal and steps through to aid the three hunters in battle. As they all leap into the fray, Changsik recklessly dives through the portal without hesitation, landing dramatically on the other side, as if performing a stunt scene. Deep inside, terror grips him at the horrific sight before him, a towering heap of human corpses piled like refuse in a wasteland. He realizes they are actually standing atop the Titan's enormous hand. He instantly abandons that nightmare perch and bolts away at full speed. As soon as he leaps clear, the Titan clenches its fist, crushing those trapped within before consuming them like fuel. Reinvigorated by the grisly feast, the giant turns its gaze to the white-haired youth, stands frozen in shock at the overwhelming spectacle. Another portal tears open, dropping more bodies as sustenance for the monster. Changsik breaks into a nervous sweat, feeling utterly powerless. Amid the raining corpses, the masked ninja arrives and is instantly stunned by the gruesome scene around him. Struggling to comprehend the chaos, below, Changsik urgently yells at Tetsuka to escape before he is devoured. Tetsuka glances back, bewildered, then notices the massive creature dragging him, along with helpless civilians, toward its gaping maw. Without hesitation, the samurai charges forward and unleashes a bolt of divine lightning at the Titan's face, only to watch in disbelief as it absorbs the attack effortlessly. Tetsuka curses his terrible luck under his breath, realizing he may soon become the creature's next meal. Suddenly, blazing chains coil around the Titan's arm and yank it backward. At that very moment, the Demon King arrives with his forces and mocks the Titan's gluttony, declaring this feast is over as his horned apostles prepare to crush it. The High Priest orders the minions to eliminate the so-called sinners. Two grotesque demons charge straight at Disung, yet his overwhelming aura makes them hesitate. Dongchul streaks through the air, and delivers a crushing punch to one attacker, sending the creature flying like a broken puppet. The female demon grows even more furious, hurls a fierce energy blast at Dongchul. Just before impact, Choyoung steps in protectively, bracing herself to absorb the attack. Strange, monstrous eyes begin forming around her in the air, locking onto her before she can react. Another demon boasts of receiving sacred eyes from the Titan and vows destruction, but before he can finish, a shadowy figure appears behind him and whispers a chilling warning. In an instant, the cursed doll leaps onto him and claws at his prized eye, tearing it free without mercy. The Titan roars in fury at Disung for disrupting its feast, promises him a slow and agonizing demise. Unfazed, the hero pushes beyond his limits and surpasses his mana threshold. He summons a dozen additional blazing chains, bind the Titan tightly, asserting his dominance. With a devilish grin, the ruler of hell challenges the giant to fight back. The Titan bellows in frustration and recalls all its scattered minions. Back on Earth, a demon about to kill an office worker suddenly pauses, freezing as it receives the Titan's command, and retreating without striking. Hunters soon notice the demons withdrawing. As they retreat through swirling portals, the hunters strike down as many as possible before they vanish. When the final creature disappears, confusion and shock linger among the fighters. Cries of grief echo through the air as people mourn lost loved ones. Amid the settling dust, the hero stands calmly. A cold determination, Disung summons his forces, and undead warriors emerge from among the crowd. It feels like a discount version of The Walking Dead you ordered online. Countless emotionless fighters assemble across the battlefield, standing in silence as they await commands. Then our protagonist orders them to shield the civilians and escort everyone out of harm's way. The panicked crowd screams insults at the undead guardians, who endure the abuse and continue their grim 9-to-5 duty without complaint. Meanwhile, two silver-haired men approach Disung and greet him casually, as if they just bumped into him at a reunion. One of them even offers a modest thank you for being rescued, and right at that moment, our hero suddenly stumbles forward, clutching himself as a wave of pain hits. The mad Titan jerks violently against the chains, thrashing like a lunatic strapped into a straitjacket. Dancing around, he takes in the bleak devastation surrounding him. He urges the pair to stay focused and rescue as many survivors as possible, though leader Tetsuka insists it's unrealistic for now. Refusing to back down, he argues that these civilians are desperately holding onto the hope of returning home. Scene shifts to sobbing victims collapsing in despair all around. He closes his eyes as memories of his torment in hell resurface vividly. Trauma crashes into him because the current carnage mirrors his past too closely. The two men can only watch quietly as he wrestles with those haunting recollections. Suddenly, Changsik shouts that Disung should handle the colossal monster, while he ensures the civilians escape safely. Tetsuka instantly understands and bolts off at top speed, following through without hesitation. He sharpens his focus on the towering, steaming monstrosity rampaging nearby. The Titan continues to flail about like a furious child strapped down, throws Disung a venomous sideways glare, swearing vengeance and promising to exterminate humanity no matter the cost. System alert warns him that pushing further could kill him, making him question whether his form might revert if his level falls. Facing the embodiment of chaos, he commands his summoned apostles to end the giant once and for all. The three surge ahead, but just before reaching the Titan, subordinate bishops abruptly appear to block their path. They look desperate, practically asking to be crushed. Choyoung dashes forward with dagger raised, and they clash in a blur of near-light speed strikes. Decrepit creature attempts a dirty move with her spindly spider-like limbs. Choyoung anticipates it, evades smoothly, and unleashes a signature technique. Extreme Javelin. She drives both blades into the ground. Jagged ice pillars burst upward violently toward the enemy. The monster retaliates, shattering the frozen spikes with her extra arms. She mocks Choyoung weakly, and in that instant, she glimpses her grotesque reflection in broken ice as Choyoung appears behind her, sealing her fate. Without hesitation, Choyoung reduces the wrinkled fiend to shredded pieces with swift dagger strikes. The creature mutters pitifully about Daddy Titan before collapsing into eternal silence. Crimson orb streaks across the battlefield. The girl pauses, uncertain whether victory is hers or if a greater threat looms. The Titan suddenly surges with power and thrashes more violently. Demon King realizes the brute is absorbing his fallen subordinates. Meanwhile, little Chucky seems to be enjoying himself immensely. He repeatedly stabs an underling until the victim fades away, mumbling about Daddy Titan again. The Chaos Titan devours another glowing orb and roars louder, straining against his restraints. Reading the system messages, our hero wonders how the enemy is still growing stronger. Despite being defeated repeatedly, he questions whether they have hidden advantages. Out of nowhere, Dong Chial mimics a Street Fighter move and fires off a Hadouken. It blasts through another bishop, leaving him with a hole like a poorly made donut. The final bishop chants about Daddy Titan as the system reiterates the obvious, giving our demon king a moment to process. After absorbing the last orb, the Titan roars in fury yet remains bound, while Disung quietly reproaches himself. Still, hope glimmers as two radiant drops appear where Donkal felled the last bishop. Ryu Sioyan kneels, her cursed doll staring at the shining items like a child fascinated by sparkles. A notification announces that each apostle has absorbed fragments of the Chaos Titan. They level up simultaneously, boosting recovery beyond previous limits. Seizing the chance, he powers into Super Saiyan form, purple aura blazing as a wicked grin spreads across his face in gratitude for this opportunity. Once the transformation completes, he summons his massive sword and rockets toward the chained Titan like a bargain Levi Ackerman. The Titan can only glare with murderous fury, incapable of stopping him. A thought dawns in the giant's hollow mind, his eyes widening as he suspects this might be Hell's ruler. Irritated that the Titan doesn't recognize him, Disung snaps and curses him harshly. The behemoth tries to claim they share the same destiny, inadvertently revealing a secret about heaven. Pausing mid-assault, Disung demands clarification about heaven's design. Titan rambles that two beings of such might cannot coexist in one realm, but united they could conquer countless worlds and stars. A voice interrupts, and Disung slowly turns from the Titan to glare toward a portal. Angsik reports that every civilian has been evacuated safely. Smirking, Disung tells him to leave too or risk being caught in the destruction. Refocusing on the Titan, he declares that the monster has earned a first-class ticket to a brutal beating delivered personally. Suddenly, portals rip open around the Titan as demonic soldiers swarm out and fly toward him like cheap superheroes. Disung raises a brow, intrigued by the unexpected development. The Titan screams for his troops to regroup while struggling uselessly against the chains. Growing impatient, Disung orders the flaming heap to stop resisting and accept his end. With lethal intent in his eyes, he unleashes his signature move, Execution Slash. A colossal glowing blade manifests overhead, poised to cleave the Titan apart. Terrified, the Titan barely frees his hands and lifts them in a futile defense. He threatens to tear Disung apart but cannot halt the descending blade, appearing increasingly pathetic. Disung repeats his demand that he stop struggling and face death. System alert warns him that excessive mana loss could severely damage his body. Though immobilized, the Titan somehow holds the sword back while begging his minions to intervene. He calls for Raimish sneaking behind Disung, unaware the hero carries unbreakable plot armor. Raimish swings wildly with a shriek, but Disung vanishes from sight. His staff smashes into empty ground as confusion overtakes him. Before he realizes it, Ryu Sioyan seals him inside a magical prison. He summons his spellbook, preparing to retaliate against the apostle who humiliated him. Suddenly his arm disconnects and drops uselessly to the floor. Dongchil had plowed through him like a speeding train. Strike severed the monster's arm instantly as Dongchil spun back around. The apostle charges again, inviting the bishop to speak his last words. Raimish laments that mighty beings fell to mere humans before losing his head abruptly. Back at the center, Disung pours every ounce of strength into his attack as blood trickles from his nose. The Titan bleeds profusely, barely standing as his body begins to collapse. His resistance crumbles, and the massive blade slices through his arms and body, splitting him cleanly in two. With his end near, the Titan shoots one last resentful glare and vows revenge before fading. Smoking mass dissolves into mist, while Disung hovers calmly beneath the eerie purple sky, surveying the aftermath. The system announces he has slain the Titan god, but retains only 1% energy, leaving him exhausted as his armor crumbles and a massive bleeding heart-like core floats ahead, eligible for absorption. Disung licks his lips. He realizes he desperately needs that power source before collapsing, but before acting, Blade suddenly impales his chest, his eyes widening in shock. A voice remarks they arrived just in time, while Disung grits his teeth in fury. Demands angrily what the cross-dressed warrior thinks he is doing. The entity controlling the warrior praises him for defeating the Chaos Titan, but states the power does not belong to him. Ignoring any protest, they stride dramatically toward the Titan's core. Fed up with the absurdity, he orders the intruder to stop fooling around, gripping the spear so tightly it begins to crack. System repeatedly warns that removing it will almost certainly kill him, yet he ignores every alert and keeps going without a second thought. The presence inhabiting the cross-dressed fighter cautions him to stop, explaining the spear was designed specifically to bind creatures like him. With no alternatives left, Disung grips his sword and lunges straight at the flamboyant warrior. Instead of defending himself, the man simply shuts his eyes in visible disappointment. As Disung aims for his head, the strike is halted mid-swing by a single effortless finger from the entity. Concentrating fully, Disung orders the eccentric opponent to reveal his real identity. At last the disguise dissolves, white smoke curling around the figure as it fades. In its place stands a radiant golden being. Squinting at her, Disung asks if she belongs to the Celestials. She ignores his tone and launches into a dramatic speech, claiming he may have prolonged his world's lifespan for now. With a sly grin, she warns that another Chaos Titan will eventually emerge, and tells him to obediently play his assigned role. She gradually vanishes, bidding him goodbye and advising him not to act foolishly before they meet again. Disung mutters curses about his rotten luck. Frowning, he checks his chest and finds the spear gone, leaving only a torn shirt and lingering confusion. At that moment, Ryu Seoyen sprints toward him, shouting for her master. Gothic girl blushes while catching her breath and playfully asks what mischief he dragged her into. Dongchul arrives behind her, explaining they all blacked out during training and somehow ended up here. Realization hits Disung that apostles likely lose their memories upon transforming. He promises to explain everything once they return. Young suddenly gestures behind him, saying something strange is happening. Disung turns around with a puzzled look. Back in the city, civilians are sprawled across the pavement. Healers and medics rush about trying to ease the trauma of their near-death experience. Two survivors express heartfelt thanks to Beck Heron for saving them. Their calm is shattered when another portal opens, causing panic as many fear another invasion. Karen, however, smiles softly once she recognizes who is arriving. The earlier duo stare in shock, wondering if Disung's team truly defeated the Titan. Moments later, Disung and his companions step through confidently, drawing cheers as people swarm them with gratitude. Despite the applause, Disung remains silent and contemplative, questioning whether the catastrophe could have been prevented. Even after thinking hard, the Demon King comes up empty while staring at the floating book as if trying to appear wise. He finds it odd that the book shares the name Pantheon with his system, and wonders if there is a deeper link. The system displays its details and offers two options: either transport an item or alter the present by sending someone across dimensions at the cost of the caster's life. He understands the first option, but is baffled by the second and questions whether the system is tied to the book. The system replies with a glitchy, cryptic answer that only deepens his confusion. Suddenly, the book activates by itself, pages flipping wildly as light and lightning burst out theatrically. Without warning, a massive, slimy, tentacled creature shoots out toward him at terrifying speed. Disung raises his arm just in time, as a huge red tongue wraps around it like a serpent. A voice from within the book asks if he is its new master. He struggles to grasp what is even happening. 3 years after the apocalypse, the world appears almost normal again, with little evidence remaining. The focus shifts to the United States, where skyscrapers and congested roads dominate the landscape. At the Bureau auction house, the atmosphere is steady for the time being. A large audience gathers for a major sale, as the host announces the auction will commence shortly. He urges everyone to prepare themselves if they hope to secure valuable gate orbs. Wearing a confident smile, he presents the first lot: C-grade orbs capable of opening 10 monster gates, limited to small and mid-sized clans. He reaches into a black box and retrieves what resembles a plastic capsule. Opening it, he reads the name inside and congratulates Country Clan on being selected. A slight tremor shakes the hall, though it goes largely unnoticed. The announcer moves on to prepare the next selection. Shaking intensifies, causing nervous whispers and rising panic. Some attendees stand, assuming there might be a fire. A guard bursts in to report that all the stored orbs have been stolen. The announcer pales, sweat sliding down his face. Heavy footsteps echo as guards rush toward the disturbance with the elderly host following. They halt before the vault, stunned to see a guard unconscious by the door. The announcer orders another guard to immediately notify Chairman Chanho. The scene cuts to a sprawling mall bustling with shoppers and endless stores. Isung's sister stands outside a boutique, absorbed in her phone. A smooth voice calls her name, and she looks up from the screen. She sees a stunning Gothic beauty, dressed head to toe in black. Newcomer smirks and teasingly asks who Seoyen is trying to impress. Flustered, Ryu Seoyen twirls her hair and claims she just wanted a break from gate duties. Jisoo jokes that she must be dressing up for her innocent little brother, making Seoyen even more embarrassed. Jisoo adds that it is a shame she did not plan to meet him today since she intended to praise her, shattering Seoyen's composure. Realization dawns on Jisoo that the goth girl is hopelessly in love with the Demon King. Seoyen questions whether her feelings are love or admiration, recalling that 3 years ago something always felt incomplete between them. Hearing this, his sister throws her hands up in disbelief at the long-hidden crush. She declares shopping can wait and insists they go see Disung immediately, leaving Seoyen red-faced. The scene transitions to Disung's headquarters as the elevator chimes. Sharply dressed man exits, irritation evident as he adjusts his tie. steps into a quiet room lined with enormous wine bottles. There he spots Disung asleep on the couch, resting like royalty. The suited man scolds him for laziness and mocks his luxurious naps. He reaches out intending to shake him awake and lecture him about work. Disung instinctively grabs his hand, refusing to be caught off guard. Still groggy, he sits up upon recognizing Chairman Seong. Exhausted, he flops back down to nap again, irritating the chairman who criticizes his carefree behavior. Manhwa grows serious and reports a major theft in North America, where every gate orb vanished from a secure vault. Disung immediately asks how many orbs had been sold there. As Chanho lists the large quantity, Disung questions the decision to sell 7 S-grade orbs. Chanho reminds him that Deal funded his underground hideout and warns that another gate disaster would destroy their fragile peace, while Disung retorts that responsibility lies with him. Chanho fires back that the sales were his own command, and Disung pretends to ponder retrieval, though Chanho doubts it is feasible. Sighing deeply, Disung admits there is one possible method and rises to show his resolve. Both men suddenly sense they are not alone. Jisoo and Seoyeon approach, and Jisoo excitedly waves at Chanho. She quickly links arms with him and complains about his busy schedule, but he calmly asks her to step back. It is too late as Disung snaps, demanding to know what is going on. Jisoo boldly states she is dating Chanho, while Disung fumes, and she defends him for supporting her during his absence. Enraged, Disung demands answers from the chairman, who awkwardly attempts to explain. Seoyeon shyly calls Disung Oppa, breaking the tension. The word sends him into shock, eyes widening dramatically. He clarifies that Jisoo told her to say it, turning crimson. Jisoo smugly points out Seoyeon's feelings and urges him to respond properly. Disung stands speechless until a cup suddenly shatters loudly. Everyone turns toward the sound in surprise. So-young stands there apologizing calmly for dropping it. Jisoo stiffens as she realizes a new rival has entered the scene. After ascending as a demon god, Disung gains the ability to perceive the dangers of causality. He can also see another mysterious thread woven through reality with his own eyes. Each individual now seems connected to a luminous strand attached to their body, shining with varying levels of brightness. Seoyeon watches in shock as a sudden suspicion forms that Choyoung might also be developing feelings for him. Meanwhile, Choyoung cannot help but entertain the very same suspicion. She begins to wonder if the Gothic girl harbors secret affection for their master as well. Disung studies the glowing threads intently and realizes they have strengthened after the transformation, seemingly heightening emotions along with power. Manhwa abruptly pulls him back to reality by boldly admitting Jisoo's claim is true and confessing he wants to pursue her seriously. Jisoo's face turns crimson as she softly calls his name, unable to conceal her flustered expression. Slightly annoyed, Disung remarks that although he dislikes the idea, there may be no better alternative. His eyes narrow as he questions the chairman on whether he is prepared to take responsibility for those words. Chanho responds with a resolute nod, proves convincing enough for the Demon King to grant his approval. The unexpected acceptance stuns the couple, and Jisoo clings tighter while asking if her brother truly means it. The chairman beams happily as she thanks Disung with sincere gratitude. The remaining 2 girls stand awkwardly, unsure how to react. Choyoung steps forward to congratulate Jisoo, and they clasp hands warmly like close friends. Seoyeon leans in to whisper about their earlier arrangement, clearly surprised that Choyoung appeared at this moment. Still grumpy about losing his nap, Disung waves them off, signaling he wants solitude to handle his own matters. Elsewhere in the lively city, a woman passionately delivers a dramatic sermon, distributing pamphlets about her peculiar faith and praising the Divine Mother's universal love. She repeats her message endlessly, prompting passers-by to speculate that yet another strange cult has emerged. Suddenly, a radiant purple sphere materializes in the middle of the road, threatening to erupt amidst traffic. Drivers panic as they swerve to avoid the glowing anomaly. One vehicle screeches to a halt as the orb swells in size. Someone shouts that it is a monster gate, escalating the chaos, while another urges contacting the hunters immediately. At that instant, the cultist throws her flyers into the air like celebratory confetti. She calmly strides toward the orb, emanating a rising aura as if charging power. Onlookers plead with her not to risk her life. Ignoring them, she places both hands on the massive sphere and begins praying to the mother. The unstable gate gradually contracts, as though responding to her devotion. The crowd stands frozen in awe, murmuring that the gate is visibly shrinking. In time, the monstrous portal disappears entirely. She claps once and resumes advertising her belief system. Raising her voice, she promises boundless blessings to anyone who embraces the mother. Remaining immersed in prayer, She ignores the wailing sirens as police vehicles surround the area. Somewhere else, a heavy sack overflowing with gleaming gold bars drops down. It hits the ground with a dull thump as Disung orders the book to consume it. The grotesque book immediately unfurls its enormous tongue and wraps it around the fortune like a greedy predator. Disung exhales deeply, clearly fed up with the book's obsession with precious metal. Book retorts that gold tastes far superior to the monsters it devoured before, and questions why its former master never provided such delicacies. His demeanor shifts to serious as he demands to know where the orb it produced has gone. The book responds by snapping open and flipping through its pages at incredible speed. It stops on a specific page, releasing a beam of light that shoots skyward. It informs the Demon King that the sought orb is located very near them, while he stands there exuding confidence. At the World Hunter Association headquarters in Dijon, a petite secretary informs the chairman that one stolen orb activated domestically, prompting his furious demand to know why he was not alerted sooner. She explains that no buildings were harmed, and the case remains under investigation, along with the events from the previous night. The chairman looks intrigued and inquires whether the event occurred within the managed district. The secretary promptly corrects him, explaining that it actually took place in a regular civilian sector. His eyes widen at the revelation, and he quickly questions whether Disung was involved in any way. His astonishment deepens upon learning the culprit was merely an ordinary girl claiming affiliation with the Heavenly Mother Church. He repeats her statement slowly, as if piecing it together, then sharpens his focus. At the same time, inside the examination room, the branch manager asks Kim whether the evaluation results for the peculiar woman have finally arrived. Kim replies that the findings reveal nothing unusual at all, and emphasizes that she is simply an average schoolteacher with no remarkable traits. The branch manager cannot hide his confusion that someone so ordinary managed to clear a gate without any hunter abilities, and he instructs the manager to proceed with a thorough investigation. The manager immediately agrees, showing no hesitation in moving forward. Outside the testing area, Kim expresses heartfelt gratitude to the woman for assisting in rescuing numerous civilians. The woman merely folds her hands in prayer and asks the Heavenly Mother to bless Kim as well, addressing her by her full name as though they had known each other since childhood. The manager instantly adjusts her glasses and becomes alert. She wonders if she had unknowingly disclosed her own name. Back at a structure resembling a church, loud chants spill into the street as devoted followers passionately cry out to the Heavenly Mother. A leading figure proclaims that the current calm is fleeting and warns that hunters will soon exploit their powers to dominate the world. The crowd pumps their fists and hurls every insult imaginable at hunters, cursing their own fate for being powerless civilians. The preacher soothes the gathering, promising that justice will one day strike down the hunters while the Heavenly Mother safeguards her faithful. Kim quickly realizes this entire spectacle fits the pattern of a classic cult. The same woman asks whether Kim can sense the energy yet, and assures her that immense power will soon be hers, prompting Kim to simply nod along. The atmosphere shifts abruptly when the preacher removes her veil without warning. She commands everyone to stand for the sacred heavenly hymn. Kim's mind races as she recognizes the preacher as Yunmi, the cult's enforcer, and understands she must report this immediately. Before she can act, a chilling hand suddenly grips her shoulder. The unstable woman beside her joins the chanting with manic intensity, sending a shiver through Kim. In the next instant, something strikes the back of her head with brutal force. She collapses, losing consciousness completely. Cult members slowly encircle her fallen body. Their eerie chanting continues as they call upon the Heavenly Mother to grant her divine grace. As the voices swell, she slumps in her seat, barely aware, while the frenzied crowd closes in like mindless drones. Just before darkness overtakes her, a strange voice whispers in her mind, instructing her to open wide to receive the heavenly seed, promises to awaken a dormant power within her. And later, Kim jolts awake with eyes stretched wide in shock. Horrified by what she remembers, she begins screaming and thrashing wildly, convinced the nightmare is still unfolding. Watching her panic, her subordinate casually asks if she is intoxicated, which only deepens her confusion as she looks around and blurts out how she ended up in the car. The driver, puzzled, says it is strange she cannot recall leaving the church on her own after claiming she felt unwell. Sweat trickles down her face as Kim strains to piece together the fragmented memory. Suddenly, a realization sparks in her mind without delay. She urgently pulls out her phone and quickly calls branch manager Kai Hong. Speaking firmly, she reports seeing Seo Yunmi at the front delivering a sermon like the central figure of the Heavenly Mother Church. Kai Hong freezes upon hearing this, stunned that one of their enforcers could be involved, and presses her to confirm she is absolutely certain. The scene transitions to a charity hall, where a giant cat mascot stands before excited children announcing gym time. The room erupts with cheers as the kids eagerly bounce around, thrilled to move and dance alongside their favorite feline character. Mascot waves its oversized paws playfully, while Dongchul observes the children immersing themselves in pure delight. A sister approaches him with a warm smile, expressing sincere gratitude that he found time to visit despite his busy schedule. Dongchul chuckles softly and brushes off her praise. She gently insists his contribution is more meaningful than he realizes, saying moments like this exist because of supporters like him. Though he responds that the credit belongs elsewhere, he explains that none of this would exist without his boss, Disung, who funded the project to ensure the children had a secure and joyful space. As the performer inside the cat costume sweats profusely, the sister softly recounts how the apocalypse devastated countless families nationwide. With homes ruined and communities erased, many children were orphaned and left to fend for themselves. And as her story grows heavier, Dongchul suddenly recalls a supposed dinner appointment. Unwilling to dwell in the sorrowful mood, he nods politely and excuses himself before she can continue. Near the exit, Dongchul turns back and reassures her not to worry about unexpected gates appearing anytime soon. Encourages her to stay optimistic, claiming the future will only improve, especially with vigilant people like him around. His confident tone eases her anxiety, if only slightly. Elsewhere, deep within Freedomland's harsh mountain terrain, lies the headquarters of a shadowy organization. Inside, a man resembling a poorly reconstructed Pablo Escobar reclines with a cigar, interrogating his subordinates about a missing orb. A dragon-bearded man steps forward, stating the orb originated from Korea and was sent deliberately, while another henchman remarks they are fortunate to have survived. Unlike those who foolishly consumed the so-called eternal meat and suffered the consequences, the leader narrows his eyes through the smoke and declares it is time to strike, especially now that Disung is no longer pursuing them. The dragon-bearded subordinate voices concern, baffled that the Heavenly Mother cult can manipulate gates so effortlessly without assistance from the Chaos Society. Despite this impossibility, they are managing it somehow, leading the men to suspect the cult is either borrowing unknown power or being manipulated by a greater force, and they settle on a strategy. They decide to continue supplying Aura robots covertly to the cult as a distraction while operating behind the scenes, reasoning that any erosion of Disung's influence benefits them. The setting shifts to a logistics hub as a pristine white Bugatti screeches around the corner. Its wheels nearly lift before it regains balance. The car rockets toward its target and comes to a stylish stop. Dongchul steps out like a movie star, grinning as he praises his masked companion's wild driving, though the driver glares and complains about being reduced to an unpaid chauffeur instead of enjoying dinner. Dongchul waves off the complaint, saying food can wait because they have urgent matters to address. Before the tension fades, Disung appears behind them, radiating his unmistakable presence. Dongchul wonders aloud why the strongest man alive needs his help, while the masked friend is astonished to be personally summoned by Disung. Suddenly, a luminous green tome materializes and flips its pages, as if responding to its master's will. Floating book leaves both men utterly confused, their minds struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. The masked cyborg tilts his head, speculating whether this is another powerful artifact their hero has acquired. The book abruptly speaks, informing its master that the orb he seeks is now within reach. Upon hearing this, the young hero immediately unleashes an explosive attack. He blasts a massive hole through the factory wall, like a video game protagonist. Thick smoke engulfs the interior of the building. Trio strides through the debris, each step exuding dominance. Donkyu questions whether demolishing the wall was necessary, when a normal entrance would have sufficed. Deeper inside, they notice a lone cardboard box oddly positioned in the open space. Dongchul gestures toward it and asks if grabbing it quickly is all that is required. The cyborg assumes a combat stance, warning that guards must be handled first, while their hero remains composed. He quietly remarks that he senses no clear causal link binding these enemies together. Still, the spiky-haired powerhouse cracks his knuckles and prepares eagerly for the approaching wave. Opposite them, ghoul-like robots strike awkward Spider-Man poses in an attempt to intimidate. Unfazed, the cyborg prepares to unleash his formidable tentacle-like blades on anyone who advances. The blue machines charge recklessly, weapons snapping from their limbs. Dongchul stands firm, smashing through the first attackers with brute strength alone, his massive arms reducing them to scrap. As mechanical fragments scatter, he realizes these are genuine robots rather than costumed humans. Meanwhile, his cyborg ally dismantles the machines with equal ferocity. He is equally unsettled that such advanced technology produced these constructs. Suddenly, attention shifts to a masked woman entering the scene. She descends gracefully and lands atop the box. Her stance makes it clear she is challenging them to try taking it. The piercing glare, she raises her hand and uses telekinesis to tear apart a nearby robot shell. Pieces of metal armor float toward her. Trio watches calmly as she assembles herself, as though waiting their turn in a strategy game. She envelops herself fully in the reconstructed exosuit and scoffs, claiming she expected their hero to appear eventually as if it were predetermined, yet he seems more focused elsewhere. Is captivated instead by the intense hatred radiating from her, and she declares it is time to avenge the wrongs he inflicted upon her. The woman, known as Mimi, had once been deeply infatuated with a man resembling a bargain version of the beast Titan. She recalls a memory of him looking worried, yet offering a gentle smile while patting her head reassuringly. That moment lingered in her heart, and in that instant, she swore to shield anything connected to her beloved president from harm. Even so, at the very moment, he needed her more than ever. She locked up entirely, instead of standing beside him in battle. Frozen in fear, she could only scream helplessly as he was brutally ripped apart before her eyes. Her hands never reached out to save him, and the shame of that failure still scorches her heart. Up with her endless ranting that drones on like a broken loudspeaker, Dongchul lunges forward, pouring all his strength into a single punch meant to silence her. The attempt backfires instantly when she detonates an explosion that blasts him through the wall and sends him flying into oblivion. Seeing Dongchul shoot past like a cannonball, director Joe decides he has tolerated enough. He charges in, twin tentacle whip snapping out and ready to strike. Determined to teach her a lesson she will never forget, he sprints forward with ninja-like speed. His enchanted whips crackle with energy as he lashes out toward her. She effortlessly springs upward, flipping through the air with ease, and drives both knees into his shoulders with crushing force like a wrestling finisher. Judging by his expression, that blow might as well have shattered his spine. Roaring that she will annihilate everything precious to the Demon King, she cocks her fist back with lethal intent. At that precise moment, the hero decides he has seen enough and suddenly appears, catching her completely off guard. Even so, she manages to throw a punch at him, which he absorbs without flinching. He releases a surge of pressure that forces her to retreat, unless she wants to end up crushed like her ally. Unmoved as if her strike were nothing but a breeze, the Demon King fixes her with a cold glare. It quickly dawns on her that she has chosen the worst possible opponent. Her wild hostility intrigues him, prompting him to calmly ask what offense earned such intense hatred. He avoids the question entirely, and instead mocks him for withstanding basic physical attacks. Then she changes tactics by producing an object resembling a detonator. The instant she presses it, the suspicious box nearby begins trembling violently. Isung immediately senses that the orb inside has been activated. Meanwhile, Joe struggles to recover from the crushing blow, unaware that the hero still has moves left to play. She overlooks the fact that he is far from finished. He releases a bizarre eyeball creature to track her movements. Joe starts sweating again, sensing something far worse approaching. Moments later, the cursed box glows an ominous crimson, erupts in a massive explosion that obliterates half the factory in an instant. As expected, the Demon King emerges unharmed and checks on Joe's condition. Joe continues perspiring heavily as the blast site emits an overwhelming aura unlike anything before. Turning around, they are met with a raging black vortex whipping the air into chaos. Dongchul regains consciousness and immediately looks around for the crazed woman. Anticipating that he might recklessly charge into the vortex, Disung steps in front of him and orders him to stay put. Joe observes that this phenomenon feels nothing like an ordinary gate. The magical book reappears and explains that it is not a gate at all, but a dimensional cataclysm. The dramatic term makes the hero raise an eye. The cyborg ally recalls that such cataclysms transport anyone caught inside to unknown realms, and asks how far this one extends. The book reveals it is far larger than typical minor events, alarming Joe with the thought that civilians nearby could be in danger. Demanding a solution, the hero learns that only his sealed divine power could erase it, yet that power remains locked by the golden spear. Hearing that he alone can resolve it, Disung smiles boldly. Without hesitation, he charges straight toward the swirling void. Drawing his sword, he activates his demon lord form as dark energy radiates outward. As his power surges, the golden spear embedded in his chest begins to loosen. System warnings blare, cautioning that continuing will cause irreversible damage, but he grits his teeth through the agony. Ignoring the relentless alerts, he unleashes a devastating demon lord slash. A massive wave of void energy crashes into the black hole. Joe and Dongchul can only stand there in stunned silence. The monstrous cataclysm disintegrates into nothingness before their eyes. Afterward, Disung curses the madwoman and clutches his chest in pain. Collapses to the ground. Days later, he awakens in a brightly lit room that resembles a hospital and feels something pressing against him. Bolts upright as Ryu Seoyen excitedly announces that he has finally regained consciousness. Still groggy, he demands to know why he is completely unclothed. She casually explains that she cleaned him thoroughly and that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Then the door bursts open as Choyoung storms inside. She immediately notices Ryu Seoyeon hovering far too closely over him. Furious, Choyoung demands an explanation for her behavior. Seoyeon calmly replies that she had permission from his sister to care for him personally. Unimpressed, Choyoung grabs her hands as if ready to snap them. Goth Girl praises her courage, but warns she is nowhere near ready for such a confrontation. That remark only fuels Choyoung's anger further. Watching them argue like children, Disung orders both to stop, since he has more pressing matters to attend to. Ryu Seoyeon panics and insists his body is still unstable, and that she can serve him however he wishes. He realizes she senses the cursed spear within him. He is shocked. She mentions that dealing with curses happens to be her specialty. Choyoung remains utterly confused by the conversation. Once they explain everything clearly, she becomes visibly shaken and asks whether a solution has been found. He admits that 3 years of attempts have yielded nothing, prompting Ryu Seoyeon to reveal she may have an idea. He begins to wonder if her expertise with curses could provide a breakthrough. Leaning close with a sly smile, she tells him not to move, and unexpectedly plants a bold kiss that leaves him uneasy. Choyoung explodes in outrage at the suddenness. Hero fumes silently, while the goth girl beams triumphantly. He is seconds away from unleashing his fury as the demon lord. Before he can react, both women freeze in shock. Cursed spear begins sliding out of his body on its own. The system announces that the removal conditions have been satisfied. Disung stares at his chest, where the cursed mark has vanished. The girls celebrate wildly, though his expression quickly darkens. Dense black mist forms before him, revealing his small wraith scout covered in countless eyes. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Heavenly Mother cult, an enraged man shouts at the guards, demanding they return his daughter. One guard snaps back that she is praying inside and orders him to wait quietly. The man and others cry that they have not seen their families for weeks, raising suspicion that something sinister is happening. Another guard declares no one may enter without signing a questionable contract. Pastor Nim arrives and instructs the gates to be opened. She claims witnessing their children ascend will ease the parents' worries. Courageous woman warns that no one who entered that room has ever returned. With a forced smile, the pastor accuses her of spreading lies. The grieving father pleads tearfully to be taken to his daughter. Unfazed, the pastor invites anyone wishing to see their loved ones to follow her. The older crowd trails her down a dim corridor, as she promises they will see the prayer room themselves. After hesitating briefly, the old man finally pushes the door open. He peers inside, and the sight nearly rips his spirit from his body. His daughter is being lifted into the air by eerie cultists chanting in unison. She babbles deliriously about the Heavenly Mother blessing her in some bizarre way. As the onlookers struggle to grasp what is happening, Pastor urges them to applaud, claiming they are witnessing a sister ascend directly into heaven. Hands clasped in a strange pose, the girl moans in bliss as if overwhelmed by divine ecstasy. Her father fears she has been drugged and panics. He screams for her to wake up and run, while she remains frozen in the spotlight. Losing control, he seizes the pastor by the collar and demands this madness end immediately. Before he can act further, his daughter vanishes into nothing but drifting smoke. All he is left holding are her discarded clothes. His hands shake with grief as the pastor smugly insists he should feel honored. That heartless remark ignites his fury beyond reason. He grabs her again and demands she bring his child back at once. He instantly regrets provoking them. A guard arrives and shocks him mercilessly with a taser. Collapses heavily onto the cold floor, unconscious. At that moment, the four-eyed officer appears, now seemingly converted, and orders the guard to take him to the confession room. Their so-called confession room is merely a torture chamber for repentance. They drag away his limp body, while the pastor murmurs confidently that he will convert once he beholds the heavenly family. Meanwhile, in heaven, a lush green plain with a summoning circle and orb materializes. It reveals itself as the soul of the girl who just ascended. She snaps out of her trance and looks around in utter confusion. A blindfolded woman in ornate attire approaches her like a final boss stepping into view. Though bewildered and unclothed, the girl feels overjoyed to be welcomed into the Holy Mother's embrace. Cruel Celestial dismisses her as a worthless shell and declares it time to discard her body. With a flick of her finger, the girl is instantly decapitated. Her head tumbles down the grassy slope like a morbid bowling ball. Heavenly Mother calmly produces a chalice of wine, collects the radiant essence of the girl's soul into it. Then she drifts toward a muscular man who looks strikingly familiar. He is chained to a massive rock with a glowing blue heart embedded in his chest. Taking a sip, she asks why he refuses to accept the Titan's heart. He repeats that he has no desire to become a monster. She mutters that his resistance must be a flaw in destiny. Suddenly, grotesque wings sprout from her back, lined with twitching eyes. Horrific sight leaves him wide-eyed in shock. Without consent, she forces the soul essence down his throat. Titan heart in his chest ignites, enraging the blonde man. She dismisses his anger and tells him to accept becoming the new Titan god. He snarls that he will tear her apart once free. He walks away indifferent to his furious threats. Suddenly she senses a dark disturbance. She looks up as a strange orb crackles ominously in the sky. She realizes the barrier separating heaven and earth is weakening. System informs the Demon King his powers have diminished, and his hell-exclusive abilities are sealed again. In exchange, he unlocks a heavenly skill called Demon Lord's Kiss that can fully heal an ally with a kiss. His grimoire then congratulates him for regaining some power, which makes him suspicious of its sudden warmth. The book explains it mirrors its master's worthiness, and now recognizes him fully. Smirking, he orders it to transport him to the Celestial Palace. The book refuses, saying a special key is required. Fortunately, one key-bearing Celestial has appeared on Earth. Back at the church, Mimi plots how to grow stronger to confront Disung. Pastor Nim enters with her usual composed expression. She calmly reports another successful ascension. She falls strangely silent. Mimi teasingly asks what troubles her now. Pastor unexpectedly shows emotion and wonders how many more must ascend until she can reclaim the son she lost 3 years ago. Mimi reminds her that everyone suffered losses in the war. She assures her the Heavenly Mother will fulfill her promise, easing Nim's heart. Suddenly Mimi's soul leaves her body, and she radiates golden light. Nim wonders if she is becoming celestial. Silver-haired woman rises as a new presence awakens within. Celestial persona declares the Demon King's power must be sealed again. Before the final barrier between heaven and earth shatters, the Heavenly Mother appears behind her. Nim collapses to her knees in tears. She begs desperately for her son's return. The Celestial gently consoles her and says the time has not yet come. She knocks her unconscious and chuckles that destiny is approaching. She senses her target's aura drawing near. Outside, Disung stands quietly. He's puzzled that both the grimoire and his wraith led him to the same place. Determined to confront the Celestial, he decides to enter. A dense fog suddenly blankets the area, obscuring everything. He pauses, trying to understand the sudden shift. Frustrated, he advances through the mist. He senses another presence nearby. He scans the fog and detects subtle movement. Throwing his sword, he drives it into the ground. He summons his undead legion. They rise from the earth one by one, emerging like grim soldiers in formation. The zombie warriors assemble with weapons ready. They sense the hidden threat, though they cannot see it. Suddenly, invisible blades slice through them effortlessly, tearing them apart. Seizing an opening, Disung charges with his sword. The enemy deflects his strike with ease. The attacker is the cult woman, now possessed by the Heavenly Mother. Disung mocks her as a mere puppet. She smugly declares she will claim his head and store it for later. He increases his speed and frustration, but cannot break through. They clash like masters in a final showdown, exchanging rapid blows. He activates his trump card, Domain Exchange. Battlefield morphs into a blazing infernal realm. She smiles coldly and claims it will not affect her. Holy light overwhelms the demonic landscape, forcing him to strain. Floating regally, the Heavenly Mother questions why he defends humanity. He fires back that he is proudly a citizen of South Korea. Without hesitation, he drives his sword down again and summons his apostles. They appear before him and form a tight formation, brimming with excitement and clearly eager for battle. At his signal, all three surge forward in perfect coordination. Celestial woman remains motionless, calmly gathering aura with her blade held before her face. The trio of apostles launches their assault. They strike from multiple directions with swift precision. Chucky charges alongside them, brandishing his tiny dagger with murderous determination. Yet none of it phases the angelic figure. Little Chucky is the first to be blasted away violently. Dongchul and Ryu Seoyen are sent crashing down moments later. The Heavenly Mother sighs at their amateur attacks and tells them to stop embarrassing themselves. Suddenly her expression tightens as she senses something amiss. Scanning her surroundings, she realizes she is no longer in her sacred realm, but inside Disung's infernal domain. Disung grins wickedly as his improvised domain fully activates. His apostles stand solidly behind him, amplifying his overwhelming aura. Opening his eyes, he proclaims victory and warns her to prepare for defeat. The Celestial cautions him not to celebrate too soon. A single dark wing erupts from her back, covered in eerie eyes. She smirks and declares she can unleash her complete power here as well. Thrusting her hand forward, she releases a ferocious aerial strike. Disung dismisses it effortlessly with a casual wave. He summons the same chains that once restrained a Titan, pierce through her wings and bind her tightly. Leaping upward, he raises his sword with lethal intent. He unleashes his signature Demon Lord Slash upon the Heavenly Mother. She retaliates by activating her technique Wing of Destiny. The cursed wings shield her body completely. Devastating attacks collide in a fiery explosion. The blast forces Disung backward, fueling his irritation. Celestial charges again without hesitation. Claws extended, determined to finish him swiftly. He aims for his eyes and pierces his guard, appearing victorious. Yet his body dissolves into smoke. It is revealed that Ryu Seoyen was controlling the illusion. Wiping blood from his cheek, Disung admits he would have been defeated without her help. The apostles regain clarity as Seoyen worries about her master's safety. Choyoung bluntly points at the wrinkled celestial and asks if she is the true enemy. Dongchul remarks on the massive explosion, signaling they are back in control. Disung tells them explanations can wait because they must defeat the winged foe now. The apostles immediately prepare themselves in synchronized formation. They stand united as the celestial mocks their futile resistance. Furious, Seoyen defiantly challenges her to approach and face them. Ryu Seoyen activates her water trap technique. The ground beneath the angel turns into bubbling black sludge. Viscous liquid coils around her feet menacingly. Unimpressed, the Heavenly Mother dismisses it and attempts to take flight. Suddenly sharp ice shards erupt around her legs. Choyoung's thorny graveyard locks her in place. A storm of icicles assaults her from every angle, yet she endures without flinching. Dongchul lets out a battle cry and charges. He adds a thunderstrike to the coordinated assault. The angel remains unmoved, as if immune to damage. Dongchul boasts proudly about his powerful attack, then realizes it accomplished nothing. Celestial shields herself behind her wings. She peers through them with a chilling grin. Emerging slowly, she vows to annihilate them all. Back on the battlefield, she begins charging her ultimate technique. The ground trembles violently as chaos threatens to erupt. Disung snaps his fingers and dismisses his apostles. They vanish one by one into drifting smoke. Even Seoyen, despite resisting, fades away. He thanks them briefly and declares he will finish this alone. With that, the demon lord launches forward at full speed. Angel is still focused on gathering power. He drives his sword into her before she can complete the charge. System informs him his ultimate is nearly ready as he reaches full hell manifestation. The celestial notices she has been transported to yet another infernal dimension. Disung rises toward her, propelled by the gravity of his overwhelming aura. His crimson eyes glow as he calmly tells her to pray. He declares her chances of survival have fallen to zero. Activating immortal hellfire, he unleashes torrents of demonic flames. A vast black vortex opens beneath her as fear flickers across her face. Informs her the descent offers no return. Desperate, she removes all restraints and transforms grotesquely. A hideous mutated eye creature emerges from the smoke. Hellish tendrils seize her regardless of her transformation. Terror floods her as she realizes escape is impossible. Disung silences her and dives downward like a wrestler. Delivers a brutal dropkick to her spine midair. She cannot comprehend her impending defeat and questions fate itself. She vanishes into the portal amid feathers and a massive explosion, leaving only a crater behind. Silence shatters as a radiant beam reveals a mutated floating angelic orb. Disung gazes at the enormous eye without concern. The system reports that pandemonium beasts now pledge loyalty to him. It asks whether he wishes to absorb the angel Baratial's divine power. He immediately accepts as brilliant light pours into him. System confirms he has gained celestial abilities and can wield demonic power across dimensions. The grimoire appears and informs him the dimensional key lies before him. Radiant golden orb floats ahead, which he crushes in his hand. The orb transforms into a glowing mark on his palm, granting full access to the celestial realm. He questions the orb's function and learns it serves as the gateway while realizing his loved ones remain threatened. He orders the book to explain how to activate it. The grimoire cooperates and offers to craft a specialized orb for him. A luminous gold and blue sphere materializes from thin air. The book informs him he can now open the dimensional gate at will. He scratches his head, realizing some other orbs are still missing. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Mother cult headquarters, the earlier woman frantically begs her unconscious superior to wake up. Suddenly, ninja-clad soldiers storm in, and she demands to know their identities. The squad leader calmly commands his men to secure the orb at once, and the unit surges forward. One soldier casually smashes open a locked cabinet with a single punch. The cult woman clutches her head in sheer panic as the room is torn apart. A soldier finally seizes the royal orb in his grasp. Commander gives a frigid glare before ordering both women eliminated. The cultist stands frozen, mouth agape in disbelief. Suddenly, an explosion shatters the tense silence. Debris flies everywhere as she shields herself in terror. The leader scowls, furious that his plan has been disrupted. Through the smoke, familiar footsteps echo as Disung enters with a dramatic pose. The wild gleam in his eyes, he mockingly scolds them for stealing. The commander panics and orders a full assault while charging his armed weapon. Disung remains motionless, his murderous gaze alone sufficing. Crushing pressure from his presence forces every soldier to collapse helplessly. Once the threat is neutralized, he recalls his original objective, casually retrieves the stolen S-rank orbs. Spotting the unconscious woman, he narrows his eyes trying to recognize her. Cultist trembles and blurts out that she is Yunmi, their representative. The system informs him many followers remain brainwashed and offers to convert them. Its revelation only angers him further at the angel's manipulation. Without hesitation, he commands that all cursed minds be freed. A brilliant wave of light sweeps through the building. Cultists awaken from their trance and realize their folly. Horror and regret flood their faces instantly. Cult woman collapses in tears. As the light spreads, manager Kim regains awareness and looks confused. The freed women panic, some breaking down in sobs. Kim quickly asserts authority, identifying herself as Hunter Association and promising assistance. Chairman calls Disung for an update, and he assures him the mission succeeded. Chanho asks how he reclaimed the S-rank orb so swiftly and about the enemy. Disung confirms victory and instructs Chanho to handle the association remnants. The chairman agrees immediately, while Disung burns with intent to punish the culprits. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at the hidden dark base in the Rockies. Disung strolls through the burning ruins calmly, grudgingly admits the floating book is useful, as it beams with pride. Underground, the three villains hurry down a corridor drenched in sweat. One worries he may follow them. Another insists he might lose the trail. Disfigured elder laments that backing the cult doomed them. Footsteps echo closer from the hallway. The trio stops before a massive door. They yank a rusty lever with effort. Door grinds open, revealing a colossal battle robot emerging from dust. Disung scoffs at how they acquired such advanced machinery. Grimoire explains it was forged by a race devoted to a mechanical deity. The trio trembles, demanding how he found them so quickly. Disung ignores them and cleaves the golem in half effortlessly. Chamber erupts in flames from the impact. Their leader produces an ancient relic and activates a barrier. A glowing shield envelops the trio. He sighs in relief, believing it bought time. Disung appears behind the barrier, casually questioning their delay. The elders nearly faint in disbelief. He calmly declares their execution imminent. Moments later, their screams fade as the walls stain red, and he stands over them disdainfully. Pantheon interrupts to ask if he wishes to visit the celestial realm now. Disung smirks and says he has unfinished business first. The scene shifts to a lavish feast laid out on long tables. Anchul eagerly devours the dishes and praises Disung's mother. She modestly dismisses the praise and tells Choyoung to join them. Choyoung blushes, saying she barely helped and enjoyed learning to cook. Jisoo immediately reaches for the omelet rolls. The mother reveals Choyoung made them and hints she would welcome her as family. Hyo-yeon stiffens at the remark. She inwardly scolds herself for losing ground. The two exchange tense glances. Dongchul asks why Disung gathered everyone. Disung announces it is a farewell party as he leaves Earth in 3 days. Shock ripples across the table. Chanho questions if he truly intends to depart. Disung explains he must eliminate the celestial threat personally. Ryu Seoyeon asks playfully if she will accompany him. Remembering her help, he gently tells her to call him Big Brother instead. She beams with excitement at the new title. Choyoung wonders if she may use it too. Disung explains none of them can enter that realm. Dongchul argues he could rely on his summoning skill. Others note he can teleport back anytime. He promises to try and asks them to protect his home and nation. Chanho reluctantly agrees. His mother sighs in frustration, while Jisoo comforts her. He anxiously asks if he will return safely. He reassures her with a calm smile and asks for trust. System screen illuminates, announcing the portal's arrival. He stares at it and declares his departure. A surge of purple light engulfs him. He is propelled toward a blinding glow as the gate completes. System states he will receive a new ether-formed body. Moments later, he stands before a cloaked figure at a grand gate. He recognizes the hooded man as the priest Odi he once defeated. Odi senses he is no ordinary celestial. He notes the familiar aura from his homeland. Disung responds by releasing a surge of power. The energy wave restores Odi's clarity. Recognizing his king, Odi kneels in reverence. Disung demands to know why he serves here. Odi explains he was captured and forced to guard this gate, bearing a similar spear in his chest. He reveals the gate leads to angels, but requires enduring 100 trials. Disung groans at the prospect until the book suggests using his emblem. He presents the master key and asks if it grants passage. Odi confirms the emblem grants unrestricted access without trials. After settling everything, Disung turns and prepares to step inside. Odi stops him for a moment and courteously requests his lord's hand, leaving Disung puzzled by the strange gesture. Even so, he complies with the unusual demand and extends his hand forward. A notification flashes up announcing he has obtained the Guardian Seal just as the transfer completes. Immediately after, the priest's body begins to crumble apart, shocking Disung. Odi remains composed, placing a hand over his chest and granting his demon lord a blessing for the impending war with the Celestials. Disung stares at the empty space where the priest had been moments earlier. He silently vows that what lies ahead will not merely be war, but an outright slaughter. In another corner of the angelic palace, cross-dressing warrior is still imprisoned, slowly waking and wondering why his usual tormentor has yet to appear. A voice nearby grumbles about being assigned feeding duty, and Aslan calls out, telling her to stop hiding and show herself. Peculiar angel, resembling a butterfly, drifts into sight beside him. She instantly mocks him, questioning why someone so pitiful refuses to ascend into a Titan god. Aslan notices the altered expression and realizes a different angel is on duty, yet he repeats firmly that he will never allow himself to become a hideous monster. She echoes his words sarcastically, smirking as she admits it is impressive he has endured this long, stubborn as ever. Deciding to reward him in her own twisted way, she offers him a taste of angelic blood. He weakly raises his head in protest, demanding to know what she means. Without replying, the Celestial grips his jaw and slices her own finger. A single drop of golden blood falls into his mouth as she continues to belittle him. The instant it slides down his throat, the effect begins. His eyes shift in color as he screams, his chained body writhing violently while it starts to mutate. Celestial laughs cruelly, saying it makes no difference whether he accepts it or turns into a monstrous abomination. Suddenly, she stiffens, sensing an overwhelming presence racing toward them. She whirls around to see a figure descending the stairs with a sword in hand. Isung's eyes gleam with madness as he locks onto the butterfly woman and moves without hesitation. He shoots forward like lightning, lifting his blade and relishing the chance to confront a cursed celestial at last. The butterfly angel panics the moment she notices the stranger charging straight at her. She instantly shifts into an ethereal state, her body dissolving into light as his sword cuts through empty air. Barely dodging with a crooked grin, she reforms behind him while he stumbles ahead from his own momentum. Shooting him a furious glare, she demands to know how a mere human infiltrated their sacred domain. Isung ignores her question entirely and calmly remarks that this battle will not be simple. Behind him, Aslan's body grotesquely swells, mutating into a mass of flesh. He cries desperately, promising eternal servitude to anyone who rescues him. Isung briefly turns from the angel to examine the bizarre creature behind him, trying to understand what it is. The celestial scoffs, thinking that had she been a second slower, she would have died, as she conjures a blade made of pure ether. Demon King raises his sword into position, and before she can respond, he disappears in a crackle of lightning. Sweat beads on the angel's face as she realizes she can no longer sense him. She spins frantically and swings blindly, unaware that death descends from above. Isung, eyes blazing with hunger, unleashes a demonic slash and drives his sword down savagely. The angel barely blocks with both hands, straining every bit of strength to withstand the blow. The collision triggers a violent explosion that hurls her backward. She manages to guard herself with her arms, softening the damage somewhat. Grinding her teeth, she realizes she narrowly avoided death. Isung presses on relentlessly, charging again and shouting for her to die. He swings once more, targeting her neck and leaving no room to escape. With no options left, she desperately activates her trump card, Divine Law, creating a zone where violence is forbidden. A radiant pillar erupts from her body, freezing Isung mid-strike as his blade stops inches away. He struggles to move but cannot, glaring furiously as he demands what the insect witch has done. Smirking smugly, she taps his halted blade and remarks how close he came. Pantheon's voice echoes in Isung's mind, noting that all killing intent has been nullified, prompting him to consider withdrawing it. The angel continues smugly, explaining that the Lord's divine law has turned the area into a peace zone. She approaches confidently, claiming none can defy divine law, which only angers him as he retorts that angels hardly value peace. As she continues her speech, Isung suddenly commands his mana to surge. In that instant, he assumes his true form, his body glowing as his aura engulfs the surroundings. The angel recoils in shock upon hearing the name of the demon god. It is too late before she can finish speaking. Isung cuts through her repeatedly. Her body disintegrates as she screams in disbelief that divine law could be broken. He fades into smoke while Isung stands calmly, ignoring her dying words. Once she vanishes completely, he casts a chilling glare and declares the celestial realm's peace is over. The system informs him that defeating a high-ranking angel grants her abilities, and he eyes the mask she left, wondering if that flashy item holds her divinity. The system begins listing the powers in a dull, encyclopedia-like tone, nearly causing him to tune out. Suddenly sensing danger, he turns and catches a massive hand about to swat him aside. He looks at the mutated mass before him, recognizing something eerily familiar in its face. Aslan screams as his body keeps swelling, and Pantheon explains he is turning into a titan, while Aslan tearfully begs Isung to save him from becoming a monster. Isung consults the monster book for a solution, and it casually suggests turning Aslan into an apostle. Closes his eyes and contemplates the risks carefully. Then he grins broadly and decides to proceed, mostly because it sounds entertaining. The scene shifts as a voice echoes inside Aslan's mind, repeatedly demanding loyalty to the demon lord. Aslan jolts upright in panic, yelling at the voices to stop. Nearby, Disung crouches by a small fire, warming his hands and casually asking if he is awake. Aslan gathers himself and politely asks if Hunter Disung saved him, but Disung brushes it off casually. Suddenly, Aslan's expression turns serious as silence falls between them. Both stare quietly into the flames. Finally, he musters the courage to ask if Disung is truly the demon god. Disung responds with a grim, unreadable expression. Before more words can be exchanged, Aslan suddenly moves. With swift motion, he throws aside his blanket, kneels, and slams his fist to the ground. Going deeply, he pledges himself as Disung's servant, and Disung accepts, declaring him his apostle from this day forward. Elsewhere at the celestial castle, hall is filled with angels, standing before their leader seated upon his throne. With eyes closed, he asks whether a celestial was responsible for violating divine law. One subordinate steps forward, hand to chest, explaining that since their lives are linked, identifying the culprit is impossible. The leader opens his eyes and summons a golden scroll with a flick. Lesser angels gasp, recognizing it as a powerful holy relic. One angel urges Semyaza to reconsider, arguing it is wasteful to use such a treasure on a lowly offender. Leader counters that no insignificant being could shatter divine law, and the culprit must at least rival a demon of his caliber. Without hesitation, he activates the scroll as it unfurls and floats upward. His eyes glow as he declares the demonic offender will not escape the divine lord's judgment. Back in the forest, Aslan expresses disbelief that the celestial realm exists, while Disung grows irritated at their lack of progress. The monster book assures him the end is near, but his frustration remains, especially after learning he cannot fly beyond Earth's dimension. Suddenly, a flash of light snaps him from his thoughts. Golden scroll materializes before him without warning. It speaks directly into his mind, berating him for breaking divine law and declaring punishment unavoidable. Portal opens beneath him as the book shines brightly, announcing he is being cast into the void's abyss. The demon king stiffens as he begins to sink downward. Still distracted, Aslan wonders aloud how far they are from the celestial village. Receiving no answer, he turns and freezes when he sees only smoke where his master stood. Meanwhile, unfazed, Disung falls through an endless sea of darkness. Waves of painful memories surge back to him, beginning with the day his father died. His eyes narrow fiercely as the horrors of his time in hell surge back into his mind. He remembers being forced to devour revolting monster flesh just to survive another day. The scene shifts to him lying broken on the ground, a huge portion of his body gone as he cries desperately to return home. Suddenly he stands before a cave entrance again, wondering if everything has reset to the very start. Meanwhile, the real Disung continues plunging through darkness, eyes shut as memories overwhelm him beyond his control. The monster book sharply warns him that something is rapidly approaching, dragging his awareness back to reality. From the abyssal blackness, a worm-like creature with an unsettlingly cheerful grin slithers toward him. Clearly famished, the being charging at him is the void given physical form. It lunges at Disung with frightening speed. Still falling, he summons his sword midair, eyes glowing ominously as he remarks that the creature looks starved. Without pausing, he releases his demon god power. He cleaves it cleanly in half with a furious shout, and as the body splits apart, countless spirits spill out, finally freed from their torment within the void. Continuing his descent, Disung stiffens when he notices something below rushing up fast. Ground reveals itself as an endless desert wasteland, and he crashes down like a meteor, blasting dust and debris everywhere. Yet he lands perfectly steady, unaffected by the impact. Completely unfazed by the fall, he immediately shifts his attention to distant movement. One after another, glowing blue lizard-like creatures crawl from underground, murmuring about the void's sudden disappearance. They snap into formation, one declaring that the void will simply respawn and demanding to know who destroyed it. Without warning, a giant feline beast bursts from behind them, roaring angrily as it joins the ranks. The monsters glare tensely at the mysterious figure who defeated the void's embodiment. Disung stares back blankly, more irritated than impressed as he wonders what strange species they are. System alert appears, informing him he has entered the deepest region of the dimensional beasts. The scene shifts to a grand castle, where a magical quill scratches across a scroll. Semyaza sits calmly with folded arms as a towering angel stands before him. The large angel asks why he has been summoned so suddenly. With eyes closed, Semyaza addresses him as Anicap and orders him to Pandemonium to identify a newly emerged demonic beast. Anicap grows serious, recalling that no being has ever returned from the abyss. He boldly questions whether he is merely being used as a disposable pawn. Semyaza's gaze sharpens as he reminds him that the remains of the great demon god rest within that abyss. Shock spreads across Anicap's face as he asks if it is the same demon god once defeated by the divine lord. Thought that the intruder might be acting under that god's will chills him, and he lowers his eyes, retracting his accusation. Semyaza instructs him to bring third-rank angels in case matters escalate. Ericba bows solemnly, promising to fulfill the mission without fail. Deep within the abyss, hands lazily let grains of sand slip through their fingers. They belong to Administrator Yen of Pandemonium, who shouts into the emptiness that there is nothing there. Speaking to himself, he wonders if the void's disappearance signals a new demonic arrival. A swirling vortex forms overhead, interrupting his thoughts. At the base of a massive stump, smoke billows as three figures materialize. It is Ericba, accompanied by two identical lesser angels at his side. Before them, vines twist together into a dense mass. From it, Administrator Yen emerges and asks why such a high-ranking angel has descended so deep. Ericba immediately orders him to open Pandemonium's gates, stating he must confirm something. Elsewhere on the plains, lightning crackles as a tree and three figures begin forming. Shaped from pure lightning, Ericba and his subordinates arrive within the abyss. They quietly survey the area until something ahead stops them cold. Their eyes widen at the sight of the Demon King grinning atop the giant wolf, which now obediently submits. Disung calls the surrounding monsters his minions, and though uneasy, they remain in formation out of fear. The twin angels rush forward confidently, assuring Ericba they will handle it. Disung instantly summons his chains, firing them toward the advancing angels. Twins are bound at once, immobilized completely by the chains. Sword raised, Disung charges, and tells the celestial intruders to accept death. Ericba activates time reversal, one eye transforming into spinning gears. In an instant, events twist and the angels end up restrained as Disung rushes in to finish them. Just before his blade lands, Ericba uses observation reversal. The angels are teleported behind him, leaving Disung briefly confused. Ericba quietly remarks that the demon before them may be the new Demon King. Disung fixes his gaze on Ericba's clockwork eye, clearly desiring to claim it for himself. He unleashes his mana and transforms into his true demon lord form. A sudden shift catches Ericba off guard. Disung lunges aggressively, intent on ending it swiftly. Frustration flickers when his strike misses again. Ericba stands untouched beside his angels. Disung suspects the angel's eye surpasses his own, and the monster book confirms it can fully reverse events. Ericba questions why the Demon King has not weakened, since demons usually lose half their power in the abyss. He asks directly whether the king absorbed an angel's divinity. Disung confirms with a proud grin, raising his hand casually, signaling his monsters to attack. The beasts charge howling, eager to tear the angels apart. They freeze mid-charge as Ericba casts resume observation. A flawless copy of the Demon King appears and instantly wipes out the monsters. Duplicate even attempts to bind the original with chains. Disung cuts through the restraints with his blade. Immediately, the twin angels surround him and attack simultaneously, determined to end him once and for all. When the dust clears, they realize he survived. He stands unharmed, shielded by the wings of the Demon King, a power gained after defeating an angel. Ericba deduces he absorbed Barakil's divinity. Disung realizes this angel not only nullifies, but also replicates his attacks. He briefly wishes he had apostles to assist him. That thought reminds him he can summon a Slan, the seed of destruction. In a blinding flash of lightning, Slan materializes before them. Disung orders him immediately to eliminate the angels. Slan calmly says he has been testing his powers and is ready to reveal his true strength. Disung jokes that he will promote him if he succeeds. The remark surprises Slan, who thought he already held that rank. Still, he treats it as motivation to prove himself. He activates his Titan King transformation. The display terrifies the angels as they struggle to comprehend how a demon beast summoned a Titan. The massive Titan roars death to the angels and throws a colossal punch. Ericba stops it cold with observation nullified. Without hesitation, he follows with resume observation, sending the punch back at the Titan, launching him skyward. Ericba mocks the Titan's reckless confidence. His arrogance fades when Disung suddenly drives a blade into his back. His pride shatters instantly as he coughs blood and endures the pain. Ericba triggers his observation reversal at the last possible second, breaking loose from the Demon King's grip. As he slips away, the king pivots only to see one of the twin angels standing directly behind him. Ericba urgently orders Yen, the administrator of Pandemonium, to extract them from the situation at once, before anyone can react or utter a word. The demon lord effortlessly severs the twin angel's head as if it were a trivial task. The sight of Shamsiel's corpse throws the remaining twin into frantic terror. In an instant, Disung brands both the angel and Ericba. Sinister violet aura wraps around them as he declares that those marked by him can never flee. Yen stands paralyzed in horror, as Arequipa's divinity begins to drain away. Holy light fades from him piece by piece, while Yen shouts in helpless desperation. The surviving angel screams at Yen to cultivate the void immediately. The warning comes too late as the extraction completes. The Demon King successfully absorbs Arequipa's divine observation eye, twisting it into a corrupted demonic version under his control. New power is immense, granting him the ability to nullify or replicate enemy techniques. It also lets him review past actions and instantly assess their rank. A surge of energy erupts as a crimson beam shoots from his eyes, bathing the void in a disturbing red radiance. When the glow finally subsides, he looks to Administrator Yen, expecting usefulness, but Yen falters. He stammers that although he controls pandemonium, he will never surrender it to the Demon King. Upon learning Yen's true role, Disung offers him a calm smile, realizing how dangerously revealing Yen's confession was. Without delay, he activates Summon the Demon King, a fearsome authority compelling those beneath him to obey. He directs the power at Yen, whose mind begins to fracture under the oppressive whispers. Voices command him to praise, submit, and serve without resistance. Completely overwhelmed, Yen kneels and swears loyalty, and Disung notes how effective this manipulation is. Disung casually asks for control over pandemonium. Yen complies instantly. He presents the key, which Disung accepts without hesitation. Immediately, he is transported to a peculiar hallway glowing with soft pink light. Clearly unprepared for the sudden shift, he glances left and spots a lone door at the corridor's end. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, a shocking phenomenon unfolds as all 7 suns fall into eclipse. Panic ripples across the heavens. Even the steady glow surrounding Semyaza begins to dim within his private chamber, catching his notice. Alarmed, he rises and rushes toward the Supreme Lord's palace. Upon arrival, 2 angels block him at the gate. Semyaza demands passage to consult the Lord's oracle. They inform him that entry has been strictly forbidden. He lowers his head with a heavy sigh, accepting the Lord's will before summoning every celestial being. All respond, including Sahariel, Raymai, Cockabeel, and others of high rank. The gathering fills with tension. Semyaza announces war on all demonic forces and commands preparation. Meanwhile, Disung proceeds down the pandemonium corridor to the door. Using Yen's key, opens it and is stunned by what awaits inside. He steps into a classroom, identical to his childhood middle school. A young girl sits doodling in a notebook, and he approaches her. Though startled, she smiles warmly and claims she has been waiting for him. Drags a chair over and asks her identity. She responds by asking who he believes she is. He activates his evil eye authority to inspect her rank. Expecting arrogance, instead a shadow appears behind her, and her title shifts to the primordial demon Lord Satan. She is delighted that he possesses her demonic eye as well. Disung demands to know why he was brought here. She explains she wished to meet her successor, and planted a trigger so the meeting would occur once he gained the Abyss key. In manic excitement, she celebrates the chance to finally outplay her ancient enemy. Her laughter turns wild and unrestrained. Shadow beside Disung asks Satan if preparations are complete since he seems ready. Satan replies he is still inexperienced and requires guidance. Dark demons encircle Disung, debating whether to merge with him or abandon him. One questions if he is worthy to stand among them. Disung grows irritated with their chatter. He waves them off impatiently, declaring he needs no assistance and will finish his task before returning home. The young demon warns that leaving now will lead to his death. He dismisses her warning as absurd, yet Satan senses potential in the rookie. He tests him with a sudden flying kick to his face. He blocks confidently with one hand. The overwhelming force of her strike overpowers him. He is hurled into a wall with a violent crash and struggles to rise. The surrounding demons erupt in mocking laughter. He attempts observation reversal to rewind the moment. Demons reveal they cannot be observed, nullifying his power. Suddenly, a blinding white light engulfs everything. It fades to reveal a devastated cityscape, leaving him unsure whether it is illusion or reality. He sees Changsik Appa gravely wounded, supported by a teammate, both shielded by a protective barrier. Nearby lies another fallen squad member. Explosion suddenly rocks the area. The squad leader complains that Semyaza attacking with his wings was unfair. Semyaza responds instantly with a beam of light that strikes the leader. Teammate leaps in to block with her shield. She checks on him, but before she can act, Semyaza dashes forward and cuts her down in one swift motion. The leader roars in grief at her death. Semyaza wastes no time and obliterates him with a laser. He declares Han Disung responsible for their ruin. Guilt weighs heavily on Disung, yet he is abruptly transported elsewhere. He now sees Ryu, Seoi, and Yuni making a desperate stand, using her illusion veil to hide her teammates from the pursuing angels. One of them notes that these angels look like the ones Disung went to confront, and Ryu Seoyen refuses to accept that he could fall to mere celestials. Before she can argue further, an axe tears straight through her illusion veil. Emil bursts through the barrier with a furious roar. He snarls at them for hiding and swings his axe to finish it. Suddenly, Chucky leaps in. He blocks the axe with his knife and yells for his master to run, buying time as he struggles to hold Ramil back. Ramil grabs Chucky and crushes him mercilessly, while Chucky screams for his master to escape. Watching her friend die, Ryu Seoyin is overtaken by uncontrollable fury. She activates her instant death ability on Ramil. Enraged beyond reason, after seeing her beloved companion killed, the curse strikes Ramil, agony tearing through him and nearly forcing the bearded angel to his knees. Yet he smirks arrogantly, claiming he is no weakling to fall to such a petty curse. He lunges forward, driving his massive knee toward her stomach. Instead, his gigantic axe cleaves her cleanly in two, protecting Disung's shaken family. Chanho draws his gun and curses the Celestial for killing a perfectly good goth girl. He fires his small air pistol at the towering angel, who does not retaliate directly. Instead, screeching harpies swoop down and tear into Chanho like starving vultures. The horrifying sight leaves Jisoo and her mother trembling as they cling to each other. The inferior angel slowly approaches them next. Disung watches the last people he loves meet a brutal fate before his eyes. Stands frozen, speechless, with pure rage blazing in his gaze. He vows to annihilate every celestial responsible. Shadows swirl around him again, warning this is the fate awaiting him if he ignores them. The ruler of hell tells the spirits to be silent, but Satan's sweet voice asks if he truly understands what awaits. When he returns to her eerie realm, he refuses to believe the vision is real. He smirks and says events will unfold exactly that way without her guidance. The shadows mock him for failing to use his full demon lord potential. Disung demands they reveal whatever scheme they are plotting. Satan smiles innocently and offers her assistance. He immediately questions what she gains from helping him. She proposes lending him one of her shadows to fight Rudra's angels so he can destroy them and return home safely. A shadow protests, reminding her of their prior agreement. Disung grows suspicious of her intentions. She strokes her chin as if trying to recall her promise. Prompted by a shadow, she admits his task is to use that power to restore her body. Seeing his confusion, she explains further. Luthra destroyed her body in their last battle, leaving her unable to leave this realm without a vessel. Since Disung already intends to wipe out Rudra's forces, he calls it a mutually beneficial deal, though he has another pressing question. He asks if she was the one who originally summoned him. She stares at him expressionlessly, then grins and claims she has no idea. Tells her to stop joking. She admits her grimoire handled the summoning. He recognizes the name instantly and asks if it is what he thinks. Whisper confirms it is the Pantheon. It jokes that the quest notifications are part of the Demon Lord growth system created by the original Pantheon. She reveals she secretly sent the grimoire to find a successor under Luthra's nose. She asks if he will accept the deal. He admits the offer is tempting. Hearing his grimoire speak, he turns around, realizing he himself is a fragment of the original Pantheon. The book protests that it is not Satan's evil creation. Disung mocks it as a cheap imitation. He quiets when the book asks to explain. As he converses with it, the shadows swirl impatiently. He insists he cannot survive without their power. He simply smiles knowingly and agrees to the pact with Satan. Meanwhile, in Elysium, an army of monstrous angels kneels before Semyaza. Ramil questions whether the progenitor of demon lords will appear, wondering if she has truly returned in this war between heaven and humanity. A masked celestial notes the simultaneous eclipse of all 7 suns, signals the devil's return. Morale falters, and Duriel fears Satan may reclaim her power, while others question their leader's intentions. Semyaza orders them to stop doubting and obey commands. An angel sounds the horn. Kabil opens the battle by firing rainbow arrows at Disung. He charges forward eagerly, remembering Satan's plan to deal with Luthra. After eliminating the weaker foes and top ranks, he sees the curved rainbow arrows flying toward him. Disung activates his new power, commanding time to freeze as gears spin in his eye and red light spreads. The arrows stop midair as if reality paused. He then uses time reverse, sending the arrows back toward their source. Reversing the attack completely, the projectiles streak toward Kakabil. Perched atop a building, he recognizes the familiar technique. Calmly, he raises his hand and commands his divine power to reclaim control. The arrows lose their glow and drop harmlessly. Semyaza stomps in frustration, ordering all Celestials to attack at once. The creatures rush Disung with savage intent. Unimpressed, he warns them they will regret swarming him. He slices the air, tearing open a massive rift to hell. A colossal demonic hand emerges from the darkness. A towering titan follows through the portal. Aslan steps onto the battlefield, shockwaves rippling outward as he faces the Celestials. An explosion erupts as the titan launches skyward with immense force, crashes back down into enemy ranks, crushing them beneath his weight. The titan roars, vowing to eradicate every angel. Amid the chaos, Disung's forces advance unnoticed. The demon army pours through the rift, proclaiming Aslan their commander. Aslan smirks, hoping this display earns him promotion. Elsewhere, Duriel shreds her harp fiercely. Her battle music energizes celestial troops. Empowered by the melody, they surge forward. The two armies collide violently, weapons clashing as the war begins in full. For a time, the Celestials clearly dominated the battlefield, effortlessly incinerating demon soldiers one after another. To their shock, injured demons begin mutating grotesquely, their bodies forcibly reshaped into celestial beasts against their will. Duriel's eyes blaze as she orders her forces to endure, continuing the large-scale conversion of demons mid-combat. Moments later, Aslan suddenly looks up just as a colossal hammer comes crashing down toward him. He clenches his jaw and catches Mjolnir bare-handed, stopping its descent entirely. Ramiel, seething, calls him a traitor and curses him for daring to invade the celestial realm after what happened on his world. Aslan stares blankly, not understanding a word, yet keeps his fist ready with simmering anger. Declaring himself a human from Earth, Aslan slams his fist into Ramiel's face, sending tremors across the ground. Ramiel is hurled backward into the castle wall, but somehow retains his grip on the hammer. Cockabil focuses and leaps from the wall, firing arrows in rapid succession. Each shot lands flawlessly, cutting down waves of demon soldiers with ruthless precision. He lands heavily on the ground, miraculously uninjured, confident his radiant arrows will clear a path for celestial forces to advance. Around him, more demons twist into celestial beasts, betraying their own ranks amid the chaos. Cockabil stiffens when a familiar voice behind him casually remarks it has found its arm. It is Disung, standing calmly behind the archer, his composure unshaken despite explosions raging across the battlefield. Suddenly, a surprise attack nearly catches him off guard. He swiftly blocks a spear aimed at his heart and slides back to regain balance while facing his attacker. As if one foe were not enough, multiple cockabils dive from above, forcing him to briefly divert attention from Sahariel. Cockabil mocks him, claiming even the stolen eye will not save him from phantom precision. Sahariel charges with his spear, yelling for the demon to stop resisting and accept death. Isung's body melts into darkness as a knowing grin crosses his face. The two angels unleash a devastating combined strike, triggering a massive explosion that sends debris flying. Cockabil retreats from the blast, hoping the demon is finished, but panic rises as shadows gather around him. In the impossible darkness of the celestial realm, Disung erupts laughing wildly and seizes Cockabil's arm. In one swift motion, he rips it off as though it were detachable. Cockabil screams in agony like someone truly losing a limb. Disung lifts the severed arm high as a grim trophy. A sudden beam of light cuts through the smoke, catching him off guard. A blazing laser pierces his body, leaving charred holes through him. Semyaza emerges from the haze, furious, declaring he has observed the demon all along. Disung's shadow form regenerates instantly, as if unharmed. The shadow senses that Rudra has granted one of his eyes to the cursed angel. Disung watches Semyaza raise a finger toward the sky. Light gathers above him, forming a blazing sphere like a miniature sun. The radiance intensifies, drawing anxious glances even from celestial soldiers. The overwhelming energy whips up dust as demons shield themselves from the searing glow. Meanwhile, the celestial troops stand firm, invigorated by the light. Disung's shadow raises an arm defensively, smoke rising from his darkened form. Despite the pain, he laughs and acknowledges Semyaza's improved strategy. With icy resolve, Semyaza declares the battle over and thrusts his hand forward. Blazing sphere surges toward the shadow with crushing force. The shadow cracks under the heat and angrily demands why Disung is delaying. Suddenly, brilliant white wings flash across the field. A swift figure slices through the air at blinding speed. Semyaza flinches as part of his face is torn away, golden blood spraying outward. A radiant figure streaks past, clutching a glowing orb. Semyaza bends in agony as golden blood gushes from his empty socket. The winged warrior removes his mask, revealing Disung holding the severed eye in admiration. Without hesitation, he implants the eye into his own socket, now bearing mismatched eyes radiating dual auras. System announces he has absorbed Satan's right eye, completing the set and unlocking Theon's ultimate skill in the mortal realm as Satan's shadow scolds him for his delay. He recalls when Satan told him to bring out his chains, a suggestion that confused him. He summoned them, and she inspected them like a craftsman. He had stared at her, thinking isolation had driven her mad. She then handed him flaming chains, instructing him to attach his swords to unlock her special technique. Suspicious, he had demanded to know what that skill entailed. Back in the present, he hurls the enhanced weapon toward the angel, activating the special slash with all his strength. Semyaza strains desperately against the assault, barely countering with his orb of light. Their powers collide in a thunderous explosion, yet neither yields. Veins bulging, Ji-sung grits his teeth and pours every last ounce of power into the final strike. Barely standing and drained to his core, Semyaza forces out the last scraps of strength he has just to hold the incoming attack back. Ultimately, Ji-sung pierces through and cleaves the radiant orb in two, leaving the angelic commander stunned stiff, without a single second to respond. Wielding his Kratos-styled blade, he continues slicing through Semyaza and decisively banishes him to the Shadow Realm. As the strike connects, the Angel Chief understands that his demise will topple the entire heavenly domain. After endless boasting, Semyaza finally collapses and never rises again. All that remains where he stood is the demon blade planted upright. The Demon King shouts that they sealed their own fate when they erased his future family, then strides directly toward the pit. At the same time, Sahariel mourns his injured brother while clutching him tightly and swiftly decides they must flee immediately. But in that instant, Ji-sung flings his sword straight toward them. The weapon rips cleanly through the chest of the spear, bearing Angel in a single decisive blow. Coolly retracts his blade afterward. Golden blood trails behind as Semiriel dissolves into smoke. Following his commander into oblivion, Ji-sung advances on the archer Angel, who stands paralyzed with terror. Frozen in place, yet far beyond the point where pleading could save him. The archer's eyes snap wide with horror when he feels a crushing impact slam into his back. Still, the clash isn't finished, as Ji-sung senses something racing toward him and swiftly turns. Raged by the fall of his allies, Ramil hurls curses at the demon lord and charges without hesitation. Ji-sung immediately recognizes him as the same filth who slaughtered his friends in the future, and the memory ignites his fury. Ramil barrels ahead, blinded by overwhelming rage at the carnage before him. Yet Ji-sung's anger matches his as he summons the chains of Olympus again. With blistering speed and precision, Ji-sung lashes the chains at the towering brute, delivering the same brutal lesson he once gave his former master. He roars that this strike is for his beloved Goth Queen and Lil Chucky. The colossal angel erupts into smoke that drifts skyward, and silence finally blankets the battlefield. Soon after, Ji-sung switches into feast mode, devouring rare demon god fragments like snapping pieces of a twisted Lego set. Demonic shadow drools, proclaiming the body nearly restored. As he laughs wildly, Ji-sung flashes a smug grin and fires back a question. He asks whether the body truly belongs to him, making the shadow sweat instantly, crossing his arms like an annoyed lover. The Demon King declares it's his now. That only heightens the shadow's anxiety. It circles him frantically and mentions their agreement, but Ji-sung blocks his ears and pretends not to hear. Finally unable to keep a straight face, he waves his hands and admits he was joking, telling everyone to calm down. The shadow, visibly irritated, insists that Ji-sung state his true name. Instead, Ji-sung stalls and tells him to wait while he calls forth his grimoire. Pantheon nearly faints at the outrageous title, but Ji-sung retorts that the monster tome is merely a replica anyway. With nothing to argue back, the book falls silent. He then asks Pantheon how much longer they can remain in the celestial realm. Book conjures a luminous clock before them, revealing they have roughly 2 hours remaining. Ji-sung double-checks Pantheon's earlier claim, and the book seems insulted at the thought of lying, assuring him all is fine. He faces the demonic shadow again to confirm that speaking the real name is all that's required. The shadow nods and instructs him to declare the true name and return the body. Before he can utter a word, a radiant column of light erupts beyond the wall, drawing his gaze. The shadow suddenly shouts that it has arrived, grinning eagerly as he announces the real fight is about to start. Moments later, the towering beam slams down upon the castle. The two guards exchange terrified looks. Racing for disaster, they cry out that the supreme god has descended upon this realm, their faces stiff with disbelief. His demonic shadow immediately snaps at Ji-sung to stop delaying and surrender the body. Meanwhile, Ji-sung shuts his eyes quietly as the clingy shadows buzz around him like flies. They plead with him not to prolong this any further, while he merely pretends to consider it. Instead, he decides to personally check out this supposed powerhouse. In an instant, he vanishes from the souls with a sudden burst of speed, leaving them shouting in disbelief, calling him an idiot and warning he can't use his power without them. Yet Ji-sung shows no hesitation, convinced that access to Pantheon's ultimate ability makes him unstoppable. He streaks toward the castle gates like a furious comet, descending from the sky. The guards panic, waving their weapons frantically and ordering him to halt. Ignoring them, Ji-sung smashes through and obliterates the gates like a living missile. One guard groans in agony as the shockwave hurls him into the structure behind. Ji-sung casually remains at the shattered entrance. The injured guard slides backward into what appears to be an open library. Inside, someone sits calmly in a chair reading, as if nothing unusual is happening. Guard dissolves into smoke, while while the figure keeps reading without looking up. She mutters softly while turning pages of a book bearing Disung's name. Without hesitation, Disung charges forward, dragging his sword along the ground. With relentless intent, he hurls his blade at the mysterious woman using his chains. An unseen barrier effortlessly deflects the attack, while she remains absorbed in her book. He drops into a crouch, expression icy, and calmly asks if she is Rudra. The veiled woman finally raises her eyes and addresses him by his full legal name. Narrowing his gaze in annoyance and curiosity, Disung asks if they have met before or if she's simply being unsettling. She lifts the book and explains she has been studying his story all along. Disung tilts his head, repeating her claim to confirm. Suddenly she pounds her fists against her legs, teeth grinding as she declares Rudra's deep disappointment. Her face contorts grotesquely as she repeats the same word with tightening fists. Realizing she's no ordinary lunatic, Disung sharpens his focus and activates both demon eyes defensively. Without warning, a gigantic finger shoots toward him like a cursed projectile, and he barely slides aside as it slams into the floor with thunderous force. He quickly acknowledges he lacked the strength to block that strike and could only evade to survive. The veiled angel extends her hand toward him with a mocking smirk. This time a colossal hand materializes, towering over endless shelves like it dominates the space. Irritated, Disung watches the descending limb and begins rolling away like a no-hit gamer. The veiled woman lowers her hand, mirrored by the gigantic projection. Disung vaults upward, fluidly parkouring over the massive arm. Instant it slams into the ground, he seizes the opening, leaping onto it and sprinting toward the celestial figure at full speed. His crimson eyes blaze as he thrusts his sword forward and accelerates, narrowing the gap. Suddenly he senses something off and feels his mana draining rapidly. Strength fades and speed drops sharply. At that moment, the two enormous hands surge forward midair to crush him like an insect. With no mana left to defend himself, the hands clap together violently and squash him between them. When they separate, Disung lies sprawled helplessly across the palm. Unable to twitch a single finger, the giant hand repeats the crushing motion again and again, leaving him no room to breathe while shouting for him to die. The thunderous impacts shake the entire castle as he barely survives. He quickly realizes his mana is completely inaccessible now. Demonic shadows reappear, circling him like flies and urging him to surrender and die so they can seize his body, mocking his weakness without them. Despite mortal wounds, Disung laughs, having anticipated their betrayal all along. He opens his eyes with a sly smile and triggers Theon's ultimate ability. Reload save point. A system window appears informing him he can rewind to any chosen moment in the past. Instantly, memories of his battles flash through his mind as time reverses. He returns to the moment after winning the Celestial War, awakening to see the shadows once more pestering him to return Satan's body. Disung smirks, recalling how these shadowy traitors intend to betray him the instant he relaxes. From his discussion with Theon, he knows that even if he gives up the body or uses the demon god's power, his own skills remain accessible. Key is managing the time limit because regardless of Satan's hidden tricks, he can always retreat to Earth. Smirking, he realizes he can eliminate two threats with one clever move. Back on the dusty battlefield, Disung stands firm amid swirling clouds. After a brief pause to strategize, he loudly announces he will return Lucifer's body. The shadows squeal with delight, praising him for finally obeying. A dazzling light engulfs him, spiraling into a fierce tornado. When the radiance clears, a smiling girl stands where he once was. She now sports a radiant post-possession transformation, after smoothly shifting from Disung's form. Immediately, Satan gazes beyond the castle walls, sensing an immense presence. She rockets into the sky toward that source, leaving a dusty crater behind. The celestial palace rises ahead as Satan touches down gracefully in the courtyard. He beams widely while eyeing the massive gates. Full forms as she finally arrives after 60 years and calls for Rudra to appear at once. Satan gazes ahead with wild, unstable eyes as the dust and smoke from her landing slowly fade away. Her stare never wavers, and suddenly a silhouette forms before her as if conjured by eerie sorcery. She narrows her gaze and calls out Luthra, taunting her for finally crawling out of hiding. The veiled woman remains silent and unmoving, clearly viewing Satan's mockery as beneath her notice. Meanwhile, her feet gradually morph into razor-sharp talons, while raw mana seeps outward in waves. Satan keeps provoking her, throwing out more insults and asking if she has finally matured beyond playing with dolls. Luthra clenches her teeth and mutters darkly under her breath, visibly losing patience. Satan pretends not to hear and casually tells her to speak louder next time. Without warning, the veiled lady snaps and shouts that she needs a new toy, and Lucifer would make the perfect addition to her collection. Those words instantly ignite Satan's fury, her eyes sharpening with blazing anger. She steps forward and demands to know if Luthra believes she can repeat the same twisted act from centuries ago. In that instant, Lucifer's mind drifts back nearly 60 years to a ruined planet reduced to chaos. She walks alone along a shattered road and notices a battered doll lying in the dirt. It must have been dropped by a child during the destruction. She bends down and carefully lifts the stuffed toy with her sharp claws. Rising to her feet, she studies the doll and remarks coldly that the experiment was a complete failure. Suddenly, a brilliant flash pierces the devastated world. Overwhelming waves of aura surge as Lucifer is forcibly teleported to a vast white expanse, stretching endlessly. She soon realizes she is not alone when the veiled woman appears and angrily berates her for what she has done. Satan shows no fear and fires back, claiming it was Luthra's creation that failed and self-destructed after disqualification. That accusation enrages Luthra, who screams that Lucifer sabotaged everything from the start and repeats the charge hysterically. Lucifer lowers her guard for a brief second and suddenly feels her arm detach from her body. Luthra's hand transforms into monstrous claws and cleanly severs Satan's limb, leaving her clutching the bleeding stump. Lucifer snaps in outrage, shouting at Luthra and demanding to know if she has completely lost her sanity. Luthra seems unhinged, drooling as she stares hungrily at Lucifer's fragile form. Her veil lifts enough to reveal a grotesque face as she shrieks that Satan's body is ideal material for new creations. Lucifer struggles to resist, but her strength fades and her vision dims until her mind goes blank. In a horrifying moment, her body is torn apart limb by limb, leaving only her torso behind. She collapses helplessly as Luthra looms above, dark tendrils sprouting from her frame. With no hesitation, she extends her hand and commands, "Arise." Fragments of Lucifer's soul seep out and twist into grotesque writhing tendrils. Soon, new celestial beings emerge from pieces of her shattered essence. Small angelic forms crawl out from her remains. They gradually mature and kneel immediately before their creator. The newborn celestials clasp their hands and chant praises to their so-called mother in eerie unison. Meanwhile, the remnants of Lucifer's original body begin dissolving into smoke. Just before vanishing entirely, dark energy lashes out from her remains, silencing the celestial chorus. That moment, a sinister scroll rockets skyward at incredible speed. It pierces a radiant portal and shoots out into the depths of space, containing Lucifer's essence. The scroll carries her vow that she will wait until the end of Luthra's creation and return for vengeance. Back in the present, Satan trembles with rage from the resurfaced trauma and summons a violent storm of tendrils. The tendrils reveal themselves as swirling demonic shadows as she glares at Luthra and reminds her of her promised return. Luthra remains composed and casually raises her hand to activate Hands of Judgment. From the earth, countless magical arms erupt and surge toward Lucifer. Satan counters with a blast of demonic shadows that collide with the advancing limbs, marking the true start of their battle. He declares that from this point on Luthra will be her newest toy. The veiled lady roars back that Lucifer will become spare parts for more celestial dolls. Enraged, Satan unleashes her devastating dark flames as towering pillars ignite behind her. Luthra watches without concern, unimpressed by the spectacle. She mocks Lucifer with a cruel smile, claiming the attack is pointless. The veiled celestial activates Ocean of Light, sending a massive surge of water crashing into the dark flames. Opposing forces neutralize each other, fueling Lucifer's anger as she charges forward. Consumed by fury, the two monstrous beings clash violently like final bosses with no intention of stopping. Inside Lucifer's mind, Dyson sits calmly with folded arms, wondering if escape is even possible. On Earth, the scene shifts to Disung's building, where an over-edited giant poster of him decorates the office wall. Woman at the desk not only has his poster, but even uses his handsome face as her mousepad. Choyoung appears distracted as she browses online. She sighs in disappointment upon realizing Master Han will not return today. Just as her thoughts spiral, her phone rings and pulls her back to reality. Her secretary informs her of a visitor, but is abruptly cut off while shouting at the guest to stop. Ryu Seoyen casually walks into the office, greeting her team leader with an innocent smile. Despite sneaking past the secretary, Choyoung panics when the goth girl notices the massive Disung shrine behind her. In an instant, all the Disung merchandise vanishes like a guilty secret, and Choyoung pretends to focus on her screen. Forcing a nervous smile, she asks Seoyeon why she appeared without any warning. As they talk, a blazing meteor streaks toward Earth with alarming speed. Seoyeon teases her about hoarding their master's merchandise, deepening her embarrassment. Taking a sip of tea, Seoyeon decides to address their love triangle directly once and for all. Choyoung blinks, momentarily caught off guard. She quickly recovers and insists her feelings will never fade, telling Seoyeon to leave. Seoyeon stands abruptly and accuses Choyoung of fighting dirty despite coming to settle matters maturely. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the city as something crashes down, interrupting their quarrel. Both rush to the window in shock. Gigantic green orb forms high above the city and expands rapidly. A news helicopter arrives and begins broadcasting the unfolding chaos lit. Reporters announce that a colossal gate has appeared downtown, with the Hunter Association and officials scrambling to respond. Hunters assembled below stand in tense formation, staring up at the monstrous portal. In another facility elsewhere, Manager Kim approaches her agent Joe and requests an update. Watching the monitors, she remarks that the aura readings exceed all measurable limits. The cyborg analyst notes the levels are still rising and suggests it could be an S-rank gate or worse. Manager Kim closes her eyes calmly, as if she anticipated such grim news. Director Joe asks whether they have chosen which clan will lead the raid. Adjusting her glasses to answer, she suddenly freezes as though lost in thought. Scene shifts to Donkial, who stares in awe at the enormous portal and comments that it has been ages since one this large appeared. Compared to the towering green gate capable of plunging the world into chaos, the apostle beside it looks insignificant. Before he can admire it further, nagging voices pull him back to reality. He turns to see the two female apostles arguing like children and smirks as they approach, still bickering. He tries to greet them coolly, but they ignore him completely and walk past. Embarrassed and irritated, Donchel grits his teeth at being overlooked. Girls silently extend their hands toward the portal, searching for something within it. Choyoung abruptly withdraws her hand, after sensing that the gate is clearly connected to their master. Seo Yeon nods in agreement, convinced that Disung's mana is leaking from within the port. Donchel smirks confidently, already aware of what they had just confirmed. He wraps his arms around them, startling them, and guides them toward the gate to reunite with their master. Director Joe watches and asks Manager Kim if their hero will lead the raid, but she replies he is currently unavailable. The cyborg questions how they can handle such a massive raid without their strongest asset. Manager Kim calmly explains that Han Disung promised to assist from inside the gate. With that, the apostles decide it is time and step into the portal without hesitation. As they pass through, dense fog engulfs them and blocks their sight entirely. Press onward despite the poor visibility. Seo Yeon complains about the fog while Choyoung tells her to hurry as they follow Dongsha. Without warning, Donchel abruptly stops and steadies himself after spotting movement shifting through the thick fog ahead. Moments later, Aslan emerges from the mist like a storybook prince and greets them with a dazzling. Choyoung studies the unfamiliar yet strikingly handsome man and demands that he state who he is. Ryu Seoyin catches up, surprised it is not Disung appearing, while Donchel recalls that this man is Dongdaren's younger brother. Aslan scans them calmly and directly asks whether they are the senior apostles. His question leaves them stunned, so he quickly clarifies before the silence grows awkward. He introduces himself fully and explains that the Demon King personally appointed him as an apostle. Choyoung forces a tight smile and asks if he truly holds the position of fourth apostle. Donchel rubs his patchy beard and reasons that since Aslan already knows about them, he might be the real deal. Ryu Seoyin ignores that reasoning entirely and steps right up to him. He demands bluntly that he reveal where her beloved husband is. Deciding actions speak louder than words, Aslan turns and leads them to a cave sealed by a massive boulder. Channeling his Titan strength, he lifts the enormous rock effortlessly and tosses it aside as though it were weightless. He pauses at the entrance, aura gathering around him while the wind sweeps through his flowing hair. His tone grows serious as he instructs them to follow closely. They enter a tunnel whose walls shimmer with embedded crystals. As they proceed deeper, Aslan warns them to maintain active mana shields since danger could strike any time. Suddenly, a brilliant flash races straight toward them. Aslan reacts instantly, thrusting his hands forward to block the incoming mana blast surging through the corridor. Donchel grits his teeth in frustration. The girls immediately reinforce themselves with mana barriers to withstand the shock. Once the blast dissipates down the tunnel, Choyoung demands an explanation. Aslan brushes off his clothes casually and remarks that Disung is merely experiencing another uncontrolled mana surge. They advance into a chamber and freeze at the sight of a motionless body lying in the center. Ryu Seoyin rushes toward her master without hesitation. Before she reaches him, his fingers twitch as an ominous glow gathers around his hands. Disung suddenly gasps awake, his entire form blazing with blinding mana. The surge becomes so intense it lifts him into the air, forcing Seoyin to brace herself. She struggles against the overwhelming force, while Choyoung steps forward and deploys her ultimate barrier. An invisible dome forms tightly around their leader, containing the chaotic mana burst. Maintaining it drains her rapidly, demanding complete focus to keep it intact. Donchel shouts at Disung to regain control. Aslan praises Choyoung's skill, but warns the barrier will not hold long, urging him to explain quickly. His face turns grim as the others stare at him, waiting for answers. Confesses that Disung once rescued him from imprisonment in the celestial realm. After escaping, they immediately joined battle against the Celestials. During the chaos, Luthra ensnared him with her tendrils. She hurled him away from the battlefield and descended to finish him off. Lucifer intervened once more. Approaching, Luthra crouched on the ground. Assuming victory was hers, she proudly stomped down while declaring Luthra's defeat. The blow slammed Luthra's head deep into the earth with a thunderous impact, yet the grotesque being snapped upright, neck stretching unnaturally as she cackled madly. She shrieked a single command, arise. Painful blisters erupted across Lucifer's body and crept along her arm like jagged spikes. Luthra laughed, revealing she had planted seeds within Lucifer long ago. Now her body served as fertile soil for their hatching. Satan's face twisted in despair as she realized her long-awaited chance was slipping away. After 6,000 agonizing years seeking revenge, she unleashed a torrent of furious curses at the scheming supreme being. Even as defeat loomed, a fierce energy ignited from the darkest depths of her soul. Meanwhile, our hero sneered at the demoness, where she had failed yet again. Lucifer noticed crimson flames surging from her hand as the blisters began fading. She could not comprehend how he was reclaiming control once more. Desperate, she begged him to return her body without restraint. Calmly withdrawing his hand from within her, he resumed dominance before she could protest, reclaiming his throne. He coldly told Luthra to pray, as he intended to erase her completely. Summoning his enormous black blade charged with peak demonic power, prepared a devastating demon lord slash. The strike cleaved her face cleanly in two, the purple void tearing through her before she could react. A piercing scream forced him to retreat briefly. To his horror, her split skull revealed no brain. Instead, writhing tentacles bound the halves together as she mocked him for being Lucifer's pawn. The insult struck deep, fueling his uncontrollable fury. He restrained himself from lashing out recklessly and reminded her she was the true failure. Suddenly, the system warned that his time in this dimension was nearly over. His original body would soon be restored as he watched himself dissolve into smoke. Even while fading, he vowed to destroy Luthra next time and curse at her existence. Desperation, Luthra lunged to seize him. She noticed a massive glowing portal opening to pull him away. Disung looked down in shock as she clung tightly to his legs, refusing to release him. Hatred flared within him again, but his grimoire insisted he must enter the gate. Slan intervened, driving his elbow into Luthra's face. He unleashed a flurry of Titan-powered blows, nearly finishing her on the spot. Afterward, he told Disung he would hold her off and wished him safe passage. The Demon King offered a faint smile at such loyalty. He hurled a chain toward Aslan, who caught it instinctively despite confusion. Disung declared he would not abandon his own and welcomed him as the fourth apostle. Title overwhelmed Aslan, his eyes glistening. Together, they leapt into the portal. Luthra shrieked furiously like a child denied her prize, charged toward the closing gateway with everything she had. Yet it sealed shut just before she could reach it, leaving her stranded and enraged. Meanwhile, within the vast interdimensional void, Aslan and Disung spotted their home world ahead. However, Disung felt more than nostalgia, as something stirred violently within him. A foreign force churned inside his body uncontrollably. He ordered the false pantheon to open another gate, and they passed through just before impact. Turning to Aslan, he explained he would enter alone once they landed. He instructed him to close the portal immediately if he showed signs of losing control. Confused, Aslan understood after seeing him suspended in midair. He explained they had cleared the surrounding monsters upon arrival. Had been restraining Disung's berserk mana since then. Ryu Sioyan brightened and confidently claimed this was her specialty. Dongchul questioned whether she truly intended to help. Unexpectedly, Choyang interrupted and said her method would not work, clearly uneasy. Being cut off irritated Sioyan greatly. Choyang revealed the supposed solution involved kissing him awake like a fairy tale. Yon argued it succeeded before, but Choyang countered that his power was not sealed this time and was erupting freely. Aslan added that absorbing numerous celestial beings left his power overflowing uncontrollably. Choyang then proposed that they all work together to siphon off the excess mana before disaster strikes. Not long after, the four apostles assemble before their demon king. One at a time they extend their hands, preparing to draw in his overflowing magic, hoping it will at least lessen his agony. As they watch Disung spiral into yet another violent surge, Choyang shouts that this is their best chance to act. The entire group steps forward and begins absorbing the demonic energy. Their leader clenches his teeth in pain, unaware that none of them can see the battle raging within him. Deep inside his unstable body, he is trading blow after blow with Satan and her sinister demon lord shadows in a realm harsher than any hell he has endured. After a brief pause to recover their breath, he questions the crazed girl on whether continuing to fight him makes sense when a common enemy lurks nearby. With a chilling glare, she answers that nothing in existence feels more threatening to her than he does. Suddenly, the observing Celestial decide to intervene and encircle them, declaring they will now fulfill the command of their supreme ruler, ordering both demon lords to surrender and become sustenance. The serpent-like angels launch their assault. Satan barely reacts since their focus is Disung, and casually aligns herself with them to bring him down. Furious, he glares at the cowards ganging up against him. Before the clash can escalate further, three angels abruptly weaken as their magic is siphoned away by an unseen force. Even the young demon girl begins to feel her energy draining rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, the ruler of hell smirks and lunges toward Lucifer, swinging his massive black blade with precision like a master chef slicing. Yet this does not end her, nor does it free the Celestials trapped within him. Suddenly, he awakens back in reality. Sitting up on the stone slab, he sees his apostles collapsed around him after absorbing as much power as they could handle. He stares at his hands in shock and notices one has darkened strangely. Unsure whether he truly absorbed the excess power or if something malfunctioned, the hand begins emitting a sinister aura, and sharp pain shoots up his arm. Instinctively, he punches it with his other fist, as though punishing betrayal, refusing to let it control him any further. The corrupted hand morphs into a mace shape, sending him into panic over his next move. He senses a fragile seal resting within that limb, turns his gaze toward those who aided his escape, wondering if they were the key to his survival. Approaches and calls out to his goth companion, who looks dazed as if recovering from an overwhelming high. Hearing his voice instantly snaps her back to awareness. She leaps up in surprise and wraps her arms around him possessively. Choyoung soon awakens as well and rushes over not wanting to be excluded. The two immediately resume their rivalry. Their intense glare duel gives Dongchul such a headache that he chooses to ignore it. Instead, he questions Disung about what happened in the celestial realm. Demon King greets him with a grin, but seems irritated at being sidelined while Disung took all the glory. Aslan explains he already filled the up. Disung expresses relief that everyone returned safely. Choyoung shyly mentions she devised the plan to absorb his mana. Ryu Seoyen interrupts, saying her reckless idea nearly killed them all. That settled, the group leaves and heads home after their reunion. Elsewhere outside a gate, young vlogger appears excited and announces he is live, standing near the well-known cheerleader squad. Nearby, the bald dwarf smashes a goblin twice his size with his spiked bat. He poses for the camera proudly, bragging he is far too cool for such weak foes. Eccentric elder shamelessly promotes his club, offering a one-day 50% discount. Suddenly, the chat erupts with news that the real Disung cleared an S-rank gate in just 6 hours. Both stare at their phones in disbelief as the king reappears. The vlogger immediately calculates the profit of a collaboration. Ignoring the old man, he tells viewers he will one day film Disung inside an S-rank gate. The audience cheers wildly, abandoning the elder who was just betrayed for clout. The scene shifts to the Hunter Association, where the branch manager meets directly with the king. Manager Kim thanks him sincerely for eliminating the Heavenly Mother cult and clearing the S-rank gate. Disung credits Aslan and the others for handling most of the battle. The manager then asks how Aslan joined him, since America listed him as missing. Aslan grows serious and recounts being abducted by beings from another dimension. Both listeners are stunned by the revelation. Disung explains this is precisely why they requested the meeting. Meanwhile, at the Hunter prison, Enforcer Yunmi stands in the yard wearing inmate clothes as prisoners surround her seeking revenge. She stares coldly, not fully grasping the danger she faces. One inmate notices a guard dozing nearby. He sneaks behind Yunmi and loops a rope around her neck. The inmates demand she remember who they are. With unshaken pride, she says she cannot recall every criminal she jailed. That response enrages them first. They swarm her and beat her mercilessly, while accusing her of being a cultist. Suddenly, the guard shouts from behind. The inmates scatter but warn her they can torment her any time now. Yunmi remains battered on the ground. A faint whisper reaches her ears, triggering an intense headache. The focus returns to the hero's home, where he stands confused. His sister suddenly hugs him tearfully, as though she missed him dearly. She is only acting sweet because Chanho said she needs her brother's blessing for marriage. Their worried mother pushes her aside to properly check her son. He notices one of his hands appears unnaturally pale. He dismisses it casually as a side effect of his abilities. He then asks if she can cook his favorite spaghetti tonight. Surprisingly, his sister volunteers to help, smiling sweetly. He immediately suspects this sudden kindness hides a scheme. Elsewhere in the city, a woman from the Heavenly Mother cult cries alone. Clutching a photo of herself and her beloved son, she relives the memory of the monster attack. Just before one creature struck her, her son shielded her with his body but lacked the strength. He was crushed to death during the assault. As she sobs quietly, a sudden knock echoes at her door. When she goes to see who is at the door, she is stunned to find her son standing there. Yet he looks nothing like the boy she remembers. A dark presence surrounds him, and his eyes shimmer with a strange golden light. She desperately asks how he could still be alive after being crushed by a monster. Clinging to him, she confesses that her grief drove her into joining a cult. The instant the word cult leaves her mouth, the boy's demeanor shifts violently. He forcefully shoves his mother aside, insisting that it was not some filthy cult, but the divine Lady Luthra she was referring to. His expression turns almost possessed as he declares he must spread the message of Lady Luthra who restored his life. Shortly afterward, headlines explode with reports of war victims from 3 years ago suddenly reappearing. Branch manager is baffled by confirmed dead individuals returning, and manager Kim hands him a detailed list. He is horrified to discover that every returner has relatives tied to the cult. He recalls Disung's earlier warning that the Celestials behind the cult would strike eventually. With that looming concern, the Hunter Association quickly arranges a press conference. News outlets everywhere broadcast manager Kim's statement. She announces the revived individuals will be called returners and demands full cooperation with a government investigation, warning that refusal will result in force due to the declared national emergency. Days later, returners begin staging public demonstrations, proclaiming the imminent descent of Heavenly Mother Luthra. Their numbers swell rapidly, far surpassing the original cult's growth. Focus shifts back to the Hunter prison, where the enforcer sits silently in her cramped cell. Same inmates from before reappear, eager to assault her again. They smugly reveal the warden allowed them access, since he lost his wife to the cult and holds no sympathy for her. One woman yanks her by the hair, failing to notice her expression. The enforcer calmly whispers a single word, "Bloom." Instantly, her hair pierces both attackers. It twists them into celestial beings bound to her, while as the scene shifts to the cult headquarters, numerous police cars are stationed tightly outside. Frenzied crowd pleads with the cult to reunite them with lost loved ones. Captain Jai Hung watches in stunned disbelief at the hysteria. Disturbed, he orders minimal force to disperse the gathering safely. Officers attempt calm negotiations, but the crowd surges forward, threatening to overwhelm them. Suddenly, figures emerge from the cult building. Jiang Min and several youth step out, immediately drawing everyone's focus. The boy proclaims they are returners and urges those seeking reunion with family to pray for Lord Luthra's descent. Seizing the chance, the captain approaches him, asking him to come peacefully. Surrounded by writhing holy tentacles, the boy refuses. He manipulates the captain's arm to make it seem as though he is choking him, leaving the officer stunned. The crowd erupts, believing police brutality is unfolding. Reporters rush forward to capture the spectacle. The captain is pulled back by his men, while Jiang Min smirks quietly. Amid the turmoil, a figure descends from the sky. It is none other than the Demon King himself. His overwhelming presence commands the attention of everyone below. With casual authority, he orders the boy to stop pretending and accompany him. The boy retorts, asking if their resurrection is being dismissed as fake. Jiang Min insists they are true returners revived by Lady Luthra's grace. Disung asserts he outranks them, having returned from hell itself. The boy wonders if Disung was revived by Luthra too. Disung explains that genuine returners would be bedridden and incapacitated, as he once was. Therefore, these walking figures must be Luthra's constructs, not true humans. Cornered, the boy admits lacking proof, but insists he is alive. Disung ignores him and questions whether he understands the catastrophe he is inviting. The boy refuses to yield, proclaiming Luthra will improve the world. Yet before Disung can act, events spiral unexpectedly. The boy suddenly stabs himself, collapsing as his scheme becomes clear. To prove humanity, other returners follow suit and stab themselves. His mother screams in anguish, unable to bear losing him again so soon. With fading breath, he whispers that peace will come once Luthra descends. Members of the crowd immediately blame Disung, spinning conspiracies. They accuse him of forcing the suicides with some hidden ability. The baseless claims enrage him deeply. Scene cuts to the Hunter Association as the captain recounts events to the manager. The manager sinks into troubled thought, realizing the difficulty ahead. Suddenly, a phone call interrupts. He learns enforcer Yunmi has escaped prison and is now leading the cult, turning his face pale. Furious, he orders her immediate capture and return to custody. Elsewhere, a massive crowd gathers before a stage. Among them stands old man Disung, the bald elder who joined the cult to see his daughter again. The announcer declares their new leader is the white-haired Yunmi. She steps forward confidently and claims the stage, urging everyone to pray together to Lady Luthra as their numbers swell. Their prayers trigger a brilliant golden flash descending from the sky. The radiant light and descending celestials overwhelm the crowd who call them angels. Back at the guild, Chanho angrily confronts Disung for doing nothing while being accused of murder. He points out the cult's membership is growing at an alarming pace. Disung calmly replies that it only reveals how many have lost loved ones. Young enters looking deeply concerned, as if carrying important news. Perceptive as ever, he understands her thoughts instantly. He gently tells her joining the cult will not resurrect her parents. If she longs for family, he assures her the guild will stand as her own. easing her heart. Chan-ho presses him again for his strategy. Di-sung answers simply that he will allow the cult to proceed for now. Narrative shifts to hours earlier, when the vlogger and the old man argued intensely. The elder insisted he only wants to see his daughter again, regardless of the cult. Yangchil warned that the returners are fabricated beings. Gazing at his daughter's foe, he refuses to care about truth as long as he can see her. Yangchil gives up persuading him and vows to expose the deception. The setting shifts to the Armageddon wasteland. A grand concert is already in progress. The lyrics and crowd chants eerily resemble a ritual summoning Lucifer. Similar gatherings are occurring across nations worldwide, simultaneously. In perfect harmony, they offer prayers together, begging for Lady Luthra to descend upon the world. Surrounded by a blinding aura of radiant gold, Seo Yunmi declares that the global returner assembly should commence to greet Lady Luthra's coming. In another corner of the desolate wasteland, the captain's companion questions why Di-sung has been excluded from this mission. Captain clarifies that the hero firmly refused any participation in the operation. As his partner begins speculating about the cause, the captain abruptly silences him. He urges him to concentrate on apprehending Yunmi before the opportunity slips away. Returning to the enormous audience before Yunmi, she chooses a devoted follower to showcase the returner ritual publicly, pointing directly at an elderly man who can hardly accept that he has been selected. He steps up beside her on the platform, and she gently inquires about his name. Yet before he can respond, Yunmi astonishingly states it herself, and even reveals she knows the name of the daughter he lost years ago. She slowly lifts her arm, as two attendants haul in an orc bound tightly in luminous golden restraints. They proceed to mercilessly plunge blades into the creature. The sudden brutality leaves the spectators stunned and appalled. The elderly man himself starts fearing he has made a dreadful error. Then the orc gradually collapses at her feet. So-called saint raises her hand once more and murmurs a single word, bloom. The orc's body begins to warp grotesquely, its flesh contorting in unnatural patterns. Twisting mass reshapes into wriggling tendrils that reorganize themselves. Within seconds, they assemble into an exact replica of the old man's deceased daughter. The girl softly calls his name. Unmistakable voice instantly washes away every trace of doubt. He embraces the being desperately, sobbing uncontrollably as he clings to her. Yunmi capitalizes on the touching reunion to further inflame the masses, strengthening their unquestioning faith. Suddenly, tear gas launchers erupt and flood the area. Law enforcement storms in fully equipped, supported by armed military forces. Amid the panic and fleeing crowd, Captain Jai Hong rushes ahead, intent on personally arresting the cult leader. Devotees quickly encircle him, believing they are shielding their messiah. The captain shoves his way forward relentlessly, determined to strike the white-haired sorceress with all his might. When a fool stands in his way, he uses the man as leverage to propel himself upward. Soaring high above the ground, he plunges toward Yunmi with a blazing projectile prepared. Yet with a lazy flick of her fingers, Yunmi unleashes a catastrophic beam, akin to a lethal ray. Cleaves straight through the captain's body, decapitating him mid-flight, a tragic end no one wished upon him. Unfazed and merciless, the witch stands composed with his blood staining her hands. She commands the faithful to continue praying, insisting the destined moment is near. With one final surge of devotion, their collective plea is answered. Every soldier present is annihilated without exception. Above them, the heavens surrounding the so-called angels begin to glow ominously. Yunmi glances back at the old man. With a faint smile, she explains that opening heaven's gate demands an immense sacrifice, and fortunately a vast crowd stands before them. She beseeches Lady Luthra to accept the tribute, and an enormous magic array instantly materializes overhead. Without any warning, the people feel their flesh violently tearing away as the offering commences. Old man Di-sung finally grasps the terrible mistake he made by ever joining this gathering. The focus shifts to the Apostle Squad, sparring with their mentor within the Pantheon domain. Choyang and Dongchul confront the malevolent spirits head-on. Dongchul's electrified strike arcs through the entire horde, erasing the enemies in an instant. Even Di-sung finds himself impressed by the display. Meanwhile, he gathers energy to form an enormous spirit sphere. Ryu Seoyen assists by enveloping it in a cursed shroud to keep it stable. Slan then charges in transformed into a titan, aiming to collide headfirst with their master, while Dongchul supports from the rear. Their united strike sends the Demon King hurtling far into the distance. Ryu Seoyen follows up with her ultimate ability, Curse Ocean, intended as the finishing blow. Observing the overwhelming devastation, the four begin questioning whether attacking with genuine killing intent was truly wise. Seo Yan soon realizes their efforts were meaningless. as he remains completely unharmed without even a scratch. Emerging serenely from the smoke, the hero stands holding a radiant orb in one hand and a shadowy orb in the other. Brings the two spheres crashing together. A terrifying surge of energy radiates outward beyond imagination. Dongshil sweats nervously at the thought of being struck by such an attack. However, Disung mistimes the move, and the spheres abruptly dissipate. Frustration shows on his face as he realizes he must perfect this technique to defeat Luthra in the future. At that moment, Chanho calls in a panic, demanding to know his location and urging him to return immediately due to a grave crisis. Lady Luthra has descended far sooner than anyone anticipated. The view shifts back to Earth, where a colossal rift violently splits the sky apart, and a bolt of lightning slams down onto the stage beneath. It emerges a towering figure clad in white, exuding a chilling and immense presence. Yunmi falls to her knees, bowing deeply before the very entity she has long sought to summon. Luthra's descent is transmitted across the globe. Vast numbers of people rejoice wildly at her appearance. Shortly after, she speaks boldly, declaring that the offering was insufficient for her complete incarnation. She casually waves her hand, creating another formidable magic formation. Serene look twists into a wicked smile as she proclaims that countless additional lives are required. The masses wail in torment, their very vitality siphoned straight from their bodies. Voices shout desperately for someone to notify the Hunter Association at once. Amid the turmoil, the old man flees with the girl, pushing his frail body to its limits. He understands that distance is their only hope for her survival. The child asks their destination, saying she can hear Lady Luthra calling her. Old man Disung pleads desperately for her to forget those voices and trust her father without hesitation. He glances back briefly at the devastation chasing them. Turning forward again, he finds the original Disung standing before him. The king coolly demands to know why the old fool is lingering in such a place. Keen-eyed as ever, he instantly identifies the girl in his arms as a returner. When the old man refuses to surrender her, he ultimately decides not to interfere, knowing she will vanish eventually regardless. He then rushes past them to confront Luthra directly, leaving the old man to cherish his final moments with his child. Back on the stage, Luthra insists that Yunmi provide even greater sacrifices. The white-haired sycophant eagerly vows to supply however many lives are demanded. At that instant, a portal abruptly materializes before them. Luthra appears to instantly recognize who is responsible for its appearance. Returners charge ahead, desperate to shield their goddess from the dark presence spilling out of the gate. They are effortlessly reduced to nothing by our hero. He had long been prepared to wipe this counterfeit deity from existence. Stunned, Unmai cannot comprehend that the man who seized power from both Lucifer and Luthra now stands before her. Luthra clenches her jaw, fury surging through her veins as she locks eyes with him again. Meanwhile, countless drones deployed by the American Hunter Association swarm toward the heart of the turmoil. American branch chief Tom Grant commands his team to zoom their cameras in on the central figures. He is left speechless when he recognizes the last individual he expected to see. Pushing aside his disbelief, he realizes the crisis has escalated beyond control. In times like these, the only hope lies in a true hero, someone like Han Disung. He asks if they can broadcast footage of humanity's champion worldwide. Focus returns to the King's Guild headquarters, where Chanho questions whether staying idle is really the right move. Ryu Seoyan teases him, asking if he is anxious about Daddy Disung. Chanho is visibly unsettled by her choice of words. Soyoung responds with a glare sharp enough to kill. Dongchil chimes in confidently, insisting their leader cannot lose because he is the strongest being in the galaxy. He jokes that the real question is who he will choose, Choyoung or the goth girl. Annoyed, Chanho retorts that they should not relax when they are up against god-level threats. Slan calmly points out that their comrade bears the title of demon god. Back on the battlefield, our hero relentlessly tries to strike Luthra down. Countless wriggling tentacles coil around her, preventing any direct blow. When he finally slices through the barrier, she instantly disappears and reappears at his back. The same motion, she effortlessly erases his left arm. The Demon King can only watch in disbelief as Luthra consumes his severed arm to reclaim the power taken from her. He regenerates the limb swiftly and realizes victory demands his full strength. He releases 100% of his Demon Lord form, flooding himself with overwhelming mana. The white-haired witch bites down on her lip, watching him transform into a relentless engine of destruction. Demon Sword cautions that it can withstand only a single attack at maximum output before shattering. Luthra understands she has no defense strong enough to block his next move. As he rushes toward her with unstoppable force, she desperately conjures branches of the flame of creation as a final safeguard. Demon King releases his devastating Demon God Slash. The immense shock wave that follows burns away every bird and drone within a mile radius. With the live transmission cut, the association is left blind to the outcome. Tom urgently instructs his team to dispatch a fresh fleet of drones. When the new drones reach the scene, they find a gigantic crater carved into the earth. At its center lies the fallen hero. System window materializes, announcing that his demon lord state is depleted and recovery will take weeks. Believing the danger has passed, Luthra lowers her guard, seizing the opportunity while he cannot move. The White Witch prepares to eliminate her persistent nuisance. Bearing an expression only a mother could love, she coldly proclaims that his end has arrived. Unable to move at all, Jisung braces for what seems like his final farewell. However, he still holds one last trump card, the ability known as Save Point. The power rips through time's very fabric, rewriting the world's history, recorded within the Akashic records. Luthra can only watch helplessly as reality itself is rewritten. Setting shifts into a different timeline. Returning to the precise instant Luthra is initially summoned. As the faithful kneel and offer prayers, she senses a strange and unsettling familiarity. Looking skyward, she finds her greatest fear already looming above her. In this version of events, he has already assumed his demon lord form, ready to strike before she can absorb any sacrifices. He lunges at her, and she hurriedly casts creation magic to block the incoming slash. The resulting impact is equally catastrophic, obliterating everything alive and every structure within a mile. She questions whether he tampered with the Akashic records by mistake. He seems amused that she calls rewriting history an error and proudly admits he did it. Irritated by his smugness, Luthra declares she will fix the anomaly herself. Altering his approach, he summons the apostles to aid him. They encircle her completely, trapping the bastard. Four unleash their ultimate techniques in perfect sync, crushing her with enough force to permanently deform her skull. Yet Luthra possesses her own unfair advantage. She counters by summoning flaming branches to impale and immobilize them, attempting to twist them into her servants, but he immediately disrupts her plan by recalling them. Luthra's irritation becomes evident. He capitalizes on that brief lapse to deliver another heavy blow. Even so, without his full demon lord power, his peak output falls short. Luthra skewers him with her blazing branches, draining his magic dry. He is forced to withdraw since she leaves zero openings. With a twisted smile, she tells him to watch as she destroys the miserable planet he calls home. Just before the scenario turns into a disastrous ending, he triggers his trump card again, offering the eerie goddess a final farewell. Before leaping back through time once more, his 17th attempt, he still fails to bring down the relentless deity. The next 20 timelines end in failure, as he cannot perfectly fuse light and darkness. Over 100 timelines pass, leaving him utterly drained. He grits his teeth in frustration, as Luthra refuses to fall despite every outrageous attack. In the current loop, Chanho grows uneasy when he hears Luthra's name mentioned casually. He tells him not to worry and lets time flow quietly. Changsik and Beck Heron once again invite him to their wedding, as if it were the 100th time. He is irritated that they are celebrating, while he struggles endlessly to save the world. Noticing his troubled look, Beck Heron nervously asks if he will attend their ceremony. Chanho quickly answers on his behalf that they would happily join. Later, within the Pantheon, he studies his darkened hand and commands the presence hiding inside it to reveal herself. Black mana spreads outward into a dense mist, and a gentle voice expresses gratitude for him, finally allowing her to manifest. Uninterested in small talk, he bluntly demands that she explain how to permanently destroy Luthra. Lucifer leans closer and asks whether he even understands what it means to kill darkness itself. The setting shifts into a classroom where she poses yet another question to him. He asks if he thinks light can truly be slain. She clarifies that gods are formed from such concepts, making their intangible essence nearly impossible to erase. Curious, he questions how she was sealed for centuries, and she explains that such a feat demands sustaining an endlessly expanding world, something humans could never manage. If the maintainer fails, both they and their entire universe collapse into nothing. She then references a power she has witnessed him using repeatedly, accurately deducing that he can rewind time whenever he chooses. To her surprise, he does not attempt to conceal it. He even admits he can only return to a fixed checkpoint in time. Similar to Subaru from Ray Zero, everything falls into place for her, as she realizes how a mere human climbed to Demon King status. He then reveals a shocking truth, that she and Luthra were once a single god. Should they reunite, they would transform into a different entity entirely and restore the world to its original balance. Perplexed, he asks her to simplify the explanation. She bluntly states that the fused being would fade into a formless existence like air, eliminating both threats simultaneously. He tells him that as the wielder of Akashic authority, he only needs to channel all her darkness into Luthra through his white hand. At that instant, his artificial pantheon confirms her claim as entirely accurate. Demon King questions why it remained silent until now despite his entry into the celestial realm. The magical tome awkwardly explains it drained its energy opening the gate and has only just recovered. With the book supporting Lucifer's plan, he agrees to cooperate for now. However, he warns that he will not hesitate to seal her again if she betrays him. The embodiment of hell beams at the threat, clearly entertained. Later at the wedding, Ryu Seoyin grumbles that her master is still bossing her around on such a special day. To lift her spirits, she showers her future mother-in-law with exaggerated flattery. Meanwhile, Dongchul and Aslan marvel at how Changsik managed to marry such a beautiful. The hall manager finally takes the microphone, prepares to officially start the ceremony. Suddenly, Baek Heron freezes as she notices something unusual high in the sky. When Changsik follows her gaze, he too is stunned by a colossal lightning strike descending from above. The guests are left speechless, wondering if this spectacle is part of an extravagant wedding package. Unfortunately, it is Luthra's doing. She seems delighted that everyone dear to him is gathered in one place. The four apostles react instantly. Heron urgently orders everyone to evacuate and abandon the ceremony as danger approaches. Changsik insists she lead the others to safety, while he confronts the enemy himself, earning major respect. As Luthra launches her assault, a crushing knee to her face interrupts her spell. It hurls her backward. The king calmly announces the wedding is paused until he disposes of the intruder. Luthra grows cautious, sensing he is deliberately masking his aura. He activates domain expansion at that moment, dragging her into a hellish realm within the pantheon, leaving them entirely alone. He prepares to infuse her with Lucifer's energy. Luthra is slightly taken aback upon seeing his original dimension up close. He quickly resolves to eliminate him before he becomes an even greater threat. The evil spirits inform Disung they stand ready. A vast tide of shadows surges toward Luthra, like a relentless bombardment from every direction. He effortlessly counters them with her writhing tentacles, unaware that it is merely a diversion. Suddenly she loses all trace of his presence. As the haze settles, Luthra experiences utter shock. Lucifer now stands before her. Stunned, she activates her 10,000 eyes to confirm it is not an illusion. In fear, she summons the sword of creation into her hand. Yet none of it can withstand Lucifer's overwhelming might. Binds the grotesque goddess with blazing hellfire chains, then slowly closes the distance, claiming he knows her ultimate weakness. She bursts into laughter at the audacity, insisting she is immortal, that no human could ever discover a way to end her existence. Grins and admits he is well aware of that fact. He reminds her that she and Lucifer once shared the same vessel. All 5 of her eyes widen dramatically at the revelation. He smirks as her arrogance finally fades, confirming Lucifer's information was accurate. His pale left hand serves as the gateway into Luthra's body. Panicked, she pleads that Lucifer deceived him and seeks to erase both her and the universe. He remains unconvinced, and her visible panic only proves Lucifer told the truth. He drives his left hand into her chest and floods her with Lucifer's dark mana. A towering column of energy erupts as the two entities forcibly merge. His transformation collapses after draining every ounce of strength. He waits anxiously as the smoke clears, unsure if the gamble worked. Before him stands a muscular dark figure, resembling an unfinished game character. He asks the creator whether their strategy succeeded. Creator looks puzzled and questions him in return, demanding to know who he even is. Irritated that Lucifer forgot him so quickly, he wonders if the fusion damaged her memory. Upon hearing about the merge, the creator recalls it was once divided. He reminds it that he upheld his side of the bargain by helping complete the fusion. That is why he can still sense its presence despite it being impossible to perceive normally. He asks if it intends to fade away entirely. It responds that as long as its fragment remains within him, he will continue to sense it. That answer infuriates Disung, so he triggers save point once more to attempt another reset. His skill is abruptly halted mid-activation. Creator takes offense at his attempt to tamper with time in its presence. Rather than backing down, he repeatedly spams save point in desperation. Enraged, the creator drags him into its own domain. Within the vast cosmic expanse, it demands to know how such a trivial being can control time. With a smug grin, Disung refuses to reveal his secret without compensation. That defiance angers the creator enough to decide on destroying him and his planet entirely. Panicking, he shouts at Lucifer to fulfill her end of the bargain immediately. At that moment, the false pantheon manifests as a robed figure, urging the creator to calm down. Creator recognizes it as the sovereign of the Akashic records, which openly admits to granting a human the power to manipulate time. Fake Theon then drops a shocking truth, claiming the creator polluted the universe. It was the creator who split itself in two and unleashed chaos everywhere, forcing the fake Theon to choose a human to repair the damage. Creator refuses to accept the accusation, insisting there is no chance his divided halves contaminated the universe. Disung is utterly exasperated to discover that the so-called supreme being of his cosmos is this ridiculously foolish. Able to read minds, the oversized crybaby takes offense that such a tiny creation dared to mock him. Realizing he crossed the line, our boy quickly offers a flimsy apology in surrender. The creator is not appeased and proclaims the tainted universe must be erased and rebuilt from nothing. Witnessing that, the fake Theon seizes control of Disung's abilities. He unlocks hidden privileges, granting absolute dominion over all existence, including life and death. One specific authority immediately grabs the Demon King's attention. Inspired by Fullmetal Alchemist, he devises a plan centered on the principle of equivalent exchange. He pulls both of them into a separate dimension and slams a fist infused with authority straight into the creator's NPC-like face. Though unharmed physically, the true blow is devastating. He loses every ounce of power as equivalent exchange seals his authority in return for Disung's own. Now the dispute can be settled through pure physical means. The muscular deity breaks down like a child robbed of his toys. Disung capitalizes immediately with a brutal knee to the stomach. He continues pummeling the overgrown man-child, who still clings to his godly pride. The fake Theon observes with fascination, impressed by such ingenuity against omnipotence. Inquires what they should do with the giant next. The fake Theon answers that his role is finished, and it is time for them to resolve matters together, ordering the creator to come along. Creator refuses and summons his own magical tone. Disung prepares himself for another round. However, the buff deity reluctantly concedes defeat and wonders if this was part of the fake Theon's design. He then learns that sealing both himself and his foe was Disung's idea from the beginning. As compensation, the creator declares he will postpone dismantling the universe, since he no longer has the power to recreate it anyway. Afterwards, both cosmic beings fall into contemplative silence. Our hero senses trouble immediately, because their quiet scheming never ends well for him. As expected, the fake Theon explains that with their authority sealed they need Disung to act in their stead, until it returns. Explodes at their shamelessness, furious that they dump even more responsibility on him after everything he endured. The fake Theon apologizes, but Disung knows he anticipated this outcome all along. The creator adds that delaying universal rebirth is already a generous favor to a mere human. Disung shuts him down, reminding them he spent centuries fixing their mess and would not mind if the universe vanished. The entities attempt persuasion, promising he will reign like a god instead of living an ordinary life. He rejects instantly, so they threaten eternal coexistence with them. Unable to accept that nightmare, he finally agrees to the position. They restore the system for him. He vows to carry out his duties as a cosmic janitor. Before returning, he requests permission to redesign his outfit. The narrative shifts back to Earth, where Yang Chill and the old man quarrel about being late to the wedding. Their argument halts when a portal opens directly before them. Disung steps out in a stylish suit with a fresh haircut. The wedding celebration resumes. He feels relieved to finally enjoy the festivities peacefully. Days later, an archdemon gathers a mighty army to conquer the universe, assembling the galaxy's strongest fighters. He stands ready to crush any resistance. Just as his troops prepare to march, a white-haired swordsman appears behind him. The demon demands his identity. Disung casually calls himself an intergalactic garbage collector, with demon lords as the trash. Demon erupts in rage at the insult, but he is instantly carved into countless pieces. Before his stunned army, Disung gives the speechless soldiers a cheerful thumbs up, advising them to live quietly unless they want to be next. Over time, gates cease appearing on Earth, allowing nations to develop new industries freely. Hunters once revered, as elites now find themselves nearly unemployed. The Dyson Guild works tirelessly to reintegrate them into society. Inside the guild headquarters, Chanho struggles with the flood of jobless hunters seeking assistance. He is surprised when he unexpectedly runs into Jisoo. She invites him to dinner at her house and confesses she feels lonely since Disung has been gone. Chanho grows uneasy, questioning where Disung disappeared after peace returned. The focus shifts to a popular fast food chain where Choi Young now works. The owner jokes that he went from hunter to frying chicken legs in months. Choi Young encourages him, noting the restaurant is thriving. When the old man asks about Disung's whereabouts, she admits he said he simply wanted to rest for a while. The story moves to a city in America, where a hooded, unstable woman distributes flyers. She urges faith in the Heavenly Mother and promises her return, revealing herself as unmarked. The authorities finally apprehend her, charging her with mass murder and escaping prison. Meanwhile, Disung enjoys a carefree life, relaxing with cocktails on a private beach. Unexpectedly, Seo Yan appears behind him. He is astonished that she tracked him down. She smugly claims never to underestimate a determined fangirl. Annoyed, he asks her to let him retire peacefully. Instead, she questions whether he lost his powers like other hunters. When he confirms it, she complains of boredom without monsters to fight. System Alert suddenly warns of an invasion in 3 minutes. He snaps his fingers and halts time effortlessly, casually entering a portal to address the threat, returning moments later after resolving it. Time resumes. Soyeon asks why he looks startled, tells her she is better off not knowing. Another alert appears with only 1 minute remaining, pushing him over the edge. This time he enters immediately without freezing time out of irritation. Comes back, disgusted by the grotesque monsters that burst apart upon death. He forgets that the most persistent girl alive was the first to uncover his secret. She clings to him, begging to join the monster hunting fun, till he reluctantly agrees. That sparks the idea of forming a team to handle hunts instead of doing everything himself.